Ladies and gentlemen, we are experiencing technical difficulties. Warning, this is a total blackout. Please stand by as we are currently testing our systems. Testing lighting equipment. LED screens. Testing blinders. Testing 3D video. Okay, we are about to do a full frequency sweep. 20 Hertz. 50 Hertz. 200 Hertz. 440 Hertz. 1 kilohertz. 2 kilohertz. 5 kilohertz. 10 kilohertz. Okay. Subwoofer kick test. Balance check. Left channel. The sound should now be at the left speaker. Right channel. The sound should now be at the right speaker. Left channel. Right channel. Left channel. Right channel. Left channel. Right channel. Left channel. Right channel. Before proceeding with this show, we'll have to do one more test. Testing at maximum volume. Starting in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This is a test.
What is up, Bangalore? This is amazing. I don't know if you can see the goosebumps on my face, but I love the energy. But I know all of you can be louder, so on my cue, Bangalore, make some noise! Wonderful, wonderful. Love the energy, love the atmosphere. I hope all of you folks are really excited about what is about to happen over here, because there's going to be a lot of action, a lot of drama, of course, a lot of entertainment as well. But nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Ranjit Mahaba, Senior Patel, and I would like to welcome all of you to the AMD Ryzen and Windows 11 presents the Esports Club Challenger Series powered by Lenovo and Crucial Memory. It's all happening here at the TEC Arena in Bengaluru. You do not want to miss out on this. If you're here in town, make sure you guys drop by and check it out. But nonetheless, while we're talking about the TEC Arena, let's have a look at what it's all about.
There have been many Valorant tournaments. This one is different. Velocity Gaming, a name synonymous with Valorant and success. They head into TEC Arena undefeated through the group stages. but followed not far behind with an explosive lineup in hot form. After a less than ideal group stage, they are out to prove a point. The underdogs, Revenant, head into TEC Arena having come close, but still without a major title to their name. Three staples of Indian Valorant are joined by newcomers Orangutan. Get ready for 3 days of the best Valorant India has to offer. 96 hours of epic esports action, emotions, triumph, heartache, and defeat. This is Valorant Esports. This is TEC Arena.
I do not remember last time I was in an arena where all of you folks were so loud. I love the energy, but once again, can I feel it? On my cue. 3, 2, 1, let's go! A lot of familiar faces, a lot of new faces. Of course, the teams are going to give it their all on this stage. Over the next 3 days, we're going to have 4 teams fight it out for a prize pool of 15 lakh rupees. And not just that, the bragging rights of being called the champion of the TEC Challenger Series. But none of this would have been possible without the support of our sponsors and our partners. I would like to thank AMD Ryzen, Windows 11, Lenovo, and Crucial Memory. But while we're here, it is time to take a look at the first match in question. What a better way to kick off the tournament than the Particle Derby. I remember both these teams sitting in front of me. Audience has made some noise, but I need all of you to make some noise for the Particle Derby because this is something that doesn't happen that often. But of course, you know what happened the last time. The Ape Army, I want to hear it from you first because you have a lot on the line and you are looking for some revenge. Can I hear it from the Ape Army? From Enigma. Can I hear it from Enigma? Now from the audience, who over here is supporting the Ape Army? And now for Enigma. Can I have some noise for Enigma? Clearly, you might have the chance. You might have all the glam and the glitter and all the fancy slogans, but they have the crowd. You're looking for revenge. Of course, the question is, who's going to come out on top? We'll call the players on the stage one by one. First of all, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Antidote and Vibhor. Next up, we have Rexy and Ember. I need all of you folks to be loud every single time the players walk up. We have RVK and Tesseract. Next up, we have Excali and Shooter. And last but not least, we have Raw Fuel and Aduka. If I could just request Antidote to come here closer to me because I need to talk to you, of course, and Ember, I will speak to you over here. But before that, I need you to come here because I have a couple of questions. Andy, last time you came out on top, they have all the fancy slogans. What are you bringing to the table this time?
I think the basics, that is the pure Valorant game. What else? Yeah. I think we bring that, you know.
You bring that for sure, but Vibhor, how prepared are you and how are you feeling? Because I smell blood.
Yeah, last time they managed to win, but this time we are out for blood and we're gonna get them this time.
We'll see what happens. I'm sure all the players, of course, the entire audience is really stoked for this match. We have our wonderful panelists ready. So what do you folks?
All right, yeah, that was that. Thank you for that, Mama, as well. And everyone, we're ready for the arena. We've just had an introduction of the players as well. We can see our first matchup that we'll have, but the arena is so much more than that. You know, towards the back end, we have everything for the community. We have the community cups going on as well. But right now, all the focus, everything is on the players. And why wouldn't it be? We started with the Challenger Series. We had hundreds and hundreds of teams registering, guys. We had over 1,000 players that registered for this event. We went through the open qualifiers. We scattered and scavenged through all the best that South Asia had to offer. And now we have the top 4, out of which the top 2 we have already seen. So, Baba, how are you feeling? Are you excited for this matchup?
I'm not just excited, CCV. I am thrilled to be here.
Yeah.
This is LAN we're talking about, folks. And talk about the 4 teams that have been grinding all the way from group stages. Look at that.
Yeah.
They're so excited. They're thrilled. And I really can't wait to see what's going to happen in the first matchup itself for CCV.
Oh, 100%. I am ready for the first matchup. The players, well, we already saw it from their side exactly how ready they are. I'm sure the audience is ready as well. Mamba hyped them up. Now, everyone's ready for the game. Everyone wants to see the maps, the matches, the plays that we've all seen throughout the group stages. We saw the online phase, but LAN, it's in front of us, and LAN it shall be.
Yep, it is. It all goes down with these 4 teams in the LAN event. Only one will be crowned as the champions of this Challenger Series. Who will it be? Well, that's the big question that we're about to find out with the first matchup. It's Team Orangutan versus Enigma Gaming. CCV, I got to ask you a question. Talk about the recent matchups that we had in the group stages. Orangutan, we've seen a lot of matchups. But for Enigma Gaming, can they come back? Can they succeed in these upper brackets and see whether they can get a spot?
If they do, I mean, let's see what's on offer as well, right? Let's have a look at the prize pool that we have on offer for the Challenger Series. A total prize pool of 15 lakh rupees. The winners, they'll be going home with 7 lakh and 50,000. Second position, it's going to be 4 lakhs. Podium place as well, 2 lakh 50,000. And we were discussing about this, Baba. Everyone has their eyes on this. Every single player participating. It's the MVP prize. It'll only go to a single player, but boy oh boy, will they deserve it. And will they deserve the 1 lakh rupees attached to it?
Yep, the competition will also be tough for the MVP scoreboards, that is for sure. But for now, let's take a look at today's matchups. Let's see
The
what
brackets
matches that
as
we're going to see as well. There you go, Orangutan and Enigma Gaming will be the first matchup. Talk about second match, it's Team Velocity Gaming who will go up against Revenant Esports. And let's not forget, this is double brackets. Although if they do lose this first matchup, they still have one final chance, and that is in the lower brackets. But that's the only chance that they'll ever get.
100%. There's going to be the lower bracket. There's going to be the second opportunity because every single team that's made it here, that's been in the top 4, deserves it. No matter how their first matchup goes, they deserve a second chance. But speaking of their first matchups as well, we mentioned it briefly. Now let's have an overview of exactly what we have on offer. So we start off today, Enigma up against Orangutan, and then our second matchup later in the day, in the evening, it's going to be Velocity up against Revenant. We have a lot of entertainment in the middle as well. We have streamer showdowns taking place. There's going to be tons of Valorant action. That is one thing we can confirm to everyone in the audience right here in the venue and to everyone joining us from their homes as well. So now we talk about Enigma and Orangutan. We have a look at the map veto. Let's get into the specifics. Let's start this matchup. The players definitely are ready. So let's talk exactly about business.
Oh man, there you go. Best of 3 and talk about the map itself.
Yeah.
And even looking at the map bans itself, Orangutan, they haven't played these two important maps, especially in the group stages.
Yeah.
They haven't played Bind, they haven't played Ascent, although they did play Icebox and Haven 3 times in this group stages, but we've never seen them go head-to-head up against Enigma Gaming in Bind and Ascent, so I am very curious to see what Orangutan has in stores.
You know, speaking of Enigma on Bind as well, Orangutan, in my opinion, they've made a smart choice. They have tackled and they have gone for exactly where it hurts for Enigma. Bind is a map where Enigma, earlier they've had their ups and downs. You know, earlier Enigma used to be one of the frontier teams in South Asia who brought out that Astra Viper. Nowadays, we saw in the group stages, we'll talk a little bit more about, you know, the maps and exactly what the journey has been. For now, let's bring up the map statistics. And so far, we can see they are for the side of Orangutan. The other times they have played, you know, the map of Bind, not just in the Esports Club Challenger Series, the group stages, they've had victories, but I believe it's not been that much. On Ascent, Enigma is a lot more stronger, but on Icebox, the momentum takes a turn yet again.
Yep, on the decider map itself, Icebox is definitely a very huge factor for Team Orangutan, and for Enigma Gaming, they have to succeed, they have to win map Bind and Ascent both at the same time. We all know how great we've seen some amazing thrifty rounds from the hands of Enigma Gaming. Who knows, Team Orangutan with their good setup placements, good trade-outs opportunities, and who knows, even those lines of sight can change the game for Orangutan and proceed into the next phase. Who knows, it can happen.
It can happen. All these maps run that risk and that bit of momentum as well for these teams. So you never really know exactly what's going to happen. But one thing is for certain, you can never rule out the decider map. There is a huge possibility it's going to be a huge possibility that, we'll be, you know, going to the decider map. It's going to be 3 maps as well. So I'm definitely looking forward to that. And that's why Icebox, it's going to be a lot of discussion as well. But I have to talk about the map of Bind, you know. You mentioned it, Baba. We haven't seen Orangutan on the map of Bind just yet. But we have seen Enigma plenty of times in the group stages, and this is where Enigma need that improvement. We have seen that improvement from their side many a times. You know, we have seen the side of Enigma play that map many times. They played it against Velocity. It wasn't the best of maps. You know, VLT, their attacks were looking really good. And then for the side of Enigma, their defense, it wasn't in the best of conditions, but once we saw Enigma against the side of Reckoning Esports on the map of Bind, the improvements were nonetheless, you know, we'll be jumping into the game, we'll be talking more about exactly what had happened, exactly how it was going. But so far, Bind, I'm definitely looking forward to it. Any specific agents you want to see from either one of these teams?
You know, talking about the patch notes itself on Valorant, I have to say Chamber has been hurt a lot. So much. Rendezvous has been decreased, the entire kit of Chamber has been nerfed in a way that it's difficult to brought it out. So high likely chances that we see a double initiator pick being brought out from Enigma's end, because we've seen double initiators, right? We've seen Fade being brought out, we see Sky with some good information gain, and also you have the smokes. And talk about on a map like Bind, Brimstone is a necessity. It is necessary to bring in Brimstone because it's very important. A lamps, you want to clear it? Well, one single orbital strike is more than enough to clear out the entirety of the A site. But in this LAN, every single mistake happens. But it always comes down to who will have the better advantage.
That is true. The advantage as well. You know, you got to minimize any mistakes you're making. You got to make sure you're as flawless as your team can be. Now, more than ever, in front of everyone here at the venue, everyone joining us from their homes as well. You gotta keep it. But talking about the compositions as well, I mean, everyone, you know, you can see caster cams, you can see the players, they're getting ready behind us very, very soon. We'll be starting off with the match itself, but for the time being, we gotta discuss a little more about Bind. And, you know, seeing Enigma, the composition they play, it's unique, shall I say. You know, they bring the Jet on Bind, which is very, very uncommon, but then again, Raufil makes it work every single time. You have the Viper, you have the Fade, you have the Sky, you have the Brimstone, so it's going to be, you know, double controller is there. And it's very, very interesting because there's only one other team internationally that really plays this composition, and it's Brazil's #1 team currently, Loud. They've brought this composition a couple of times. You know, we saw the same comp from their side against NIP, Ninjas in Pajamas, in their VCT, but again, it's Brazil. So there aren't many teams that are playing this comp. Enigma, they've lost with this comp, they've won with this comp as well. So now they got to make sure exactly what they did against Reckoning, they have to repeat it yet again. They need that starting advantage more than ever, especially because Orangutan have picked this map.
Yep, and speaking of Team Orangutan, boy, they do love to change their agents. Every single matches that we've seen, we'd either see them bring in double initiators, sometimes we just see them bring in double sentinels. Of course, you could just do it according to the map wise itself, but changing their own roles, you always have a question to figure out what is it going to work out for Orangutan. You know, sometimes we see the duelists, sometimes we do not. And having this confusion might hurt a little bit towards Orangutan, but they could use it to their advantage, because even the opposition team is like, wait a minute, that's not the duelist.
Yeah.
Where's the initiators? Where's the sentinels? You have absolutely no idea, and that is what Team Orangutan has, unpredictability. That's exactly what Orangutan has. But for Enigma Gaming, we all know what they has, right? They have brute force, they love winning those 50 rounds. Sheriff, on point shots with the Sheriff, so it's just two sides of the same coin. We don't even know what will happen though.
That's the thing, exactly. You know, OG, they have that advantage with them. They know exactly for a fact that they can bring anything. We haven't seen them in the group stages. I'm talking about Enigma's composition. I'm talking about their journey against Velocity, against Reckoning Esports on the very map of Bind, very specifically. But for Orangutan, question mark. What exactly is there? What will they bring today? I know we were having this discussion with the players as well. I was asking them that what are their plans for their compositions. Of course, the patch note hit yesterday. That's going to be a major factor in exactly, if we'll be seeing any compositional changes, if Chamber will be brought out, Neon, will they be focusing a lot more on the headshots, or is it going to be the same theory they're applying with the Neon? You want to brute force your way in, because we see tons of that, not just in Valorant, but more specifically South Asian Valorant as well. That's a standard, that's a subculture that we have in of itself. But definitely, talking about the compositions, Orangutan have that surprise. And yeah, there are a couple of agents that we know for a fact most likely will be brought out. But for Orangutan, another major question is, who will be playing whom? Which player will be bringing which agent? Because those are also so many of the changes we have seen time and time again from the side of Orangutan, is that they keep on changing, and especially with Shooter not being here, what kind of discussions are going on at the OG bootcamp. Exactly, when they made the huddle right here, what exactly were they discussing and going over? How should they proceed forward?
Yep. Orangutan, I hope that they're prepped and ready with whatever strategies that they've got, especially with the recent patch notes that we've seen from Chambers' end, from Neon. A slight bit of changes from the Jets' end. The Blade Storm apparently does a reduced bit of damage from the leg. If you try to shoot it at the leg, it's been reduced for a bit. But we've talked more about Orangutan, right? Let's talk about Team Enigma Gaming. In their group stages, they've only lost 3, in which both of those maps were at the hands of Team Velocity Gaming. 13-9, 13-5, the map was on Bind and Haven. And talk about group stage itself, they had to go head-to-head, and Enigma Gaming, they weren't looking good on group stages. Not at all. They were struggling. Every single time we see, even if they go up against Reckoning, it's always that competition that has put Enigma Gaming on the spot. But somehow, they survive. Somehow they proceed, and now look where they are now. They're at the LAN stage. They are here right now, prepping up and head off up against Team Orangutan. I'm talking about Team Orangutans. My goodness, undefeatable. 3 rounds. All 3 matches that they won.
Yeah.
And talk about this entire comparisons that we've had. You could say that Orangutan might have the upper hand when it comes to winning a lot of group stages. They have the experience. They know what it's up going up against Enigma Gaming, but the same thing can be said to them as well.
That is true, is that, there's a lot of pressure on these teams. And again, past results are one thing, we're talking about it. But this is a completely different environment. In the stream as well, all of you're watching the caster cams, you can see the stage behind us. Right now, you're not able to see the players. Very, very soon, once we go into the game, don't worry about it. There's going to be plenty that the players will have on offer. But you can see the stage, and this is completely different to, Enigma and OG being in their respective boot camps and prepping through that method. This is in front of everyone. I believe we had a brief shot of the crowd as well, and definitely there are going to be a lot of cheers during the matchup as well once we start the game, once we see all the plays that take place on a daily basis. But right now, it's still quiet, you know. We're still setting everything up. The players as well, a lot of discussions have got to happen from their side, mainly because this is, again, an extraordinary event, shall I say. A very, an event that doesn't happen quite often, is that the patch, such an important patch note hitting right the day before. Yesterday, you know, we were hearing from the players as well. They were going around the entire city of Bengaluru. They were going to all the cafes and all, prepping, readying themselves up for the comms, seeing should or shall they make any changes. But right now, it is going to be the map of Bind, and we can jump in. So Baba, take us through the agent selection screen.
Let's go. There we go. Team Orangutan on defense. And Team Enigma will be on attack, especially in a map like Bind. As we take a look at the agent select itself, it's already been done and dusted. We just have to wait for the confirmation, folks. We just it was a bit quick, but yeah, there we go. Man, especially on a map like Bind, you could expect, just like I said, Brimstone to be brought out as the controller.
Yes.
Like, it is a necessity, but the major problem is, do we get to see double sentinels or double initiators? That's the main question that we have to ask. Or will it be a mirror matchup? Same agents, no change at all. It always depends on who times the utilities right and who has the better headshot capabilities.
That is true. It's going to be a lot about, you know, your play style as well. We know these two teams, they're quite different in the play styles. We have seen Enigma. These guys, they will face check angles. They'll never push anything. Orangutan, they're playing a lot more off of their utility, and they're seeing exactly whether or not they can get an opening on attack or on defense. They're always looking for that opening kill. They're always looking to start things off, and we're looking forward to start things off as well. Of course, it is going to be Enigma up against Orangutan. Very soon, we'll be jumping into the server, and very soon indeed, we'll be starting off with the pistol rounds. And pistol rounds always are very important, you know. We've been seeing more and more of a force buy culture develop, where even if you lose the pistol, some teams, or they will prefer for something along the lines of, you know, they force buy, they go for the hero vandal, maybe they can afford specters as well. But again, it's very risky to do that. And you're setting yourself up for terrible consequences if it doesn't work out. And the reason why I'm talking a lot about force buys in general is that you mentioned this, Baba, as well, right? Is that Enigma, they have that thrifty. Either they win a lot of thrifty rounds or they lose a lot of thrifty rounds as well. Once we go on to Ascent, I'll talk about it more. But for now, do you think we'll be seeing anything along the lines of force buys or thrifties after the pistol?
Well, you could say you could expect a force buy from Enigma's end, because every single thrifty round that we've seen from Enigma, especially in the group stages, although they won on major of them, there are some certain situations where they couldn't handle winning most of their rounds. Say for an example, they win a thrifty round, next thing you know, in the next future rounds, they're back at an eco round. How is that? Full buy rounds were in the hands of Enigma Gaming, and sometimes there's always that certain amount of mistakes that would always catch them off guard. And even though if you did win the thrifty round, that does not mean the opposition team has a disadvantage. They still have the necessary credits to bring it out. They'll just get back their money. They'll have full buy rounds. They'll even have the Phantoms and Vandals, whatever that they do wish to seem so. And I gotta say, for Enigma Gaming, I'm pretty sure that they are heavily focused on ensuring that they would not go back into that situation ever again. Because if they did, especially on a LAN event when they're going up against Team Orangutan, things will not look too well in the first map itself.
Definitely, you know, any sort of advantage that's there, any sort of, you know, ability that you have to, you know, get over your opposition, you would go for that. And definitely Enigma as well would like that. But then again, you have the side of Orangutan who can bring up whatever they want, who can start off in any manner necessary as well. And we're just getting some confirmations that there's a slight issue, so just going to be a little bit of a delay, but then we can start off with the pistol round, because now that everything is done right, it's just the final hurdle that remains for all of us, for the players, before we can commence off with the pistol round, before we can start off with everything that needs to happen. So yeah, we're just clearing that. But, you know, we've talked so much about Bind. Let's move on over to the second map that's confirmed we will be seeing, chosen by the side of Enigma. It's going to be the map of Ascent. And there as well, you know, we saw it in the statistics. Enigma are looking a lot better in their previous matchups, not just here in the Challenger Series, but also in the other tournaments that have played you know, Enigma are looking really, really good. Do you think they can maintain it no matter what happens in map number 1?
Man, map number 1, Ascent. Oh man, it's a lot to take in, you know?
Yeah.
Especially with them when they went up against Team Reckoning Esports. They did lose it up once, 13-7, but the rest of it, Enigma Gaming, they had no problems dealing with them, right? So,
Yeah.
all in all, for Enigma Gaming, you could say that amidst all of the problems that they've had, or no matter how many barricades that they had to go through, they've always figured out a step to move ahead.
Yeah.
But when it comes to Orangutan, no matter how many steps you take in, there will always be 3 steps back, because Orangutan, they know what they're doing. They know what kind of strategies that they'll hold on to and ensure that they'll bring in some counter strats as necessary as possible. Although that does not mean that their gunplay is precise. Yeah, sure, Orangutan's gunplay is definitely precise, but for Enigma, especially on that eco rounds, that's exactly where Enigma, that's exactly where Team Orangutan needs to be careful about.
Yeah, they got to be careful about it for sure. And overall as well, you know, during the entirety of this best of 3, seeing the player performances as well, right? We have seen that from the side of Enigma, we've had standout performances. I think the one I have to mention for everyone is going to be Raw Fuel. Out of the 7 maps that Enigma have played, he's gotten 22 opening kills as the duelist and only 11 opening deaths. So he's maintaining a solid opening kill to death ratio, and he'll be looking to maintain that here as well. But then again, you also have instances where, you know, Enigma, they've had some stumbles, where they haven't had the best of performances. I think their matchup against Velocity was one example of that, and everyone needs to be consistent, because if they're up against a tough matchup, if Orangutan prove to be a really, really good squad, and they have been improving, Enigma got to stick together and they have to be consistent. But then again, the same can be said for OG as well.
Yep. OG, man. I seriously hope that Orangutan is prepped and ready for whatever Enigma has to offer, especially on these 2 maps. Map number 1 being on Bind, second map being on Ascent. And I'm pretty sure that on Icebox, Team Orangutan won't be having any difficulties from them at all. And speaking of Raw Fuel being the ones who had the first initiative, first blood kills, he is in top 2 of the MVPs.
Yes.
So he's the most valued player, top 2nd, and we all know who's on top 1st, right?
I mean, we'll see it. We'll see the best player. We'll see it later. The most valuable player for the time being. But again, LAN, everything changes in LAN. You never know what's going to happen, but we can confirm you what's going to happen next. At any moment, we can jump into the game. At any moment, we'll be seeing the map of Bind as well. So ready yourselves, definitely. It's not going to be too long. Very, very soon, the pistol round shall be starting. Very, very soon, we'll be commencing off with, you know, the entire event that we have. The entire stage is set. You know, that's the best thing. The intro we had, honestly, if everyone is watching the stream, if you missed the intro, I would wholeheartedly suggest this. After the best of 3, gotta go back, rewind, watch it again. If you've seen it, watch it again. I've seen it 5 to 6 times. It still brings up the hype every single time. And that, I mean, everyone has said it already. The intro was amazing. The players, you know, the energy was there. Now they're readying themselves up, but the energy is going to spring back once we head on forward into the server, once we start off with the pistol round. And of course, going over the strategy as well as a player, there's a lot to discuss, because these players, not only are they in the LAN venue, they're not in their, you know, home boot camp. It's not going to be that for them. So the familiarity of your own boot camp is gone. But then again, these players are so experienced playing in LANs, the sheer years of experience they have, they know how to adjust themselves, and everyone is aware exactly how to set it. So, without any further ado, let's start off the map of Bind!
There we go, ladies and gentlemen, round number 1, Enigma Gaming on attack, Team Orangutan on defense as we start off on round number 1.
But there's sound from
Thomas we finally get the time itself, and also we just have to wait for the confirmation, especially with the with some slight technical difficulties that we've had. But all in all, pistol rounds, I'm pretty sure that it will be an amazing one at that, right?
Yeah. Well, it was a good build-up of hype. It's a small teaser as well, right? You know, the entirety of the Esports Club on our social media, we've been teasing the full event, full Esports Club Arena. We've been teasing it for an entire month, so why not? We shall do it with the first map. But yeah, again, there were a couple of tech issues. We'll resolve that, and then very, very soon, you guys saw it. The players are in the server. It's just a couple of tech issues that we have to go through, and then we can jump back in. But suffice it to say, everyone is ready. You have got to be ready as well. You have to make sure you've got all your refreshments. You have got to make sure you've got every bit of energy you have, because today is going to be a long day. But we shall be ready to start off, and yet again, we go on forward once more to the map of Bind. So yet again, Bind!
All right. Woo. There we go. The moment of truth. Round number 1. Bind. There we go. We're going to start off with the pistol round itself. We are not wasting any time at all. And the way how Ember has been playing it out, information being gained from the breaches, and here comes a Trailblazer to deny a lot of information and also see whether if they can find a player or two. And here comes Aduka. First frag, and he's able to take out Sky. Another shot of that too. RVK, Vibor looking very strong into the shower side. And now, with the Molotov, they've got the confirmation. They have control on the A side. All they've got to do is see whether if they can hold out this post plant.
Well, Enigma, they forced their hand. They had to execute on the A bomb side. Orangutan, they came in from the TP. They closed off the shower corner. They closed off all the angles. And now Orangutan are trying to choke out Enigma, and they're being successful. Shooter and Tesseract kill each to their name. Expand and that's going to be a headshot. Orangutan with their alive. They will easily defuse the spike. And this was a brilliant play from their side. If you can have a look at the replay as well. Enigma, they were ready for the showers and short take. But OG, they teleported all the way from B long. They came towards A showers. They shut off Enigma from showers. Enigma were like, okay, we're in A shot. Might as well on the spike. But it did not work out. What a brilliant pistol from Orangutan.
Yep. They were just technically cornered from the site itself. Although they had the opening pick in towards the Lamps' side, the man who had the information, although he was gone. But when it comes to that post plant, Orangutan really did know how to check out their corners. The smoke was just placed well in towards the A Lamps' side. And we all know what exactly happened on that. Pistol round at the hands of Team Orangutan. And yeah. Talk about round number 2, you could say that Orangutan is looking pretty good from their economic end. They'll have some Spectres and heavy armor. Yeah. But the same thing cannot be said to Enigma Gaming, because they are back with a decision whether if they have to go in for a force buy or they have to maybe just go back to the eco rounds back again.
I mean, for Enigma, it's going to be a tough decision as well. They may play it safe. They may go for the eco right now, because you have to, If you don't go for the eco right now, at this early of a stage, you're setting yourself up for a potential defeat. You're setting yourselves up for, again, potential terrible consequences. Your economy being more worse off than it already was. So might as well have a little bit of a sacrifice right now. Be like, okay, we lost the pistol, might as well lose the anti-eco. That's perfectly fine. We'll strike when we have the guns. We'll strike when it's most necessary from our side. And that's what Enigma will be thinking. They've got the attacking side, They'll have the better weaponry come round number 3. But for now, they just got to hold their ground. And they just have to get over the second round. Because Orangutan, most likely these guys, they'll be forcing it out. They'll be going for the Spectre's full armor, they'll be readying themselves up, and then they'll be looking to just curb storm their opposition.
Yep, and let's not forget, Enigma Gaming, all 3 of the maps that we've seen, every single map, Enigma Gaming will be on attack. So no matter what happens, Enigma Gaming needs to ensure to end the first half at a 5-7 score line, or ending up in a 9-3 might be a lot of disadvantageous situation, especially if Orangutan gets the upper hand, winning a lot of defensive rounds, exactly with them winning the eco round itself. This is very important though for Team Orangutan. Winning the pistol round, especially on a post-plant situation, although Enigma did succeed in planting the spike, which means that it's 300 credits to all 5 players. They'll have some good economy, and I'm pretty sure that Enigma will have to go in for a force buy. There's no other chance, right? I mean, they've lost the first round itself, and hopefully with all the issues being resolved, we won't be having any problems itself, folks. Round number 2, no more issues, no more delays. It's 1-0. Round number 2 will commence, and let us see what Enigma has to offer.
Well, yet again, we see the side of Orangutan. We have to mention one agent, particularly, that Aduka has. It's the Yoru.
Oh, boy.
Now, in South Asia, we're not many strangers to Yoru getting picked up. We have seen it a couple of times. I believe Lethal Esports may have brought it out a couple of times. I could be wrong on that. It may have been
bro,
some
it's been
other
illegal
roster,
for 2 years.
but
What
we
do you
have
mean?
seen Yoru plenty of times.
Yeah, bro.
We have seen those, triple initiators and
know
many
that?
things along the lines of that. So it's not completely a very
Bro, you can
uncommon
get banned
on this
for
map,
playing in
but it
competitive for
definitely
boosting.
bears the risks with it. For the side of Orangutan, they are going for double initiator.
in-game.
Breach has been brought out, quite interesting.
Oh,
Orangutan,
in-game boosting,
they're going
in-game boosting is
Breach
not
and
allowed.
Raid
In-game boosting
on
is
the
not
map
allowed.
Fine, which together it's a
Bro, rank boosting and in-game boosting both are not allowed. Don't do it.
You have the Trailblazer and the Prowler. That combo really works well for many rosters all over the world. But this time they've got the Breach, they've got the Fade as well, and of course Sage and Brimstone close it out. So Orangutan, they've got a decked out roster. They've got the two initiators on the side of Enigma as well. Yet again, it's going to be the same comp we were talking about. It's going to be once more.
Yo, they can buy, guys. Watch out,
like
okay?
I said, you have Fade in Sky. This is a lot more common globally. You have the Prowler, you have the Trailblazer, you have the healing, the flashes. Everything is there. It helps them. But for Enigma, the thing is, no Sentinels.
Yep, no Sentinels means no power of watching the flanks. And talk about Chambers' huge nerf, this is exactly what's going to happen. I mean, look at it. Double initiators, duelists from the hands of Enigma Gaming. You always need to wonder, is this a good idea? Because Chamber, I mean, I can understand. The rendezvous' line of sight has been decreased, which means that teleport will be a bit shorter rather than being it longer. Trademark also decreased. The cost of Headhunter increased from 100 credits to 150, which means at the early round itself, you cannot use heavy armor plus a total of 6 bullets in your hand. So you are technically forced to buy all of them without having any heavy armor itself. So it's a huge nerf for Chambers' end. So seeing Enigma Gaming bring in initiators, you kind of understand the motive of what Enigma Gaming wants to do. They want to be aggressive. They want to pressure them every single round unless and until if they see a breaking point from Orangutan. If they see one single mistake, if they see one single pick, that is more than enough for Enigma Gaming to push on. Just use brute force and get control on the side. But here's the main problem. When you enter in a post-plant situation, you've got to realize that you don't have any Sentinels. Without the help of Sentinels, being in a post-plant situation, you can only rely on smokes, and that is from the Brimstone. Without blocking off line of sights and not having any information except from Fade's ability, you could gain some information for a brief amount of plays, but do you have any information regarding flanks? No, they don't.
That is true, yeah. Sentinels are a big need, but Enigma on their defense as well. Without Sentinels, they'll have two controllers, so mainly they'll be thinking exactly about using the other controller that's there. Most likely it's going to be the Viper, to have any way to slow down their opposition, to slow down the executes. The Viper will be acting as that pseudo Sentinel. The Viper will be acting as that agent who needs to slow everything down in order to buy enough time for the teammates to rotate back in order for Enigma to buy enough time to set up a good defense. And we have seen this is not very uncommon. Double controller is brought out. We saw an example of Revenant as well on Icebox in the group stages. But again, that was Icebox. And now we are here back again, round number 2. Let's start it off. And here again, Orangutan, they're ready with their guns. They had good momentum. Can they continue it?
Oh man, Bulldog from Shooter, this is promising, but no, he's just gonna give it the weapon! He will get the kill nonetheless, but here comes Antidote once again. Aduka playing this as casually as possible. The flash working out too well, double kill! He gets it, swings away back to safety, but not at the hands of RVK. He's deep within the site, he finds the second. Can he get to take on Ember? Yes, he does! This is what Enigma is great at. Sheriffs, and now they're in the lead. All they have to do is just remove Brimstone out of the equation, and they'll get round number 2, but it's not gonna happen. Vibor is here, it's 1v1. It's all down to Excali. He has to go all the way back towards the A side, but this might be good. This might be good.
No armor for him, but the flank is there. The position is set up. Now the question is, does Vibor check it? He's holding, he's watching, he's moving, he's going over the entire map inside the smoke. And what a shot! What a shot from Excali! It's going to be another thrifty win for Enigma.
Yep, that's like we talked about on round number 2, Enigma. They're just a beast on those pistol rounds. Sheriffs, round number 2, it was just absolutely insane. And I gotta still appreciate Aduka's efforts, man. He was at the teleport, was waiting for the right time to use the flash. He did exactly that. He did try to use the teleport to fall back, but it still wasn't enough. There was one lurker, and that was the Viper. Pushed all the way towards the showers, and that was more than enough for Enigma to come back. And now for OG, round number 3, this is concerning.
Yeah, now their economy is the one in shambles. Enigma, look at that. Vandal full armor on Anti. He's ready for it. Everyone in Enigma, they are living. And they've got plenty of cash now. Now they just need to use their anger. And boy, oh boy, they're brute forcing their way onto the B-bombs. That shooter gets shut down. Vibor inside of Hookah. He'll be good for one. It's his time with the Sheriff, but his time in this round is over. And yet again, OG just upgraded pistols for them. They're forced into a 3 versus 4 retake.
Man, this is very concerning from Orangutan's end. They've lost round number 3, but still, there is still a chance. Aduka gets to pick out Antidote all the way from B long, but is it more than enough? No, it does not. Enigma, they've got things under control, and it's all down to Ember. 1v3, is there a chance? Not at all. Enigma will succeed 1 more rounds, which means that Orangutan, they'll have their weapons back. But looking at the way how Enigma has been proceeding for the past 3 rounds, it is daunting, it is dangerous. And this will be even more problematic from Orangutan's end if they don't think about it clearly.
Yeah, again, unfortunately, I believe there has been, again, a slight tech issue. We'll go over that. But for the time being, we've seen plenty of Valorant already. And we have seen Enigma not messing about.
Yep.
Be it Sheriffs, be it Rifles, or it's going to be, any sort of execute. Enigma are ready for it. And while we have this technical pause as well, OG, they'll have some time to discuss among themselves exactly what has been happening and exactly how can they get back, because it's still very early into the match. It's not gone out of anyone's hand, absolutely not, is what we're implying, but the momentum can keep on shifting if Enigma keep at this.
Yep, Enigma Gaming, man. What a way to start it off on the first half itself. 2 rounds. Although they did lose the Eco round itself, they came back up, winning the Sheriff's round. Although Aduka, I still got to appreciate him, man.
Yeah.
The Yoru plays, I mean, it's always usual, right? He
Yes.
has to make those aggressive plays, or else technically it wouldn't work out as the duelist's end, right? He always plays this passively. He always uses the teleport at the right time to fall back at whatever time that he requires. But although it's working out well in the early rounds, they start to lose a lot of bodies, especially when Enigma gets the information on one of the players. So technically, they're just playing for picks. They're trying to see whether if they can get a kill or 2. And once they understood what kind of lineups that they're presenting from the side itself, they'll be like, all right, you know what? I'm pretty sure that there is 2 members. One of them, we've got under control from the Hookah itself. How about we just take care of the side? It's just one guy. We'll just use the necessary smokes that we require and keep the rest on post plant. They did exactly that. They were slow, they were methodical, and once they got an opening, they just brute force their way in towards the side and not let Orangutan make a single outplay.
Absolutely, yeah, for the side of Orangutan as well, be it guns, be it proper positioning, Enigma just aren't giving them enough time to deal with exactly what's happening in the bomb side. We saw it in the Thrifty round, is that Enigma went for a really nice execute. You still had, plenty of players. You still had RVK on the A bomb side, but Excali, he went all the way to B. He planted the spike, he played the post plant, and he played it exceptional. I mean, we all saw that headshot. We saw the flank from Hookah and exactly what he was able to achieve. But right now, we are seeing the audience, we are seeing everyone that's here at the venue and everyone at home. You can see again, the arena is not just the LAN, we have so much more. We have cosplay. Later in the day, we'll have the influencer meet and greets as well. We have our lovely booths from our lovely sponsors set up, and there is plenty to play for all the people who are at the venue. Yet again, you guys are waving cheers some more as well.
Yup. Man, this is amazing, man. It's been a while since I've been on the LAN event, and seeing audience who are just cheering for their team really gets you pumped a lot, don't you think, CCB?
Absolutely. So, yeah, right now, gotta say, everything is set up. Again, we're just going through the tech pause. Hopefully it resumes. But the rounds, man, they're quick. It's 1 by 1 by 1. These players, they don't want to waste any time. The time that they have in the server, they want to utilize all of it as effectively, as efficiently as possible, as the motto goes. So, yet again, the question has to be asked, what kind of changes are Orangutan looking to make? Or with, Yoru on the board, are they just looking to try and get by the defense? Are they just looking to get through this first half, survive as long as possible, and then on attack, we'll see the fully fledged out executes from their side?
Yep, I believe the main thing that Team Orangutan is trying to do is that they're trying to stop the momentum on the way how Enigma proceeds on attack, right?
Yeah.
Say for an example, every single time where we see a push being made, I mean, when the round comes, when we start the round itself, we see the players from Enigma just playing for picks, and just like you said, Team Enigma, they always love to pick a lot, right?
Yeah.
And mainly because of that, OG decides, you know what, we have Aduka, he plays the Yoru, we'll use the, you have the teleportability, you even have blind side, you can just use it, time it at the right time, and see whether if they can get an important pick or two. And removing controllers off at an early round gives a major disadvantage to Enigma. That is the main cause of the problem here. So that's what they're trying to do. That's what Aruka is trying to get a frag out of. Removing the controllers to ensure that whatever executes that they try to make, post-run situation, they've got it covered. Orangutan, even though, Aduka gets picked off in the early round, there's still a chance that they can come back with that early pick advantage that they've made in the early rounds.
Absolutely, they can come back into it, and they can definitely swing back at the side of EG as well, and they can make sure they're not out of it completely. And as we have said, it's still very, very early. I know the tech pauses, they're making it seem like this best of 3 has been going on for a while, but now when it comes to Valorant, it has just started. And well, speaking of Valorant as well, let's jump back into the game. Let's start off round number 4. Now, it's time for full buys. It's time for rifles and rifles and rifles. So, with only a couple more seconds, let's start off round number 4.
Yep. Fans are cheering for Orangutan. They're in a very difficult spot when it comes to their buys. Prowler just gives so much information though, and Aduka, he's just showing his presence from the shower side, and there you go. There goes Antidote, there goes your control from A showers, but the execute needs to happen nonetheless. They haven't lost a single player, which means Team OG, they have things under control, or is it though? Lamp's control is not in their hands, but OG still strikes back. Aduka, everyone is holding their sight, and now OG, all they have to do is just remove raw fuel. The man is a danger. Can he find all 3 players? He cannot. The shooter will be there to deny it, and Orangutan, they'll equalize it 2-2.
Yet again, brilliant defense from the side of Orangutan. Enigma, they tried the same thing. They wanted to brute force their way into the A side, but this time it didn't work. The guns were equal, the positioning was good, and Aduka already popping off 7 kills for him. It's been 4 rounds, averaging out almost 2 kills every single round. Mr. Consistent right now. He's got to keep this consistency up, and as a matter of fact, both of these teams have to. Now, I talked about rifles. Now, it's time for ultimates. Ultimates are going to be brought out in this round, and yet again, it makes a new factor for these players to play around.
Still have the dimensional drifts, orbital strike at the hands of Orangutan. All they have to do is just wait it out. Every single utility has been placed. They want to make control in towards B long. They're showing presence. And Enigma, what can they do in major situations like this? It's been blocked from the Sage's wall. They don't have access from the hooker side, which means that they just have to wait it out. And with major amount of information being gained from Orangutan's side, they know that the entire A side is clear. And here comes Vibor. Important kill at that. There goes Excali, which means things are not looking too good from Enigma's hands.
Oh, yet again, the entry needs to be found, and yet again, Rexy inside of Hooker is getting difficulties, but RVK completely off guard kill, and Enigma now pushing forward on both fronts, A side and B side. Rexy finally bites dust. Antidote ends in the same fate, and Orangutan equalized the numbers, but the time is ticking out. Spike is in with the attackers. RVK, he's moving around, he's going through it. Tesseract has already gone towards Cave. He's holding a cheeky angle, and if he can see just one attacker, it's going to be all the more important. RVK very, very low HP. So we wait, and we see what Tesseract does. That's going to be, 28 HP. Can he survive? He's got to back off. He has no choice but to fall back.
Yep, no choice. Only 20 seconds, and look at that Vibor using the teleport, but no, RVK is here. He gets one more, while he gets to pick out one player as well from the other hand. Time. They need 4 seconds to plant the spike. Can it happen? Yes. But does Tesseract knows this? Pre-fire's being made, but it's too late. Viper Spit being used. Now here comes the tension. 1v1. Tesseract, can he survive this? 1 HP, classics in hand. There's a lot and he gets the shot. RVK that will give Enigma Gaming the victory that he requires on round number 5. Let's take a look at that in the instant replay. What a play from RBK, all the way from a 1v2 that has made so much fights from that teleport. Only 6 seconds does he get to plant the spike, and he had to do it. He had to use the Viper's Pit in order to succeed, or else on the next future rounds they won't have any more weapons.
We talked about the ultimates. RVK went for it, and boy oh boy was it successful. As a matter of fact, it was successful enough that Orangutan now are forced into a tactical timeout, and who would blame them, you know? This round should have been on the side of OG. They pushed quite into attacker territory, shall I say. I mean, they were in cave, Vibho was in the teleport, but in doing so, they sacrificed on their own positioning, they sacrificed on safety, which eventually led to their downfall. The 1 versus 1, it was anything. Tesseract, he had that opportunity, he went for the spam fire at the Radianite boxes. Wasn't the correct place, and then RVK, I mean 4K for him already. We're talking about star performers, we're talking about consistent players. Here is the controller once more. Here is the Viper, behind his Viper's map. If we go on Icebox as well, best believe RVK is going to do the same thing, and he will keep on doing it until it's Enigma lifting that trophy.
Yep, man, gotta say, in this first half itself, you see a lot of tensions that's been brought out from Enigma. Although they were always at a very disadvantageous situation, somehow they get to bring it back up. And with the tag pause coming to an end, we will resume back to the round itself. And standing out, it's Excali who gets the first frag. Here comes the fight back from Vibor. And let's not forget, Orangutan, they've made a decision to bring in Sheriffs, which means that they don't have good amount of weapon utilities. And I believe they will be currently playing for picks. One of the players will be playing on the B side, but Enigma, they don't have any information regarding this, but they'll get the kill nonetheless. Information's being given, they know that the entire B side has been compromised, but will they make a decision to fall back? And that's exactly where Enigma has laid a trap.
They're holding RVK, maintaining the angle. Oh, it's going to be Tesseract. He gets his revenge, and yet again it's the same HP, 5 HP. And the Guardian guards the fate for the time being. So, Orangutan, yet again, they equalize the man count in Enigma. They had that opening towards B. They eliminated 2 of these defenders. Now, they get rid of 1 on the A side. Nightfall brought out. Orbital Strike was there. They are ready for this execute. There's plenty of time. Aduka's position given away, but headshot still galore. Hey, either. It's going to be Enigma who get another round. This time it was a lot more methodical, and this time the methods bore the fruit.
Yep, all Team Enigma had to do was just stay patient, see whether Orangutan makes a mistake, and they gladly got used to that to their advantage. Job well done for Enigma Gaming as they put themselves on the lead, 4-2, which means, I mean, since it was an eco round from OG's end, they did somehow get some valuable effort into it. I mean, they did remove two of the players out, so they'll have some certain weapons to survive in the future rounds. But if they have to come back, they need to ensure that they win this full buy round. And Aduka, this man might be the deciding factor for it.
Duka was going for the fake. He's still in the teleport. Raw Fuel wants to get the opener. It's going to be the Trailblazer with him. Raw Fuel position given away. Oh no, he was concussed. What a kill! Instant trade comes out. Orangutan, they don't want to waste any time. They want to keep the map control, which is why Tesseract has now pushed up exactly where Vibho was playing. And OG want to keep this map control with them. Enigma like, okay, you guys want to play for A? That's fine with us. We'll go on B. And Shooter, he needs to buy time. He's here as the battle stage. We haven't seen a lot of Shooter. Now we may just. Rolling Thunder also brought out to assist the other defenders, and Enigma, yet again, they're completely halted. They cannot move forward.
Man, look at the denials from Orangutan. Rolling Thunder and Shooter, he's still alive in the side itself, which means that there's a lot of problems for the attacker side to deal with. And let's not forget, all of the players from Orangutan, they've got backup. Now, how can they come back? It's difficult. Duka is here. He gets to take out 1. The second comes down at the hands of Ember. And now it's all down to RVK. We've seen him clutch. Can he do it again? He's all by himself, and he has to find all 3 players from Team OG to work it out. Teleport's being worked around, but it's not going to happen. Tesseract arrives from the TP. He has to take out the final player, which means Orangutan, they are mounting to come back.
They absolutely are, and so much of this is falling down to exactly the flow of the round. This is going at a round by round basis, you know. It's not anything concise. There's no pattern for the time being. The pattern is whichever team can either completely get rid of the other, eliminate them, evict them from the round, they'll be taking the win. Or as defenders, you halt everything. You use everything you have. The slow orbs, the rolling thunder, or any of Fade's utility as well. Orangutan want to make it work. Aduka also this time yet again. TP from him. Anti's position given away. Enigma going for the same strat. It's raw fuel blade storm shut down. But Enigma strike back. Boy oh boy they do. Resurrection is back. OG want to keep their numbers up. And for the side of Enigma, question has to be asked. They've taken so many of these gunfights on Hookah, on A. Where do they go yet again?
Yep. Now this is concerning for Enigma. All the way, they've made a decision to fall back, see whether if they can play for picks, see if they can find at least some information regarding the rest of the players from OG's hand. And maybe Excali might be able to find one, but the main problem is that he only has classics. So for Tesseract, it shouldn't be much of a problem for them to deal with. He gets the weapon control, he jumps at it at the wrong time. He won't be able to get it. Prowler finds one of the players, supposed to fall back. Oh! No, Antidote, what a shot! Oh man, wish I could have seen that from his POV, but all in all, 2v2 equalizer. Enigma, they can still come back, but in 35 seconds, they have to make a move.
They gotta go into the bomb site, and I believe Orangutan will let them. Yeah, they're split up. One on B, one on A. Ember will be giving the information to Shooter anytime that... Man, the spike is going down, and yeah, the TP comes through. Shooter's in Hooker. He will be going for the gunfights. We have RVK right next to him. Does he check the corner? Oh no, it's going to be RVK who wins one. Now he's gone. 20 HP for Ember, the newest member of Orangutan, and he's got to clutch it. Anti as well, no armor for him, but he swings wide, and it is going to be a 4K. Enigma, they've seen RVK with 4Ks. Now it's time for the IGL himself, and Antidote stepped up.
Second time. This is the second time I'm seeing Enigma Gaming win a thrifty round.
Yeah.
They've been on point with those sheriff shots that can deal a major impact. Taking out Tesseract, especially with a sheriff shot like that, and RVK was just playing it so patiently in towards the Hooker side, man. My God, that patience is really giving Enigma Gaming the confidence that they require to survive. They have the lead, and now they want to pressure it a lot, especially on towards the B side. And let's not forget, Brimstone is all by himself from the Hooker side. He knows exactly what's happening. He has the information. He could use the orbital strike to deny it, but no, he decides to wait. Information has been given from the Trailblazers, which means that his location is compromised. They're going to remove Vibor out of the equation, but it's not going to happen. Actually, it does. RVK is still here. He gets to take out Tesseract from the side itself, but they don't have control on the Hooker side, and that's where Vibor can be the major deciding factor. But here comes Excali. He's still in the side, still playing it out. They could play post plan, but still, this can go at the hands of Orangutan at this post plan.
Orangutan, they have to hit their sheriff shots just like what Enigma were doing. Orbital strike is brought out, but to no avail. They gotta use their weaponry. They have to rely on their mechanical skill. Gotta hit those shots. And Ember does just that. It's going to be one isolated gunfight. Raw fuel's gone. Excali departs. Rolling Thunder brought out. Before you know it, Orangutan may just pull it off. It's all down to RVK again. He went for the lineups. No. Snakebite still with him. OG is sticking it. RVK spam fire. He gets one, but it's a defuse. Orangutan get another round, and RVK has no choice but to fall back.
Man, that was unfortunate for RVK. He was this close to denying that spike defuse. But all in all, the lines of sight were blocked, and that's exactly what OG needed to hold their ground. The cover was present, the protection was there, and OG will survive one more defensive round. As we take a look at the scoreboards itself, 11 kills to Vibor, the IGL leader for OG, and for RVK, the controller, my man, 13 kills. And let's not forget, they have the Viper Spit back again. Will we get to use it in the early rounds, or will we see Enigma Gaming pressure Orangutan till of no avail, that they would find a mistake and remove them back and back again? Although in the early rounds we see them do it, but there are some certain situations where Enigma really needs to be careful of, and that is the outplays that Orangutan did on that push.
So now RVK departs as the first casualty. Good for Enigma though, they have their secondary controller with them. Rexy is present as the Brimstone. They can play off of that, they can still try and execute, but it's also about the positioning. It's been 40 seconds in the action phase. No kills for Enigma. Now Raw Fuel finds one just when I say that, and it's the Brimstone. Raw Fuel with another. That's a double for the Jet. Enigma ready on the B-bomb side. Ember going forward, and he wins the duel against the Jet, but he needs to buy some time. Instead, he'll be looking for gunfights. That's one more for him. And the site shall go in the hands of Enigma, but Orangutan, they are ready. They've got the ultimates. Nightfall will be brought out. You've got the dimensional drift. OG want to take B side yet again.
Man, Aduka, this dimensional drift might change the entirety of that round itself, but he gets kicked out. Tesseract is here, gets to take out the Brimstone, which means that is all at the hands of Sky. Antidote. Can he find a way? Can he get to remove Aduka out of the equation? No, it does not. They will survive one more, and this will be the second post-plan that OG had won.
Yet again, it's the same tactic Enigma went for. They went for the B-side plan, but yet again, Orangutan got rid of everyone that was in the bomb side. All the players adjacent to the bomb side. In the previous round, it was RVK. Right now, it's Anti. They were easily departed. And now it's Enigma who will be taking a tactical timeout. And yet again, you can't blame them. Earlier, it was Orangutan. Now it's Enigma who have to discuss over everything that has happened and the economy for EG as well. It's looking a bit dicey. We are nearing the final couple of rounds of the first half. They got to figure something out. They need to try and keep the lead.
Yep, they have to figure it out. And just like I expected, though, from Orangutans, although it usually does not work on the early rounds, in late rounds, when you see those post-plan situations, you'd always see Orangutan get the best of it in full buy rounds. And the main problem has to do with the TP that's been used around from the A side. You still have Aduka, you still have the teleport ability in which if all things go wrong, he can just safely fall back from the A side without dealing any damage at all. And the main plus point is that he gets all the information that he needs to give a lot of problems towards Enigma's end. They'll have good backups, they'll even have the rest of the utilities playing perfectly well to their hand. I mean, you even saw Shooter all by himself from the side. He was all by himself. Next thing you know, when he gets the first kill, there's a lot of support being placed around from OG's end. Rolling Thunder from Breach. Nightfall, which was Nightfall was used as well. So everything is working out very well, and when it comes to making setups, Orangutan, they're really doing a great job at it. But when it comes to Enigma's unpredictable plays with the Sheriff, things might not go well in their favor.
Yeah, the one thing is Orangutan taking these gunfights, they gotta be careful about exactly how they proceed forward. In the previous round, we saw Ember. When every other member of Orangutan died near the B bomb side, Ember was like, as the Breach, I'm not gonna fall back. He went for more and more kills, and he got a double. He eliminated Raw Fuel, then another member of Enigma, and that in of itself, slowed down whatever EG were planning. They had to get rid of Ember, they had to get rid of the Breach, and then they had to execute forward. It definitely slowed down a lot of the momentum they were trying to build in that round. For the time being, right now, again, I believe it's a small tech pause that has been taken. But these players, the thing is, the side swap is really near us, Baba. And once the side swap happens, once we see the change, once we see OG on attack and Enigma with double controllers on defense, we will have to focus on that. And honestly, it's Enigma on defense that I need to see, because against Velocity, their defense wasn't the best. They were struggling. Out of the 12 rounds Velocity had on attack on the map of Bind, they planted the spike in 11 of them. Believe it or not, out of 12 rounds, VLT planted the spike in 11 of them. They had a baller time on their attack. But against Reckoning, Enigma had improved it. Question is, against Orangutan, have they improved it even more or not?
Yep, that's the biggest question that I have to ask as well for Enigma. Although that they are so strong on winning those thrifty rounds, you still need to understand that even though if you win it out, you need to ensure that you have consistent amount of round wins in the future aspects as well. You got to win the full buy rounds. You got to ensure that whatever strategies that Orangutan puts it towards them, it will be denied nonetheless. And talk about the way how they're proceeding in towards the side itself. You could see that there is a lot of presence being made from the B side, right? Especially from Enigma.
Right.
All 5 players, I mean, I wouldn't say all 5 of them. 2 of them were pushing towards the fountain side. We even saw Raw Fuel just get an entire control of B long by taking out those 2 important players from OG. And then exactly what happened. You talked about Breach. You talked the way how he stood his ground. He decided to not let Enigma Gaming get a single inch on the side, and he delivered a fatal blow. 2 kills, and next thing you know, man got advantage, there was still a chance. And OG, they used to it to their full potential. And I've got to say, if Orangutan, if they keep making plays like this on defense, you could say they might be able to put themselves back in the lead. But we still need to focus on the second half, right?
Yeah.
The second half, the one where it all makes the difference. And we have to see how well Team Orangutan plays on attack.
That is true. I mean, right now with the scores being level, 5-5, second half is all that matters. These players themselves as well, they'll be looking forward to the side swap. They'll be thinking exactly of what to do once the side swap takes place and how to proceed forward from there. So keeping that in mind, I'm definitely looking forward to seeing that. I'm definitely looking forward to seeing exactly, what the defense of Enigma will have, attack of Orangutan, how do they proceed from there, any changes with regards to their composition, I think is the biggest factor that we have to look at, and I think we have to consider for how they've been playing. And of course, the player performances have been great. The amount of 4Ks we've already seen from these players just in the first half, in the first 10 rounds, it is excellent, which really sets us up for an amazing best of 3, and the second half shall not disappoint.
Yep, it shall not. And for Orangutan, man, they love to pick different agents, right?
Yeah.
I mean, every single maps that we've casted, right? On the group stages, we see Orangutan pick different amount of agents. Sometimes we see Yoru being picked out. Sometimes we see the roles every time bundled up.
Yeah.
And just like I talked about in the beginning of itself, Team Orangutan, they're always unpredictable, and that unpredictability is giving them the surprise factor that Enigma Gaming has absolutely no idea on how to deal with these current situations. They've been winning it back to back, and I gotta say, no matter how many times that Enigma does win most of their eco rounds, you still gotta wonder, is that more than enough for Orangutan to come back? Well, we already have our answer. Yes, it is. On defense, we saw how well did they hold their ground. We saw how well that they got information relating to that execute. And whenever we see the players from Enigma start to dwindle a bit,
yeah,
they don't fall back. They still commit to it. And that main commitment is giving Orangutan the bait that they really wanted. And that's the only main reason why Orangutan has been winning most of their rounds, mainly because they've lost a lot of bodies from Enigma's end. They're in post-plant, but they're at a very difficult situation. You always know that RVK will play for lineups, which will be in towards the fountain side. So all they've got to do is to find the rest of the players who are holding from the side. You remove them all. I mean, you remove them all out, and next thing you know, you just place a smoke exactly where the players would be and just go in for the spike defuse. That's exactly what happened. And they've succeeded time and time again. And this time, this will be even more concerning if Enigma Gaming doesn't find a situation out of it. But wait a minute, 3 players already pushing in from the shower's side. This is interesting.
Oh, RVK alone, and it's going to be Aduka who eliminates him. On towards the B side, you have the Sage, who also Orangutan were like, we're going to push from A Shahs, and B will lock it off. And Shooter has done just that. So Enigma yet again weaker by. We saw this earlier. They've just got upgraded pistols, a couple of SMGs here. We see the Spectre. They still want to go for kills. They still want to pick up the rifles that Orangutan may drop if the bodies drop alongside it. And Enigma are looking for just that. They're just waiting and sitting and watching. This is, again, contrary to how usually we've seen Enigma, but it's the hand they've been forced with. They take a gunfight. This time it's Shooter, Aduka, and this time it's everyone in Orangutan getting a flawless round win. The first that we have seen here at the LAN.
Yep, a flawless round win from Team OG, man. They will definitely be happy about this, especially with Enigma Gaming. Sure, you can understand it was an eco round nonetheless, right? But having a win like that is crucial for OG, especially talking about the way how they won most of their pistol rounds. Enigma Gaming, they will have a lot of feed, especially on this round as well.
100%. Enigma, they've got their blood boiling. Now they just have to set the server on fire. Final round of the first half, final round before the side swap. It is going to be Orangutan for the last time on defense. It's going to be Enigma for the last time on this map on attack. And yet again, Enigma, they've taken a complete change, with how they're playing. We're seeing the operator brought out from Raw Fuel as well. And we're just waiting and seeing how Enigma want to proceed forward. So, yet again, Toxic Screen goes through. Snakebite preventing any defender from pushing in. But Shooter push from the Toxic Screen. He loses his life. That's a Sage gone. Enigma are ready for the B side. Take the Nightfall. Give the location of a couple of these defenders. The defenders need to force something out, but they're just getting forced out of this round.
And that was just beautiful from RVK. Tesseract! What was that? Second kill, and a flick like that is going to put Enigma in a very bad spot. But all in all, it's all down to Ember though, all by himself, all by his lonesome. He needs to get those shots. He will get one. He gets to take out RVK. The controller is down, which means no more smokes for them to deal with. There's just 2 more left, but it's not gonna happen. Here comes Antidote to finish it off. 6-6, and that will be the first half.
Yeah. Again, we start off with the LAN. And what a way to start off the first best of 3, the first map. Then it'd be on equal footing. And it starts off equally, it ends in the same manner as well. It is going to be 6-6. We're having a look at the players, and we're just seeing exactly deep conversations from their side, exactly going over what has happened and what should happen with regards to their own, with their own benefits. How exactly can they take the win? But yeah, there's a reason, Baba, why we've talked about the side swap a lot, is because it matters on a map like Bind. Or defensively, again, usually if you look at it globally on defense, it's more favored for you. You know, the win rate globally is a lot more. But here, the situation is completely different. It's LAN, the compositions are different as well. Orangutan, okay, they're playing a little bit by the meta. We are seeing, except for the Yoru, we are seeing regular agents brought out. Enigma, they're going for their rare com. They're going for no sentinel whatsoever. It's double controller, it's double initiator. So far, I mean, I gotta say, both the comps are working. Only now shall we see a winner.
Yep. The second half itself is definitely a deciding factor to see whether if Team Orangutan has control on their attack, or will it be Enigma who gets things under control, especially the way how their composition works. It usually favors a lot from the attacker side, right?
Yeah.
But all in all, it did favor from Orangutans too. It's equalized, 6-6, which means everything's reset except that it's second half. The roles have been swapped. Orangutan will be the one on attack, and having Sage as their sentinel, things might look a bit good, because currently you could say that they might be playing for picks, and that's exactly, you see how scattered they are in the map itself. All players holding on from the fountain, even from the teleports side, they're just trying to get information on Enigma's whereabouts, and the more information that they have, the better the chances that they have on executing the site.
Absolutely, info is going to be vital, as we always say. Information is king. For Orangutan, they don't want to give any of said information to the side of Enigma. Enigma will have to face check these angles, and that's exactly what Rexy is doing right now. But now the toxic screen goes through from the defense as well. We are seeing the attackers, they want to go for something, but it's a silent take. Now it bursts into something so much more. Smokes are brought out, the Sage Wall goes through. Can they plant the spike? They're looking to go for it, but it's been denied. Excali gets the opener towards U-Halls. Aduka is unsuccessful. Bibho goes down. Orangutan are down to 2 members. Ember is all alone. He finds one. That's him gone. That's a spike eliminated. Tesseract is the only one alive, and the hopes are all with him.
Yep, it all goes down to Tesseract, all by himself. But this is the pistol round. This will be crucial for OG if they win this. 2 players left. Information's been given from the Trailblazer of the Sky. They have his whereabouts, and Raw Fuel just closing in on the location. He just picks up the teleport. He just falls back from the B side. He has the spike. All he has to do is just force the players from Enigma Gaming on a post plant, and that's exactly what he's trying to do. 1v2. This can be a possibility, CCV. This can happen.
Absolutely can. For Enigma, they gotta play for the trade. Even if Raw Fuel goes, he's very low on HP. Might as well give where Tesseract is. An Antidote, he's trying to stick it. Oh, Tesseract can get an easy kill. He's looking for it, but Antidote goes for the elimination. And it is going to be Enigma who win out the pistol round.
Man, so sometimes you still have that dreams, right? Winning that 1v2 important clutch that can change the entirety of the game. And for a moment there, I thought this would have been it, Tesseract.
Yeah.
Although he didn't had any much utilities for him left to deal with. I mean, you still get the information gained from the ability that he had. You still need to understand that Raw Fuel, he was very low on HP. And the way how they played it so efficiently is that Raw Fuel wasn't the one who was pushing. It was Sky.
Yeah.
Sky had full HP, which means that even though they didn't had any information, and say for an example, if they get caught out like that on B long, you'd immediately get the info and end up being a trade. So Enigma Gaming, although they didn't have the information, they did have the backup nonetheless. But let's not forget, we just have to focus on this round as well. And Raw Fuel, Spectre in hand, just using the teleport right from B long itself, gets to get 1 kill. That's really good, and the same thing can be said from Bibos, and the pistols in hand, a headshot of that too. But Enigma, they're looking strong, and with that Spectres, it'll be even more deadly from Orangutan because they're just left with only 2 players.
Yeah, and Spike is not with Orangutan for the time being. It's dropped all the way near the teleporter. They'll have to retrieve it. RVK, he's got his eyes on it. He's holding that angle. RVK expects it. He sees the attackers, and well, they take the spike. They go away, and it's going to be Shooter who's shut down. But Vibhor, no one knows where he is. RVK spots him. It's going to be a good shot. 4 HP, highly unlikely clutches out of this, and it is going to be Enigma who secure the anti-eco. No Thrifty, but still a darn expensive round for these defenders.
Man, that I have to say for sure, CCV. This is an expensive round from Enigma. Although they did win although they did win it out, putting themselves on a very good lead, winning both the eco as well as the second round as well. This is their bonus round. So if something happens to Enigma, let's say for example, if Orangutan really does win this round, they still have some backup for Enigma to survive the next future rounds. And that's the reason why they might go aggressive here though, and you could exactly see what they're doing. Look at that, all three players from the A side, and Raw Fuel is the one who will take the initiative. See well if they can get a weapon upgrade. A Vandal or two is more than enough for Enigma, and that's what they're trying to do. And look at that, look at Orangutan. They're afraid, they're like, you know what, it's the bonus round, let's not give them the weapons. Let's just play this passively and wait for Enigma to make a mistake.
Yeah, Orangutan were anticipating something like along the lines of this from Enigma. They were hoping Enigma would go for a rush play. They did, but again, shots were fired, bit of HP traded off. No one has died. That's the main thing. For Orangutan, they need this round, and they'll all 5 players will be looking to go in from A shot. Let's have a look. It's going to be the fault line. Counter utility from Enigma thrown. The Siege is present. Excali wants to get a kill, but again towards U-Halls, we have this war of utility going on. Aduka wants to push forward. The spike, the Sage will plant it. Aduka swings wide. Rather it'll be Vibho who gets 1, 2, and it's going to be sheer domination from Orangutan on U-Halls. But on towards the side, RVK wants to go for some play.
Hey man, this is bonus round. They don't have necessary weapons to deal with the situation. Only one player has been down, but they don't have the weapons. What about now? They do. They still have that one important kill. There goes Ember. He's been constantly tagged. Not a lot of HP left, not a lot of time left, because the spike's already been succeeded. Luca is here. All they have to do is just take care of the Brimstone, and they'll do exactly that. Vibhor comes into the rescue for Team Orangutan. And guess we all know what's going to happen here, folks. They've succeeded the bonus round, which means Orangutan, they'll be even more confident knowing that they've won this crucial round.
Absolutely, yet again, just like it was for Enigma on the anti-eco, it was an expensive round for Orangutan, but at this stage, kills and rounds are what matter. And the round count, well, it's going to be a lot more equal. Orangutan, they get the 7 rounds now. Enigma, they've got 8. So,
time to jump.
Start off. And now we see with full buys on board with a couple of ultimates for these controllers. What exactly can happen?
Here.
The shielders right there. The Sage flash, and it is going to be Rexy who gets the opening kill. But Uduka is present already with that trade. And yet again, we deal off with the initial kills, and everyone is at a standstill.
Yep, Orbital Strike is still present from Orangutan. The same thing can be said to RVK. He has the Viper's Pet, but they haven't used it just yet. They're just going to wait for the right opportunity, the right moment to see whether they can find out. And Excali might be able to take out 1. This is used. There goes Aduka. Needs to find 2 more, and he'll do exactly that. Tesseract goes down as well at the hands of Excali, and this is exactly what Enigma needs. It's just 2 players left from Orangutan, and now all pressure, every single pressure is at the hands of Orangutan because they're all by themselves. It's just 2 players.
Vibhor, through the Viper speed, he still gets the headshot onto Raw Fuel. He jumped up on the bench, got a cheeky angle, and now he falls back. This is really good. But Enigma, they have the time advantage. RVK has the A site on lockdown. That is unless Ember can do something. All of utility ready with this breach. The orbital strike goes through. RVK survives that from within Shahs, and Orangutan have no choice but to go for this A execute with a Viper next to them, with the defenders converging onto the bomb site. So, Spike's gonna go down. It's been planted. Enigma, it is going to be RVK eliminated. Orangutan are trying to keep the hopes alive, but Excali, 4K for him, makes himself and registers himself as the 3rd player in Enigma to get a 4K in this map.
Man, what a play. What a play from Excali. 4 kills, even with the smoke, post-plant. How does he get away with that? He didn't have a lot of lines of sight to deal with, and somehow he gets away with most of those kills. I mean, yeah, you even had RVK, who only had the Sheriff in hand, and Vibor doing a very good decision of being aggressive, knowing that, hey, he only has the Sheriff, he only has 6 bullets. He's still reloading. I could go in for a kill, but that trade that Excali did just put on another level for Enigma. They're looking strong. All they have to do is just be consistent on winning more of their defensive rounds, and you could say that, that Enigma Gaming have this on the bag.
Well, I'm not really sure how much of that got through with all the people at home, but definitely the audience here, especially for Enigma, with that play as well from Excali, they're hyped up, they're ready for it, and very, very soon again, we'll be commencing forward with the second half. The players, I believe, they're discussing exactly, how to proceed forward, and again, we have seen many of these tactical pauses from the players, and it's needed. Many people, they'll be like, why are there so many tactical pauses right now? Well, again, it's the LAN. It's the top 4 teams we have at the moment in South Asia. They're up against each other. They're playing for a prize pool of 15 lakh rupees. Why not go for all the strategic discussions you can? Why not go for the tactical timeout when you have the ability to go for it and discuss all that has happened? So plenty of discussions done. Very, very soon we'll be jumping back into the game as well. We'll be starting off. Orangutan need to get back into it again. The round count is at 2, favoring the side of Enigma. They'll be looking to make it more, but Hadouka, dimensional hit. He goes into Shaz. The judge works. And Tesseract also swings and catches RVK.
Oh man, you shall be judged, that is for sure. Oh man, you cannot just expect that to happen, right? Dimension Drift used at the right time, and now it's just post-plant. Orangutan, they've got this under the bag. And now how will Enigma respond to this? Orbital Strike definitely being used from A-Lamps. Here it comes. Can we see the fight? Can we see them have a kill? No, it's been denied from before. This is good. He gets to take out Rex from the heavens side, which means that they just lost the Orbital Strike. This was crucial for them on A-Lamps, and with that being head off, it's just on the hands of Raw Fuel. The op shots, pristine as ever. He gets to take out Tesseract. Concussion, he gets the second. Can he get the third? No, he gets denied at the hands of Shooter. But all in all, they've made their best efforts, and I believe the Sky will be forced to fall back and stay safely on the B side to ensure that in the next round they'll have a lot of charge.
Yeah, Antidote wants to save this Vandal right now. Unfortunate for Raw Fuel. He couldn't keep that operator. He was going for kills. He kept going for kills, but again, he flew a little too close to the sun and he was melted down. And again, the operator will be melted down in the forgery, given away as credits to these players for winning and, well, for losing the round as well. Just having like the instant replay. We've seen glimmers of, Raw Fuel with this op. I believe once we see the map of Ascend, we'll be seeing Shooter and Raw Fuel with the operator a whole lot more, and that's something that excites me. But for now, we still have the map of Bind. For now, we still have round number 18, where Orangutan are looking to equalize the score.
But for now, if you take a look at how Orangutan has been playing, they're a bit afraid knowing that Enigma, they might go aggressive, so they're just playing this passively. But with the information being given, I'm pretty much sure that they'll have some utilities placed from the fountain side. Blade Storms from Raw Fuel, all he needs is just click heads, and that's more than enough to get the kill and put Orangutan at a very difficult spot. But let's not forget, they have the Rolling Thunder, they even have the Nightfall. Those two deadly combos would put an entire side at risk, and they're prepping, they're waiting for it, and more so, they'll get the first kill too. Tesseract, beautifully done to take out Raw Fuel, in which means that they have control on the A side, and they could use their abilities in post-plant. This is good.
Yeah, yet again, Orangutan, they're looking for the kills, they're looking for the positioning, they found it. Enigma are within the side. Now, though we're seeing the Rolling Thunder, means that all these defenders, they're concussed, and well, the OG members, they can capitalize off of that exactly. Excali's back into it. He uses Nightfall. He gets a little bit of information, but again, it's too risky for EG to move on forward. Rexy is in the back lines. He's looking for that headshot, but he's tagged significantly. He has no choice. Oh no, he's going for it. Enigma is still trying to stick it. Are they looking for exit frags? Because defusing the spike is going to be a whole lot more difficult. And again, Shooter. gets rid of them easy peasy, and it's Orangutan who now equalize the score once more, 9-9.
Man, look on the bright side for OG. Man, you gotta love LAN, right? Oh man, just gotta love it. Stage, the excitement, everything is here, and it just feels like we're just one big happy family, right? Yeah, focusing on the task at hand, talk about Team Orangutans. A job well done on executing the side itself. What's even more, that they have utilized their utilities to perfection. They've only used Rolling Thunder, right? From the A side, and that way it was used on post plant. Smokes were used to perfection. They even planted the spike successfully without having any problems to deal with from Enigma's end. But all in all, you've got to wonder, out of all the problems that Enigma had, do you really think that Enigma can come back in a situation like this?
Absolutely, the score is still equal, and yet again exactly what you were seeing in the first half as well, right? It's that it's back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. We haven't seen that pattern, and that's something I really like. As viewers, of course, it builds excitement, it builds anticipation who's going to win, but as the player, it makes it all the more challenging to go through round after round, not knowing if you're in the advantage or not. This time, Orangutan, oh, they're not in the advantage. They're blocked off. RBK, Raw Fuel, they're striking from all centers. They want to get rid of the attackers outside of shots, but Ember holds on, and Tesseract also strikes. Now, though, it's RBK eliminated, and Aduka finally gets that final kill. Pushed in from A side, went to Shah's final kill, and yet again, it's Aduka who does it all.
Enigma decides to play fire with fire, but unfortunately, Orangutan, they were one step ahead. Always, they are one step ahead. Orangutan, my goodness, the amount of counters that they've just played it so perfectly well really shows that Enigma, now they're just double thinking. Is it a good way to be aggressive now? Is it a good way to just play for picks and see whether if they can get an opening pick? Because most of the time, it's been unsuccessful. They cannot remove the main player. They cannot remove Aduka, right? He's been the one who's been dealing most of the shots. You even had Vibor, the IGL leader for Orangutan, being the controller, doing all the major shots. The aftershock, which was used to perfection from the shower's end, which immediately for Enigma's end, right? Especially in the previous round, you saw that, right? Aftershock, even the slow offs were put to use to ensure that no matter if there's any aggressive push, it will be denied, and they denied it so perfectly well. It's just like they just played. It's just the outplays is just insane.
Right, again, it's going to be the venue. It's really hype. I have to say this to all the people at home watching. If you are living in Bengaluru, definitely get yourself sorted. Be here tomorrow if you can't. Right now, we get back into the round. Raw Fuel, it's not going to fall for it. It's not going to fall for it. It's waiting it out. And yet again, it's going to be the Star Fraggers. It could have been the duelists up against each other, Raw Fuel against Aduka. But everyone backs off. Everyone takes a breather. And yet again, Orangutan, they don't want to rush this. They don't want a replication of the previous round. They are just using their time. And now the forward line. And what a pick onto Rexy. He's gone. Isolated gunfight. They're going to be smokes towards defender spawn, towards elbow. Raw Fuel inside of Hooker. He's splashed. He's dazed. He's getting tagged. He's looking to go for more kills. But he's shut down. Shooter not only revives, he strikes, and he gets those headshots.
This is concerning for Enigma. They just lost 2 players from the side itself, and now it's tensions. Post-plant it is. They have all the necessary utilities. The Viper Spirit is present from RVK. He could use it. He's been bombarded with 3 more players holding the side. Ember is here, so does Tesseract. They're just clearing it out one by one. And there you go. Look at it. Look how OG is just... Look how OG has control on the situation, CCB.
Yeah. I mean, I'm going to count, the resurrection as one, and I'm just going to say it was a flawless round. Enigma, they still got the kill, but boy, oh boy, Orangutan, They're ready for it. Not only is their survival rate immense right now, keeping in mind how many of their players are staying alive. Granted, the previous round was an exception where Aduka was the only one who secured that final 1v1 duel against RVK, but they're saving their credits. They're building their credit economy. Ultimates are getting used up time and time again from both of the rosters, which is good. And well, speaking of expensive ults, we have a couple of ultimates, but speaking of just expensive, it's Mr. Rawfuel yet again. He's got the operator in hand, and he is ready to strike once more.
Taking out Vibor is more than enough for Rawfuel to succeed, because he's the one who'd usually do those executions, right? To block the line of sight from the side that can give a lot of problems. And now it's just the info games. Orangutan making a decision to head in towards the B side. They want to brute force their way in. Once again, Prowlers being used to give the necessary information that they require. And Rex, info, sees it with the peak, decides to use the smoke and just falls back. He knows exactly what's happening. Concussion's being placed, but he still has the smoke to cover up from a lot of land side. He will be alive. Horrible strike. This might be huge, and this is exactly what he needs. Excali's here, so does Antidote. There goes 3 players, which means that Orangutan left with 2. Shooter, he's been dealing a lot of damage towards Enigma Gaming, and if he goes down, then that means Enigma will have a breather, and it will be a necessary one.
Enigma knew about this. Look at the positioning as well. They had so many of their players on the B-bomb side, and the rotations came in. They were ready to deal with whatever Orangutan threw at them, and boy oh boy, did they deal with it. This time Orangutan, they were shut down. Shooter wants to push forward. Good headshot from him. Time is of the essence. 12 seconds now. The Sage has got to go into battle mode yet again. But there's Ember on the A side with the spike. Rawfuel, he secures the shot. And it will be Enigma who get that 10th round. Both of the teams now on double digits.
You know, CC, we actually had a talk about whether if we get to see an overtime.
We will.
We
shall.
Map number 1, it's already 10 to 11. It's just 2 rounds left. 2 more rounds. I mean, at this point, you could say that OG, despite having huge advantage on their economic growth, but now with Enigma winning this important round, they're even Stevens.
Yep.
Full buys. They have the op from Rawfuel, and all they have to do is just hold their ground. I mean, when I say hold ground, it's really not that easy for the defenders to do so. And Rawfuel, can he get it? Yes, he does! Bye-bye, Tesseract. He will be going back to the drawing boards. And that will put Orangutan at a really tough spot.
Not only is that Tesseract as the fate gone, that's the only ultimate OG had. That is going to be the Nightfall off the board. As attackers, now you're left without an initiator, you're left without the Nightfall. How do you proceed forward? How do you get the information? Because that's the fade out. Orangutan don't have the sky, unlike Enigma. No Trailblazer for them, no Dimensional Drift. Where do they get the information? Exactly where the Enigma members are. Exactly how do they move forward?
And for Aduka, TP's information's been given, and now Enigma clearly knows that they want to be on towards the B side. They're prepped, they're ready. Excali and the Sky, both of them, they're just patiently waiting, and this info will be given them a lot. Execute has been prepped up. How will Enigma hold their ground? They know the information, the aftershock is present. They will clear it at the hands of Aduka and Shooter. Post plant. Viper Spirit is still present. They still haven't used the Viper Spirit just yet. And who knows, at this post plant, he might be able to use it.
If RBK get into the side, it will be used. Rexio, he has the support of Rawfuel. The operator was there. Otherwise, it would have been a quick death for that Brimstone. But speak of the devil, it's RBK. It's the man with the Viper Spirit. He's going through B-Long. Nobody is watching for this just yet. Enigma, first defender spawn. Rawfuel with one shooter. Oh! Aduka strikes, that's really good. Shooter's got to do it. It's duelist against duelist. Shooter this time, he's on stage with Rawfuel. What a shot! Can he go for the final one? Blade Stump, no! 4K. We've talked about everyone in Enigma, almost everyone getting 4Ks, but the match point, guess who does it? It's Orangutan, and it's Aduka. It's match point now.
It's match point for Orangutan. Man, they was this close. So close. And yet so far, just mainly because of that single use of Blade Storm. Man, now Rawfuel would be thinking, I think it would have been best if I just used the Blade Storm right away so that, you don't have to worry about that animation, right? But OG, they're in match point. They're looking to claim map number 1. Can it happen? Or will Enigma Gaming steal it away by winning 2 more rounds back? I really don't think so. They have Spectres in hand, which means that Enigma, they're back at a very huge disadvantage. You could say it's a broken bye. And Orangutan, they're putting a lot of stops to it. Rolling Thunder, Nightfall, everything is present on the B side. And the execute will be done nonetheless. Pushes here and here comes the execute. Shooter, Tesseract, clearance of the side. It's post plant. And Enigma, they're in the danger zone.
Oh, they absolutely are. Elbow is closed off. No one in Enigma is in the side. RVK Sheriff God, he's got to be a god right now. He's got to go for more. Raw fuel is out of the equation. Enigma, their numbers and their hopes, it's dwindling. Orangutan, they've got the advantage. The time, the clock is ticking. And it's the clock of death for Enigma. How do they proceed forward? Both the players, they're isolated. Sagewall's gonna go down. Rexy with it. Does he go down? Yes, he does. Aduka finds one. RVK's gone. And as all of you can hear it, it is going to be Orangutan securing their map pick 13 to 10.
Yep, 13 to 10. My goodness. What a way to start it off on our first matchup. Team Orangutan will succeed. Map number 1. Bind is theirs. But it's just a beginning, CCB. This is just the beginning. We still have 2 more maps to go, Ascent and Icebox. And talk about the scoreboard itself. We all know what's going to happen here, CCB. The main MVPs, the plays, the amount of thrifty rounds that Enigma Esports had done, and the counters that OG had placed is just put to absolute perfection, CCV. And you might wonder, what will OG do on map number 2? Do you have any idea what will OG do on map number 2?
I mean, of course, we'll keep talking about the scoreboard and statistics, but for now, let's go over the match. We can see Orangutan, all of the players as well. They're meeting up, and boy, oh boy, this was an explosive first match. Took a bit of time to get started, but once it did, there was no stopping it. There was a lot of stopping and starting between the likes of Enigma and Orangutan. The first half, it was a lot of just, oscillation between one team then the other and the one team then the other. The second half, Orangutan stepped it up, and those clutches, the flicks, everything was just really good. And here the casters as well behind us, we can see most of the players now, they're exiting, they're talking amongst themselves. But guys, that was some performance we just saw, wasn't it?
Yep, that was some performance. That I have to agree on that, CCV. Man, this is just the first map, right?
Yep.
And we still have 2 more maps to go, followed up with yet another match.
And we have the streamer showdown.
Yeah, we also have the streamer showdown. There's a lot that we still have to cover, and map number 1, boy oh boy, what a way to end it off. And for a moment there, we both of us thought that we'd expect overtime. It turns out, Orangutan just said, no Baba, we just ended off on a 13 to 11, and that's that. Yeah. Man, I gotta say, Aduka, Jesus, man. I have no words to say. And Tesseract.
Well, speaking of all the players, let's have a look at the scoreboard as well. Let's have a look exactly at numerical data, and boy oh boy, 13 to 10. Tesseract, 23 kills. RVK is the Viper. You always talk about, the controllers, and the controllers did their job really good. 26 kills for him. On the side of OG, you have Vibhor, 22 kills. Everyone stepped up. Rexy as the Brimstone, he didn't have the best of days, but he did his job to the best of extents. Maybe Enigma needed a little more firepower from their roster, and that could have helped them secure the map. You never really know, but having a look at the scoreboard, boy, oh boy, I gotta say, these were some performances we saw from special players.
Yeah, although Orangutan did succeed map number 1, let's not forget, this is the map pick that Team Orangutan has decided. So on map number 2, this is EG's map pick. This is map Ascent. So whatever happens, Enigma Gaming, they still have a chance, and that is the only bright side to it. So whatever happens on map number 2, you could say that Enigma, they still have a chance to come back and see whether if Deciders can come back out, which will be on Icebox.
Well, we're talking about match number 2 for now. Let's have a look at the match MVP, the one player who had the best performance, and definitely it's gotta be RVK, the man who started the trend of the Enigma 4K. He was there, Viper split, classic in hand, and he was like, nobody passes through this. The 1v1, he won it. Couple of 1v1s, he couldn't secure it for his side as well, but overall, if you look at it from an overarching perspective, he definitely had stellar performances. Look at that 330 average combat score. KDA as well of 26 KDR, 1.3 RVK, and his utility usage that we can't see just yet. But he was well deserving of the MVP prize.
Yep, it is well deserving. I mean, most of the time it's usually the duelist who'd get most of the kills, but RVK managing both the utilities from the controller side and fragging both at the same time. Let's not forget, he has been in numerous amount of clutches. The Sheriff's clutch, my God, those shots were so crispy. So crispy. And boy, we cannot wait what's going to happen on map number 2, man. I really can't wait.
No, yeah, absolutely. Map number 2 is going to be exciting. But before that, I believe, our host Mama as well, he's readying up an interview with one of the players. Let's see who the player will be. Let's see exactly, when it will happen. It'll be a little bit of time, but definitely all the people here at the venue and the people watching, you do not want to miss out the interview from the players, because we had a little bit of a segment, before the match had started. We had a couple of interviews. We saw Vibho, we saw Antidote, going through exactly what was happening. Now it's time, after we have seen gameplay, after we have seen one map take place, to dive deep into the players' strategies and into the minds of the players as well. So yeah, as that is getting readied up, we'll wait and we'll see. And of course, we can talk about the second map of Ascent as well. Do you think Enigma will be able to make a comeback, considering they have chosen that map?
Yep, they have. Enigma Gaming. Map number 2 Ascent will be the deciding factor to determine whether if Enigma Gaming can put themselves back on deciders. But even though, you still gotta wonder. Say for an example, if Enigma Gaming did win map number 2, Icebox still favors a lot for Orangutan, right?
Yeah.
And
Indeed.
that is what mainly concerns me the most for Enigma, because talk about their entire journey from the group stages. They've been struggling every single round, every single match. We even saw them when they went up against Reckoning Esports, right? A lot of problems. I can even give an example from the side of Velocity Gaming, right? Bind and Haven, 13-9, 13-5, clearly shows that Enigma was struggling when it comes to having control on their economic growth, right? Although they did win most of their pistol rounds, and they yet continue to do so in this matchup against Team Orangutan, you still need to understand that no matter how many times you'd be at a very disadvantageous situation, once you're in it, it's very difficult to come back. And Enigma Gaming has been in the situation time and time and time again. They need to find a way to get out of this loophole. They need to ensure that no matter what happens, making risky plays, guaranteed. But if you're making a risky plays, you gotta guarantee a kill or two to ensure victory is at their hands.
100% Enigma have got to make sure that they don't take any unnecessary risk, but if the risk factor has to be indulged into, Enigma best believe they got to go for it. They need to, go for exactly that. But, we're talking about Ascent. For now, let's have a look at the highlights on the map of Bind. Let's go over exactly what we saw in this lengthy map, which had a full 23 rounds.
Yep, 23 rounds, man.
Yeah, the highlights will be good. So all the people at home watching as well, enjoy the highlights. We'll be right back after the short break. Enjoy the highlights. Stay here. The next map will be readied up alongside the interview very, very shortly.
Remaining. One enemy
like
remaining.
butter, baby.
I'll find you. Thrifty.
Down you go. Back off. Gotcha.
Spike. One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Element of the AMD Ryzen and Windows 11 presents the Esports Club Challenger Series powered by Lenovo and Crucial Memory. We've seen the first map, which was exciting to watch, of course. I do have two players with me. I have Ember, I have RVK. RVK, you played your heart out in the last map. Did not work out in your favor. Here's the mic. And there's something we've noticed, right? With the Sheriff, you feel very comfortable, very confident. How does that happen with you? Because you were the MVP, but especially when you have that weapon in your hand, right? You're a different beast altogether. What's the backstory?
I mean, ever since CSGO, I used to like the Deagle because it's a weapon where you just one shot and you get the kill. So I've always liked that accuracy part. Like even with a Vandal, you know, you can always one-tap people. So I don't know, ever since CSGO, I've been using the Deagle, and in Valorant, my Sheriff hits different. So I'm just happy I can hit with the Sheriff.
But look,
no, there's no secret.
There's no secret, you just like it. But when you came in, right, of course, you came in as the winners of the last Particle Derby, but the start right now has not been the best. How are you feeling right now?
I mean, I'm not shaken up or anything. It's a team game. They can win it, we can win it. So whoever plays their heart out is going to win the game. And, you know, we still have 2 more maps to go, so we're going to give it our all. And this MVP doesn't count if you don't win, so we're going to make sure it does.
Well, that's wonderful. Good luck to you. Can I have the mic, please? Here you go. Ember, how are you feeling? Good start, of course. Last time, you couldn't come out on top. This time, you're looking for revenge, and it's been the perfect start. How are you feeling, and what's the plan for this game?
The plan is nothing special.
You can hold it close.
Okay. The plan is honestly nothing special. Just play our own game, whatever we have prepared, and that's it. One situation at a time, one round at a time.
I score like we're bored, huh?
Yeah.
I've always mentioned, right? I've started calling him the Iceman, because you guys don't show any emotions whatsoever. But right now, I see a smile on your face. I hope it's brighter. I hope it's louder. When you do come out on top, that is if you do, because we still have 2 more potential games. Yeah. Do you have anything to say to the fans?
Thank you everyone for coming. This is why we have given up our life to play in front of you guys, in front of the crowd, the tournament. Thank you everyone for coming.
That's wonderful. Thank you so much, Amber. You guys can go and settle in. But to all the audience member present over here, there's only one thing I always ask for, and that is to make some noise for both these teams. Can I have some noise? That is wonderful. Our lovely panelists are ready. Who are waiting for us. So over to you, folks.
Thank you for that, Mamba. And yeah, it's here. So map number 1 is done and dusted. It is going to be 13-10. That was the final score. Now, we've seen the players as well, you know, Baba. And RVK talked about for Enigma, no changes in their mentality. Yeah, sure, they have a hurdle in front of them. Yeah, sure, the next 2 maps they have to play is going to be do or die. But that doesn't change a factor for EG. They are still in it to win it. And do you think they have the chance to do just that?
Well, that can be a possibility, CCB, because map number 2, it is Ascent. It is picked by Team Enigma Gaming. So who knows, maybe there might be some counter strats being produced from Orangutan's side that can bring it back. But if you take a look at the first map itself, CCB, the way how Orangutan countered, the way how Enigma Gaming were being aggressive on most of their rounds, you clearly know that Orangutan, they know exactly how Enigma operates. They know at what time would they push. They know at exactly what round would they be aggressive. And Team Orangutan, man, I gotta give it to them. They've done an amazing job on map number 1. But if they have to conclude, they have to win map number 2, Ascent, which is picked by Team Enigma Gaming. And I'm pretty sure that Enigma Gaming, they will give it all they've got.
100%, but you know, talking back to your point as well, that they know exactly how Enigma played. They played against that. I gotta keep in mind, and on Ascent, during the online group stages we saw here in the Challenger Series as well, right? Enigma, they played the map of Ascent. They played it against Reckoning Esports. It wasn't the best of maps. Orangutan though, yet again, just like Bind, we haven't seen them. And yet again, Baba, I have to ask you, do you think the surprise factor is going to be there for OG, where they can surprise us with the composition, even though Ascent doesn't have too many surprises in of itself?
You know, OG did surprise, they did surprise us on map Bind itself, so who knows, we might find another surprise again from map Ascent as well on map number 2. But here's the fun fact, CCB, no matter how many times that you try to surprise your teammates, don't you ever think that it would be a bit predictable for Enigma Gaming to understand what is their game plan?
Yeah, it could be. Enigma definitely can figure it out, and then, you know, they can work against it. But again, it's going to be a lot of strategy. For now, we can see the players, they're all smiling, they're talking to their crew as well. The team support, it's been imminent, it's been constant, and it has been uniform throughout the entire map number 1. So for all the crew, for OG and for Enigma, yet again, they will be doing their level best to support the players, and of course all the people at home watching as well. You guys definitely do your level best, support the players, you know, in the chat, show your love on social media as well. Again, promote the event. If you're here, you gotta be there only if you have tickets. I was reminded just now that for tomorrow and for day after the finals, the Esports Club Arena Bangalore tickets are sold out. So that's something. We had over 2,000 tickets. They're sold out. So if you have one, you don't want to miss it out. Unfortunately, if you couldn't, well, you can watch it right from the comfort of your homes. And very, very soon, we'll be watching the main event as well. Very, very soon, we'll be jumping into the map of Ascent, starting off with the agent selection.
Yep, map number 2, here it is. Ascent picked from EG. We will see Enigma Gaming go back in attack once again. The only difference is, can they come back? Can they recover the mistakes that they did on map number 1 Bind and ensure Icebox would be at the hands of the deciders? You know, deciders, it's always the major factor to determine whether if Enigma Gaming has what it takes to succeed in their own map pick. And Orangutan, they are very confident. Talk about Tesseract's performance, and also from Aduka. It's just confusing for Enigma's side. They have no idea on how to counter the strats. They don't even know how to make a counter play. It was just chaos all over again. And Enigma, no matter how many times they try to figure out a way, there's another problem that's been set aside for Orangutan to, you know, force them to make an encounter with.
Definitely, and you know, if you're talking about firepower as well, I have to agree with you, Baba, that for Enigma, most of their players, they were doing an excellent job. I mean, RVK, gotta say, he was the MVP of the entire match. He had those 26 kills, but overall, there were a couple of instances where Enigma just didn't have the best of performances. I think Rexy is an example of that. After 23 rounds, he unfortunately only had 8 kills, and this has happened many a times. If Rexy is having a bad day, Enigma may struggle. We saw it in the online group stages against the side of Velocity, where he didn't have the best of performances, if I'm being honest. I had the numbers as well. I'll look it up. But yeah, he went, after 2 maps, he only had 16 kills and 33 deaths. But against Lethal, he had a lot better of a performance, and that's why Enigma ended up defeating Lethal. So you need to have consistent performances. And speaking of consistency, we are having a look at the map statistics as well. For Ascent, again, statistically, Enigma are really favored, but can they convert this into a win right here on LAN?
Man, that's the question. That's the biggest question that I have to ask as well, CCV, because we've already seen the situation on map number 1, right? We've for a moment there, I thought, an overtime can be a possibility, but it gets denied 13-10, in which 13 rounds, Team Orangutan had so much things under control. First half, yeah, I can guarantee that they did lose a bit of their eco rounds, but it wasn't a repeat on second half. So it clearly shows that Team Orangutan has certainly adapted to the situation that they've been in first half. So on second half, we've neither see them lose most of their eco rounds, because Enigma Gaming, they didn't have any problems with it. They are the ones who won both the eco rounds. But after that, after the bonus round, after the full buy rounds, this was where Team Orangutan had things under control. They decided to push forward. They've been aggressive on most of the rounds, and they've been successful most of the time, right? I believe, if I have to say a percentage, it should be around 60 to 70% that Team Orangutan has succeeded most of their attack rounds. But map number 2, Ascent, we've already seen a lot of examples from Enigma, right? And most of it, you could say it's just a 50-50%. 50%, the main reason why I'm saying this is Velocity has already defeated them in the group stages. So, talk about it, man. It's a huge question mark. For Enigma Gaming, they've been struggling a lot. And the biggest question here is that can they succeed map number 2? See whether if they can survive the upper brackets, or if not, they still have a chance. They still have a final chance from the lower brackets. But do you really want it, though?
That is the thing, as teams, of course, the safety net is present, but would you like to be bogged down into it already day number 1 when there are 15 lakh rupees on offer for the prize pool? And again, the team that finishes 4th, unfortunately for them, they'll be going home empty-handed. So that's why all the 4 teams present, they need to secure a top 3 spot at the very least. I know every single team here wants that first position. I know every single team here wants to take the trophy of the Challenger Series as well. We have seen constants, but this time LAN, it will have different winners. And this time, who exactly will be? It's still, like you said, a big question mark. But coming back to Ascent, yes, Enigma will have a couple of struggles, On Bind, we had mentioned in the pre-match presentation how in the online stage, in the group stages, when they played against the side of Velocity, their entire defense wasn't the best. They had improved it, but it still wasn't the best. And today, their defense struggled against what Orangutan brought out. And OG, they won most of their advantageous rounds during their attack. They secured the map during their attack. It wasn't easy, but they still secured the win. And that's what I fear a little bit for Enigma as well, heading on forward into the map of Ascent, is that their attacks haven't been the best. They are now starting out on attack. Is it still viable? Have they improved enough compared to their performances in the group stages?
They have improved in the first half, that I can guarantee you, CCV. Winning a lot of difficult situations, the way how RVK, being as the controller, he was the one who was at the MVP scoreboard for Enigma. He did all the job when it comes to succeeding those clutch situations. He used the smokes at the right time to help them provide a good execute without having any problems, blocking those choke points, delivering a fatal blow towards the defensive or the attacker side from Team Orangutan. Although no matter how many times that they've made their good efforts, Orangutan, they're always one step ahead. No matter how many times Team Enigma tries their best efforts to come back, there's always Team Orangutan that would put themselves down in the first map itself. I hope this would be a different scenario on map number 2, because, like I said, this is Enigma Gaming's map pick. This is Ascent. So on map number 2, it all comes down to this. If Enigma Gaming makes a single mistake on the attack rounds, and if they don't gain themselves a huge lead in the first half itself, you could say that Team Orangutan has got it in the bag.
100% Orangutan, they'll be firing off on all cylinders right from the start. And as we have a look at the players as well, again, Everything's getting readied up. In a matter of seconds, we'll be starting off. The map shall be there. We'll see the agent selection screen as well. So, for the side of Orangutan, we don't know what to expect when it comes to the agent selection. We haven't seen them on Ascent, but for Enigma, we have seen them. And the composition they run, it's one of, if not the most popular one currently globally. You know, they have the Jet, they have the Omen, Sova is brought out alongside KO, and then finally you have Killjoy as the Sentinel. And for the time being, at least on Ascent, this is a very, very popular composition. Even though many people do ask Killjoy exactly why, you know, Breach will be there, Chamber is such a good alternative. Definitely now more than ever, now that the new patch has hit, Killjoy can be a really, really good Sentinel to set up. And always on Ascent, she has had, you know, that nature with her, and that repo has been with KJ, that she will be picked. But yeah, this is a very popular comp. We've seen it recently internationally as well in Masters Copenhagen, Guild, Loud, XZ. So many of these international teams brought it out, and Enigma will be no different.
Yeah, since we're talking about Agents Pick Select, you could say on a map like Ascent, I gotta agree that KJ will be definitely a huge factor on a map like Ascent. So expect a lot of counters coming in from OG. Say if there isn't, say there is KJ on from Enigma Gaming. You always have counters like from Sova Shock Dart. You even have the Aftershock from Breach. There's a lot of utilities that can easily displace or dismantle the lockdown which has been initiated from the KJ's end. So the main thing that they need to do is understand at what round would it be crucial for them to use it, and at what time do they need it to execute well at the right time. So on Ascent, I mean, it's not like Haven, right? I mean, you don't have like 3 sites. It's just the usual 2 sites of map Ascent. You have the long-range mid-combat that it's usually a safe haven for all players out there. So you could say that Raw Fuel might have a good possibility on that mid place itself on Ascent, don't you think?
Oh, that's the thing I'm most excited about. It is going to be, you know, Raw Fuel up against Shooter. It's going to be the battle of the operators. We saw glimmers of the operator brought out on the map of Bind. Now it's full-fledged attack. It's full-fledged defense, and that is what excites me. But of course, you know, the operator, it's a long shot, pun intended, long shot. But mind you, I mean, the teleport play, cutting off showers for Enigma. Enigma had no choice but to go onto the A-bomb side. They planted the spike, but it all ended in vain. This time, Enigma then brought out with the Thrifty. Now this time, is it going to be the same, or is it going to be how generally, you know, Valorant goes, with a team winning the pistol, then the anti-eco, and then we see rifles brought out?
Yeah, the amount of commitment that they've made on map number 1 clearly shows that a team Orangutan knew what they were supposed to do. They just had to wait it out and just wait for Enigma do their aggressive push. It was like bait all over again. So hopefully on map number 2, we might see Enigma Gaming, you know, play it safe, you know, play passively, see whether if they can get a pick or 2, and then when they realize that, hey, you know what, we've got the info, we know what kind of utilities that they've used already, we'll just push it from the A side or at B side, whenever they see fit on a map like Ascent. So the only main question is, since Ascent is played, would we expect to see a Sova being brought up? Because the Odin combo with the Recon Dart is such a devastating combo to deal with, right? And once you get the information and once the Odin starts to, you know, pre-fire through the wall, it's just difficult for the attackers to just fall back, right?
Yeah, answering your question, will the Sova be brought out from Enigma? I don't doubt it, yes. The Sova should and probably will be brought out. From the side of Orangutan, I'm trying to think exactly who will play the Sova, because the thing with Orangutan is most of these guys, most of their members, they've worn many hats. They don't have a dedicated, you know, role or an agent archetype that they play. When it comes to initiators in Sova, we've seen Tesseract played, we have seen Vibhor play the Breach a couple of times, even Ember has picked up the Breach a couple of times, and that is the main question with Orangutan, is that yes, if they bring out a Sova, who exactly will be on that? And we spoke about this on the map of Bind as well. Do you have any predictions that if the Sova is brought out, is it going to be Vibhor, Tess or Ember?
Man, we're about to find that out, right? I mean, at
yeah.
this point, we just have to see. I mean, RVK for sure, he'll be the controller nonetheless, right?
Yeah.
They on every maps, controller and sentinels are very much necessary to block lines of sight and do most of the stuff. So, yeah, talk about round number 1 itself. It's all ready to go. And there you go, the pistol round it is. Aduka is here with the first frag. So does Rex. Already tons of gunfights been made around from the B side. But let's not forget the spike's been dropped down from the side of Enigma. And it's over. RVK left to clutch a 1v2. All by himself, the spike's been dropped down, so Orangutan knows exactly where the spike is, and also the information regarding RVK's whereabouts. And there you go, Vibor starts off for Team Orangutan, winning their first attack round.
Yet again, Orangutan, they start off once more firing off on all cylinders. And, you know, having a look at the performances, well, again, great pistol round, definitely start off very strong. OG went for that. As usual, as you do the split B take, you push through market, you push through B main, execute onto side, and it worked. The spike was dropped for a couple of seconds, but they retrieved it, and then the paranoia hit RVK, and I believe alongside RVK, it associated. The paranoia hit every Enigma supporter right here in the venue and at home watching as well. Unfortunately for them, the paranoia turned into a nightmare, as now Enigma have to live through this living nightmare of round number 2, where they don't have the best of guns, and Orangutan, they start off firing on all cylinders.
Yep, Tesseract is still here, holding the background of the B site. Every single side is cornered and taken care of, and Ember is just hunting down every single player out, and Shooter will do the job. RVK gets picked off from the catwalk, and now it's Rafuel, Marshall in hand. There's still a chance that he could get a kill or two. One single headshot is more than enough to get guaranteed. He will find one, doesn't get the second. No, he does not. In the end, it will be Team Orangutan looking so strong on round number 2, winning both the pistol rounds, which means that it will be bonus on round number 3. Man, you gotta love the chant, CCB. You gotta love the chant here.
100%, you gotta love it. Orangutan already. The support is brought out for their side, but it's Orangutan on the offense. Nevertheless, well, they're the defenders right now, but the offense is fully fledged out. They're ready for the kills, and now is the big question. Enigma, yes, they've got rifles, but it's not rifles full armor. OG can still get this round, can still pick up a couple of these Vandals if they're careful about it, and if they play it smartly. But it's got to be Enigma who outsmart their opposition and finally get a round on board. So, we see Excali this time on the KO. No fade brought out from Enigma. That's quite interesting. So yet again, yeah, it's going to be Sova and KO. They are, you know, using the same composition they did in the group stages. No changes from their side. As for Orangutan, no Sova. It's rather KO and Fade. But otherwise, yeah, it's pretty much, you know, very, very similar what they're bringing out. It's only that initiator difference. But how big of a difference will it make? Let's have a look at this KO. Let's see Excali. Position given away. Shooter wants to progress forward, and it's still a standstill that we're at. But now Enigma, they're traversing through enemy territory, and this can be dangerous, or they will be dangerous.
And all the way towards the mid side, the door's been closed, so Orangutan knows exactly what's happening. By the time the door's been destroyed, the recons will give them information, and Rafuel, he needs to do the initiative. Every single utility has been placed, and Tesseract all by himself with the sheriff in hand. He won't be able to get a frag or two because Rex and Rafuel has taken things under control on the B side. They've got the control. They will proceed to head in for the spike, and now it's post plant at the hands of Team Orangutan.
Shooter finds one. That's one kill for OG, but Enigma, they've got a stronghold over this bomb side. Orangutan have to hit them together if they have a chance of tackling these rifles, and that's exactly what they shall go for. Aduka isolates another gunfight. Rexy's down to 8 HP, no armor. Orangutan, oh Ember, Aduka, put him in. What? How did they manage this? It's going to be a 3 versus 5 into a 3 versus 0. Third round goes in favor of Orangutan.
Wow. Alright. I did not expect that.
Nobody did. Was there
I did not
anyone
expect
expecting that? I don't think so.
I mean, they were just down with sheriffs. Round number 4. Now you gotta really wonder about Enigma's economy growth.
Yeah.
Man. Broken buys.
Exactly.
Vandals. Only one Vandal, and that is from the hands of Rafuel.
No armor for him,
No
unfortunately,
armor.
as well. So
Absolutely
it's not going to be a hero Vandal. It's going to be again a glass cannon Vandal. Raw Fuel, who's known to go for glass cannon operators this time, has the Vandal. Shooter shuts down Antidote, and yet again Orangutan, like we've been saying, they're on the offensive. They don't care, it's their defense. They want to go for these kills. They're going for a lot more of a proactive defense right now, and this time it's all guns blazing. They don't care too much about utility. They want to go for kills. Let's have a look at Aduka now. Gets stabbed, swings wide. Meanwhile, Tesseract just finds two simply by himself. He was all alone, and the spike is now in the sight of the defenders. Enigma yet again in a little bit of trouble.
One enemy remaining.
Already they're starting to lose a lot of players, and that is all down. Orangutan, man, what a way to start it off. 4 wins on defense, back to back. Whew, boy. This is looking so promising for Team Orangutan. First map, it was 13-10, and now this 4-0. Now you got to be thinking, Enigma. I believe now it's a technical timeout being requested. No, it's not. No, it's not. I mean, 4-0 Enigma. He's got to step it up, man. Full buy rounds, everything's on board. So hopefully you might see Enigma fall back. I mean,
Enigma want to go forward. They push through the swarm grenade. Raw Fuel already 74 HP. This is a big decider round from Enigma. Nightfall comes out, and Orangutan, they're looking for the kill. But Shooter this time is the first casualty. He won't be getting the opening kill. Although the Nightfall prevents the attackers from pushing forward, they're still looking for the kills. Enigma still have the man advantage, but look at the map control. Ember's all the way in mid. And it's going to be quiet. Meanwhile, towards B main, we are seeing all this action happen. Ember waits and watches and waits and watches. Now he strikes, and again, the spike, there's a good chance something happens, but RVK is there. Ember doesn't check him. It's going to be an easy kill for the Sova, and only one player remains on the side of Orangutan. Enigma are looking to get their first round.
Yep, they had to, especially in this 5th round. They've lost a lot of momentum for these first 4 rounds, and now it's time for Enigma Gaming to come back. That's right. He might have knows the whereabouts for the side of Team Enigma. They cannot find one. They get the kill nonetheless. Enigma Gaming will open up their account by winning their first round on attack. And in the next round, I believe that Enigma Gaming might have something else to say, with the null command being in the hands of Excali.
Yeah, ultimates are going to be brought out from the side of Enigma as well. And right now, the Nightfall was used from OG, but this time, going for kills, bit them in the back, and now they got to be careful with kills. Now they have to be careful with the peaks, but there's one gun, and I believe everyone has their sights on the gun and the player.
Oh boy.
Shooter has got the operator. Thing is, he won't be sitting for the time being. It's going to be a full-on brute force A execute. The paranoia hit. Now null command goes through, and Raw Fuel's the first one. Dive agent inside the bomb side. Enigma have A side control. Orangutan will be playing for the retake.
Yup, Excali is just doing his best share of efforts to hold that chance from the hands of Shooter. No, denied at the hands of Raw Fuel. And now Vibor is still here, holding his ground. The information being given from Phase's utility. Every single player from Orangutan are in the side. They want to get that back control. Double use of lockdown. The first attack is being used. One of them's been detained. That is Vibor. Still be safe. But for the attackers, this is even more influential. 3 players still left. And Orangutan, can they come back?
Now both of them going through garden right now. It's one enemy. Ember still wins the gunfight. Now he's gone. He was detained earlier. Now he's sent all the way to the Shadow Realm. It's going to be second round from Enigma, and the brute force works. There was the Killjoy lockdown. There was the counter Killjoy lockdown from the side of Orangutan as well. But by then, unfortunately, too many of their players died. Ember was alone. Vibho was detained, and there was no way they could get back into it.
Yep. This aggressive push from Enigma was heavily necessary, especially with that null command from Excali, which was so crucial to get control as best as possible. And let's not forget, RVK, out of all 4 attackers who were in the side, RVK was still behind. He was just making sure that none of the players are either pushing from the mid side or from the spawn to ensure that flanks would not succeed at the hands of Team Orangutan, and they have done an exceptional job at it. And even if it did not happen, even if the flanks did not arrive, you still have the shock drones, right? You can just usually use the lineups which have been placed from the default plant. It's easier said than done. But all in all, the way how so many utilities has been used, you gotta wonder, Orangutan, they've already used 2 of their utilities, right?
Yeah.
Lockdowns has been used. They even used Nightfall, I believe.
Nightfall was used by Orangutan,
Yeah, Nightfall was being used. So now you got to wonder, since all of that utilities was used just on post plant by Excali's single use of null command in the early round, it clearly shows that Enigma has control on their utilities. And just like I said, raw fuel, he'll be having the Blade Storm, and the same thing can be said for the Omen as he has from the shadows.
And Omen from the shadows, that's the one factor of Omen's, that how often can he use that ultimate? But more so again, Operator in the hands of Shooter. It was stitched away from his hands when we dashed into the bomb site in the previous round. This time again, position given away. It's got to be careful. And very soon, initial gunfights will be taking place. So what is Enigma's plan? They've brute forced their way. They've rushed into the B bomb site, into the A bomb site. Now they're taking their time. Paranoia again. The Paranoia placements, man. This time Aduka goes in the darkness. He doesn't see anything. He has no choice but to fall back. The one way is the defenders. It is going to be RDK and Rexy who get the opening kills. Fragment doesn't allow any defender to push up. And yet again, Enigma have a side control. Beautiful execute. An antidote. Wait.
Ooh.
Wait.
Look at the patience.
It's
the patience.
Gone. Shooter's gone.
Another goes. Man, this is huge. Ember, especially in this post plan, this is not looking good. Here we go. And RVK will be here to end things off. What once we thought it was Orangutan's turn to win 4 rounds of defense back to back. Here comes Enigma, flinging back in control and says, all right, you've done your part. Now it's my turn.
Yep. And boy, oh boy, their turn it is. And yep, like we had said, it was crunch time for Enigma, we had said. And now, well, it's got to be Orangutan. Same shall be said for them. So the economy of Orangutan finally has caught up to them. You know, they have a weaker buy right now, a Stinger, half armor, a couple of rifles. If they lose this, then it'll be trouble. Shooter Blades from, he pushes, destroys the alarm board, the turret, and now he's looking for more kills, but it's going to be Aduka who finds an isolated gunfight. And yet again, Enigma are on the back foot. It's Orangutan who won't be stopping anytime soon. And just like the map of Vine, OG have forced Enigma into a corner. This time the corner is going to be their spawn and A main. That's pretty much it. Enigma have to break free from this. If they go on the A bomb side, they'll be seeing 3 defenders, and the defenders want to take their heads off. Shooter does just that, and Enigma are in a little bit of trouble now.
Yeah, they're losing a lot of time as well. Only 60 seconds left for Enigma Gaming to make their push, and not a lot of man count remains to hold their perspective. Raw Fuel is still here. He's trying to make amends, see whether if he can equalize it, but it's not enough. Ember is just patiently waiting from the mid side. A trade out will happen nonetheless. An execute has to be done, so they'll just push in from the A side. The KJ, Vibor, ready. Alarm of watch being used. Information being given from Anuka. He gets one. Antidote is still alive. Can he make the plays? It's all by himself. Still has some certain utilities.
30 seconds left.
Smoke being used, the teleport ability being used as well. It's just so close.
I have the spike.
Have the spike, could go in for the plant as well. But knowing that you have to deal with all 3 players at the same time is not unusual. And in the end, we all know what is the end result of it. It will be Aduka. Final frag it is, and Team Orangutan is still continuing their carnage.
Spike down A.
Yeah. This time, it's back and forth, just like the map of Bind. But Bind was round after round after round. The winners, the plays, everything was changing. There's a lot more momentum based. There's a lot more based on, longer methods on how exactly you gotta force your way through. And even now, very influential round. Everyone taking a look at the scoreboard as well. It's 10 rifles. Full armor, ultimates are there, economy for both of the teams, it's not in the best of conditions, which is why I say it's an influential round, because if you lose this, if all your 5 rifles are gone, affording them for the next round will be difficult, and in a way for both of the teams, they need to win this. Orangutan, they secure round number 6, at the very least, just like Bind, they'll be securing an equal half. Enigma, they are currently at a deficit of 2 rounds, securing round number 4 pushes them closer to their opposition. Very simple, but again, has to be said, given the stakes.
And 5-3, talk about Enigma Gaming. Still have that Hunter's Fury from RVK's end, so high likely a chance that it could be used if timed it right. Maybe you could use it on post-plant situation, or maybe just to try to take out Shooter. He has the open hand after all, so the more presence that he shows towards any long sights, the more problem that Enigma Gaming has when it comes to control on certain places. And talking about it, I gotta say, from Orangutan's end, the amount of how patience that they had, knowing at what time Enigma would push, knowing at what moments would they arrive, this clearly shows that Team OG have things under control, but there are some certain situations where Enigma gets the better out of it, right?
True.
Especially that huge flank that we saw from the Omen.
Yeah, Anti was really good at that. And then again, you know, Enigma, there have been times where they really rely on this. I mean, I still remember when Antidote had just joined Enigma, and when he was starting off as that Omen, there were many plays on Haven where he went for these lurks, these deep lurks, these flanks, and back then it worked, and even now, in one of the most pressurous and tense situations, it works. Now, Rocky trying to put the numbers up, but Shooter gets the headshot. Both the Jets are eliminated off the board, but this time it's the Swarm Grenades and Orangutan. Yeah, they have the A site on lockdown. They are like, Enigma, you're not going to move forward. You have to back off.
Yep, they have to stop. And for Enigma, despite their best share of efforts to brute force their way in towards the site, Orangutan has somehow managed to put a stop to it. But at what cost? Maybe Enigma Gaming are thinking of making distractions in towards the B side. See whether if Orangutan would mainly solely focus on the B side itself. But the only thing is, will they take the bait or not? And talking about OG, they don't have control on mid, so there's high likely a chance that Enigma could use of it to their advantage.
Yeah, with 4 players, there's that likelihood, but the spike is still on A, so maybe Enigma are looking for that fake, you know, send the Sova, send the Omen, send the people with a lot of utility on the B bomb side, fake out and execute, go for the smokes, you know, confuse the opposition, and then execute on A where the spike really is with KO. But Aduka, the other KO, is watching that very angle, and time is running out. We get the 30 seconds undisputed brought out. Ember as the Omen eliminates the other in the server, and very soon we'll be seeing KO up against another Orangutan. Have total control of both the bomb sites. EG have no choice but to brute force again. Pop flash goes through. Excali isolated and dead. Rexy can't really do much. And Orangutan, clearly good defense is holding up. Vibhor finds one, and RVK, unfortunate for him, can't do anything.
Yep, not a lot of time left, so we all know what will happen. It's Team Orangutan who will be on a substantial lead, 6-3. And my goodness, the way how they're playing right now, I mean, denying an aggressive push like that from Enigma really has put a stop to Enigma's motivation entirely, you know?
Yeah.
Enigma Gaming, the entire composition, the entire agent comp that they've had sorely focuses on being aggressive from the A side. And since when you have a lot of, you know, counters, the suppression knife that can deny almost half of the abilities, and a smoke to put it back to ensure that even though if you make a push towards the side, you will be shut down entirely. And that's what OG have been doing it for the past 3 to 4 rounds. Enigma did try to make an attempt to push all the way towards mid, but that was also caught up. Even the market itself, where they decide to, you know, when they decide to push in from the B side, they realize that the entire market door has been closed. You still, you either are left with an option on either pushing all the way towards the main site, on the main default spawn, right, from the defensive end. So most of the time, Enigma Gaming are left with the decisions that it's barely unsolvable, right? It's like Orangutan has all 5 Rubik cubes. And they've given it to Enigma, and they just say, just solve the equation. That's exactly what's happening, right? Every single time, they're just left with a problem, and they just cannot solve it. Most of the time, they just get away with those amazing, beautiful shots that we've seen from the Sheriffs, but it's always that mind games that Team Orangutan always gets the best of it.
That is true, Orangutan, If they can deal with Enigma's initial first push, if Enigma planning that, Enigma scrambling away, it takes a lot out of them, and then coming up, like you said, with the solution is immensely more difficult for the side of EG, and I believe that's something that they'll be discussing. We don't have many rounds remaining in this first half. I believe we only have 3 more rounds remaining. So there's not a lot of time for Enigma, but yet again, just like Bind, they can still equalize the score and hope that in the second half things get better, because honestly, I feel like it will for Enigma. You know, we talked about Enigma, their attack being weak. There was a reason why I said that. When we saw the likes of Enigma Gaming up against Reckoning Esports, Enigma's attack struggled. you know, overall it just wasn't the best of. It just wasn't the best of halves. It ended with a 2-10 score, 10 rounds for Reckoning and only 2 for Enigma. This time is a lot more equal. Enigma are looking to get more. And back then as well, a lot of the reason why Reckoning got so many rounds that they were getting those initial kills. I mean, we saw Deadly 10 and Bad Love just go ham as the Raze and Bad Love was on the chamber. The Headhunter plays. My God, he was hitting some shots that day. And out of the 20 rounds we saw on that map, in 10 of them, it was either Deadly or Bad Love who got the opening kill. So that's why I'm saying Enigma had struggled on their attack. They tried to salvage it on their defense. They got a couple more rounds. They definitely got more than their attack. They couldn't win it back then. Right now, their attack is doing better than usual. But their defense is where I believe they can really shine, which is why Orangutan have got to be careful about it.
Yeah, for Enigma, like you said, CCB, there is highly likely a chance that Enigma could come back on second half.
Yeah.
Knowing that the entire agent comp itself is just purely based on denials itself, right?
Exactly.
It always depends on how well Excali can use the suppression knife to a point that if it catches one of the controllers, it is very difficult to use those lines of sight to, you know, deny the attackers making the push. So unless and until if we see Excali have some kind of a lineup from the suppression knife that can automatically catch them, or, you know, use the fragment in a way. I mean, fragment is just mainly used for post-plant situations, right?
Or to deny.
Yeah, technically it's just used for to deny spike, but
yes.
All in all, you have to say that the way how Orangutan has been playing for these entire first half, they're relentless. They won't stop, and no matter how many times Enigma they try to brute force their way in or just be aggressive every single round, it always feels like Orangutan, they immediately know what they do best, right? Every single time, it's no matter if there's 3-player pushing in with full buy rounds, Orangutan, they just casually takes out players one by one, and who do we say thanks to? And that's from Tesseract.
Yeah, again. Now, so technical issues are done. We're back into the game. Round number 10 is in front of us. Enigma, they can afford one final full buy before they have to bid all their credits to do. They better make the best out of the situation they have. They've got the rifles, they've got half armor, full armor. They're scavenging around for any credits they can find, but they need to find the kills. And yet again, look at how much Raw Fuel has pushed into enemy territory.
Oh,
he has infiltrated all the way towards defender's spawn, and Orangutan are watching out for it. Very soon, we may see some gunfights. Aduka can swing wide. Oh, sorry, Tesseract can swing wide, and he'll be looking to get that kill. Meanwhile, Aduka is also ready. He backs off, and Enigma yet again are denied temporarily to push into a bomb site.
There's a lot of traps which have been placed from the A side, which means if they make a decision to push in from A, then all hell breaks loose from Enigma's side if they get caught out on those important utilities. But I believe they understand their motivations, they know what exactly is happening, they decide to corner them, and turns out it's not working out. Shooter is here, he will succeed taking out Rex, which means that Enigma Gaming are starting to lose a lot of bodies. Only 3 players left. They're losing a lot of time, and that information being gained somehow does not work out, because RVK and Antidote are still here to give hopes and dreams for Enigma Gaming to survive from the shadows. Will get some recent information, but not at all. Not a lot of time left, only 10 seconds. Strong, and Tesseract is just not letting him into the A side. An Antidote, the IGL leader for Enigma Gaming. He won't be able to do anything because the timer has just run out. 7-3. It's Orangutan will win 7-3.
Yeah, yet again, Orangutan having this advantage right now. And yet again, the defense was really, really solid. They held their ground. They held the side. They didn't give it up. They didn't play for retakes. We are seeing this tactic from them, and it's working beautifully. Even though there were instances, glimmers of hope once more from Enigma, which allowed them to get that, to get back into the round. The double kill that took place, which gave a little bit of push towards that momentum. Orangutan still denied it, and they still ditched Enigma. But another good thing for OG is that they're isolating these gunfights. We saw the first kill. It was Shooter yet again taking down Raw Fuel, and yet again it was an isolated kill. Then Vibhor got another towards B main, I believe. One more player of Enigma died. And these guys, Orangutan, are isolating gunfights time and time again, and it's really working well for them. Enigma need to figure out some strategy. So, nearing the final 2 rounds of the first half now, and makes sense why YB has taken the timeout.
I mean, talk about the buy rounds itself, I'm pretty sure that Enigma Gaming does not have a lot of weaponry left in them. So they have to rely on their utilities as best as possible, but will it be enough? I believe not so. It's a broken buy. It is a broken buy from Enigma.
Yeah.
Bulldogs, a classic from Raw Fuel. I mean, you have the Blade Storm, right? You could use it, you could put use to great potential, but you need to ensure that you get a confirmation of a kill or two. Get the weapon upgrade, use some weapons, and ensure that you'll be able to succeed in this broken round, which is a difficult task for Enigma, but we've all been there. We've seen those situations before, so it can happen.
Yeah, yet again now Raw Fuel. Again, he's going to do the same thing he did in the previous round. So it was the spawn. What a headshot! That's the Duca gone. Goodbye, my friend, for this round. And Enigma, they want to go to the B bomb side. Two defenders are there. There's the turret. Vibho needs to get this kill, but the lockdown forces everyone out. Enigma, they'll be using the null command as well. The killjoy got to fall back in. Vibho do it. Tesseract is also present. Not anymore. It's all down to Vibho as the front line of this defense. Lockdown is gone. This time Vibho won't be detained by it, but Enigma, they will detain the bomb side all to themselves.
Yeah, Ember is back in towards the market side, holding his ground, and the backup is here, but not for long. RVK is here to deny one of them. But there's still a chance. Lockdown is still present from OG's end, so they could use it. The rest of the three players, RVK, headshot once more in the second. And with it, Enigma Gaming, they're not out of it just yet, folks. 7-4. And RVK is here to make the plays that he wanted to make.
Raw Fuel started it, RVK ends it, and Enigma, they move a step forward into equalizing the score against Orangutan. And again, it was the weaker buy where it worked. It was the Blade Storm, it was the Vandals picked up that Enigma made do with. And boy oh boy did they do that. A 3-round winning streak for Orangutan has been put to rest, and now very soon, these attacking and defense sides, these teams will be put to rest as well. But not before we see Shooter on defense with the operator one final time. And now, after this, it'll be Raw Fuel doing most of the heavy lifting with this bolt action. So, Shooter, he will see RVK. He'll try to get his revenge in the previous round. He falls back. The smoke dissuades his line of sight. Can't do anything. He goes back to the bomb site. And Enigma, they want to go forward, but Tesseract. Oh, revenge. Very sweet. And Shooter goes even further.
Once you got to know that there is players pushing in from mid, OG just denies it. Rex is still here, providing a lot of tensions towards the B side as he finds one. But that's the only kill that Enigma will ever get. Still left with just 3 players. RVK is still alive. He might be able to make a place, but that fragment will force him to go back from the mid side. Let's not forget there is a huge flank coming in from the mid side. The Omen Ember! He gets one, he gets the second, and that's a clean out from OG. Yep. 8-4, my goodness, what a flank from Ember to end off the first half on an 8-4 score line. And now here comes the biggest question here. Now, Enigma's on defense.
Yeah.
Map is on a set. It's 8-4, with 8 points being in lead for OG. And Enigma, they've lost the first map. Will it be the same in map number 2?
I believe it's possible. Again, we talked about Enigma and their attacks being weaker. Even here, again, it wasn't as bad as it was against the side of Reckoning during the group stages. That was 2-10. This is 8-4. A lot more closer. Even if it's 2 extra rounds, it's a whole lot closer. And again, just like against Reckoning, Enigma had pulled off a lot of their attacking rounds. They can try and do it again. Sorry, they pulled a lot of their defensive rounds. My apologies. They can try and do it again. But this time, the Sova, the KO, the Killjoy, they will have to do a lot of work with their utility, not just with their guns, when it comes to delaying and dissuading the pushes Orangutan will go for. Because OG, they are looking to get into the bomb site. We know they play for the initial kill. As soon as they find one, bam. They're in A, they're in B, you don't really know where they'll hit, but as soon as they do, it's going to be full force and you won't know what happens, which is why many teams choose to fall back and play retake, but that also doesn't work out. Enigma need to replicate exactly what Orangutan did on their defense. Hold your ground, play for kills, even if you die, it doesn't matter as long as you don't give easy map control.
Man, for OG though, on map bind, you saw the way how they made an attack, right?
Yeah.
You even said so yourself. Whenever they get an early peak, they're just immediately rush in towards the side because they know that there's like one player's already been removed. There won't be more than one who's holding on one particular side. So they'd always use that pressure to its full potential. So hopefully on map number 2, we might see the same encounters on map Ascent. But Enigma Gaming, they're at a major deficit. Suppression Knife will give away Shooter's location, which means he won't be able to use the dash. But for a brief amount of seconds, he'll be able to use it back again. If he has it, yes, he does. Fragment is used. Every single utility that's been placed around. The first frag will come into the hands of Duka. The KO is still here. So does Excali holding his ground. That's the second kill from the Ghost. Looking as confident as ever as he takes out Testrat before. All of the way towards the B side, and RBK, does he notice this? Yes, he does, but Excali is still there for the protection, and so does RBK to get the confirmation. Oh, down to Ember, he will find one, but that's the only one he'll ever get because he's so low on HP. One more damage to the body is more than enough to give Enigma Gaming the win, but a shock dart is more than enough. Enigma Gaming will win their pistol round in the second half, which means they will survive, but at what cost?
Yet again, beautiful round inside of Enigma as well. And Orangutan, not sure what happened. They went for the brute force. They went for the smokes towards the defender spawn. They went for the market smoke as well. Then you had Shooter diving into the bomb site. But Excali picked them off one by one. And Orangutan essentially, instead of backing off, they went further into the lion's den. But as all the stories go, it ended in only one way. Orangutan, they got just completely torn apart. So this time it's their anti-eco. This time it's Enigma who've got the Spectres and the full armor. This time it's Enigma who've got defense. And yet again, Enigma strike first. Rexy gets one, now he's gone. Anti's still present. And Orangutan, they'll be happy they got one kill. They'll be happy they eliminated Killjoy. But it's hard to believe they can get more.
Yeah, not a lot of utilities left from both and two, and he'll get picked off from Raw Fuel, immediately realizing that the entire place from Garage has been taken care of.
Last player
Shooter will have the Marshal in hand, an attempt of a hip fire, but no, it won't. Raw Fuel will make sure that he won't be able to get those shots clearly as you'd expect. So for Enigma Gaming, they won their pistol rounds, they won their next round too, and now in bonus round, you could say that Enigma would go aggressive knowing that they have Spectres in hand, right?
Exactly.
So getting an upgrade of Vandal would be their first main priority, and once they get it, they just immediately fall back and just play passively. It's just simple as that. But when it comes to making an execution, it's difficult because you'd never know what kind of props or an idea that OG has in their heads.
Let's see exactly what Orangutan have, what the plan is in their head. So again, they're holding the line. They're playing very passively. They don't want to push forward just yet. They want to wait and see what Enigma do, or will they be pushing? So now Orangutan, they push through the smoke. They clear out towards B main, and now they'll be looking even further. Excali is there though. He was really peeking. He's looking for a gunfight. Takes one of the players. Flash goes through. He evades the Prowler as well. And he stops the attackers. So Excali, he's completely off their line of sight. That's one. That's two.
Excali! Oh, this is big. This is huge. And for OG, they are clueless. There's no way around. They could come back in a situation like this. They have to make the push. There's no other way for Orangutan to make a push. And Luka, he won't be able to do anything at all. What a play from Excali. Patience is the key to virtue. And all Excali had to do was just perfect. I mean, look at that. The patience game. And what's even more worse for OG is that Enigma, they just won their bonus round.
Flawlessly.
Bonus round.
Look at all those rifles that are picked up free of cost for Enigma. They are rich. And when I say rich, I mean richy rich for the side of Enigma Gaming now.
You forgot about Chamber though.
Nice. They're not Chamber rich just yet. Yeah. Maybe if they win, the entire Challenger series, but this time Rexy wins the gunfight against his arch nemesis for the time being. That's Vibho. We've been seeing a lot of Killjoy against Killjoy. It works. Antidote gets another. Antidote is on a killing spree. He got a triple kill in the previous round. Now he's on 2. Orangutan, they were on 8 at the end of the first half. They are still on 8.
Yeah, man. Even with this, being at an eco round is such a different situation for OG. They're losing a lot of bodies one by one. As Rex succeeds with the Marshal, a headshot of that too, and the finale from RVK. A final shot And guess what happened, folks? It's equalized 8-8. Enigma Gaming, they are back on track and they are here to win map number 2 with ease.
We were talking about, exactly after their attacks, how good would they be on defense, and we are seeing it. But still, for Enigma, for all their players, we're having a look at them. It's still serious faces because the game is on. They're trailing by an entire map right now, and once Ascent is done, only then will they breathe a sigh of relief. Only then will we see a couple of smiles. Who knows? The post-match interview, we'll see when that happens. But most likely, with how this game is spanning out, it'll be Enigma smiling faces as well, unless Orangutan do what Enigma did in the first half. After, Orangutan, they had that 4-round winning streak. Enigma came back into it. Enigma started winning on their own terms. They started winning with their own ways. OG can do something very similar right here.
Oh, man. Talk about Excali, though, from Enigma, man. That was crucial, man.
Yeah.
Plays like this determine the entirety of the match. And when you see Excali do exactly that, bonus round, Spectre in hand, smokes, fragments, everything's been placed from that one spot. And what's the end result? 3 kills from that. And Raw Fuel, he can have an op. He can have another one too even if he does lose one of his gunfights. So all in all, when it comes to economic growth, Enigma Gaming, they're looking strong. But the same thing cannot be said to Orangutan because they just lost their lead.
Orangutan have the round loss bonus helping them, so every single round that they lose from this point forward, they'll be getting, I believe, 2,900 credits each player. But again, they wouldn't like to lose any more rounds because the scores are level, everything is equal. Whatever has happened on Ascent so far, it's meaningless. What happens from this point forward is what matters. So Orangutan want to get back into it, and again, information given away to all the Enigma players that they're converging towards mid. Second pop flash comes out, shooter goes back, Cali ready with another, Raw-Fuel gets the opener, Raw-Fuel looking for more. The smoke prevents anyone from Enigma from seeing anything, but also prevents Orangutan from pushing any further. And again, OG are denied entry into a place on the map.
Yeah, but still, Shooter is still present from the mid side, and he gets to see they got antidote. But let's make our main focus from the A side. It's Raw-Fuel. This is the shot. Oh, disaster struck, and it's OG who takes the upper hand. And now it's RVK who is left at a very, very disadvantageous spot. 1v3, Vandal in hand. He only has recon, no more owl drones, no more shock, not even Hunter shooting present from his end. Only a trusty Vandal and a dream of a 1v3 to make it happen. Recon drop will give them some information, but it's still not enough. Aduka will survive and succeed with a triple kill in this round, which will in fact put themselves back in the lead, 9-8. And boy oh boy, what a play was that from Aduka.
There was something. Orangutan, well, desperate times call for desperate measures. They went in the bomb side, they won almost all the gunfights, and then it was just over since then. Enigma as well, missing a couple of the shots. Raw-Fuel, he wanted to fall back, but he was body blocked. Not much could have happened. But again, we are seeing a replication of what took place on the first half. Back then it was Orangutan who won 4 rounds. Enigma came back into it. Now Enigma have taken 4. Orangutan then looking to get back, but Aduka, a very crucial play in the previous round, is the first one to depart. No Sage to the side of OG. They gotta rely on their guns. That's what they're doing. Antidote as well. Goes for the combat. Wait, Tesseract misses. Big bore. And the turret still work. But the operator is there. And Raw-Fuel is here.
Yep, the long flank from Excali is on his way. All they have to do is just hold their ground from the shadows. Is here to give vital information, but no, he will stick with it. Ember on the A side, so does the lockdown. This will in fact be the change factor to determine whether if Enigma Gaming has what it takes. Will they use the ability? No, lockdown gets destroyed. Pop Flash will come in to see whether if he can take out Vibor, but he's in a very safe spot. And the same thing can be said to Enigma Gaming as they're converging patch into the side. All they have to do is just remove one player, and Vibor almost catches off the player with the fragment. Pop Flash comes in. KO, he's still alive. Excali, he's just playing peekaboo with him.
Oh, Excali, he wins it! He wins it! Ember is gone! It is going to be Enigma. They're still in it, and they have just enough time to defuse the spike. 9-9 the score, and Enigma, they took their sweet time. They waited and waited for the retake, and boy, that was some really heart-wrenching
Man, you gotta say, man.
Yeah.
The lockdown. Ooh. Man, you gotta give props for Enigma though.
Yep.
They are back. They've equalized it 9-9, and now, what will be their response? Orangutan. They were doing so good in the first half, and then suddenly we see in the second half, Enigma they just pull it back up. Now OG, they want to be aggressive. They're so desperate to get this win. And I believe it is all in or all out in this. They execute. Everything is present. The nightfall, the smokes, every single utility that you know of in this game has been presented from the side itself. But it's all. What's the funniest fact about it is that the Jet's ultimate has been used both at the same time. But all in all, OG, they've got the control, and now it's post plant. Can Enigma come back?
Yet again, Enigma have exactly what they had in the previous round. They have good positioning, but this time Orangutan, they've got Shooter, and Shooter isn't missing any of his shots that he's taking. Now, is the Vandal in hand. He's looking for more kills. Right there, he's watching the players. No, Shooter is shut down, but there are more members of Orangutan, and it is going to be double digits. The first team to reach it, it will be none other than OG.
3 more rounds for Team Orangutan to secure the first match of the TEC Arena. Man, the first map itself was huge for Team Orangutan itself, 13-10. And now, all they need is just 3 more rounds. 3 more rounds from Orangutan to succeed. And you could see the desperation that OG has, right?
Yeah.
Both of the rounds, full-on attempt on the A side. No matter what kind of utilities that they've played, no matter what kind of counter strategy they've had.
Brute force.
Everything.
Yeah.
They've pushed into the side, they saw an opening, and once it was there, they'd ensure that they get that control, no matter what the cost is, no matter if they're left at a 1vx situation on a post plant, they want that side control. And Enigma, unfortunately, no matter how many times did they hold their ground, it still wasn't enough.
Just wasn't. Yeah, this time again from Orangutan, these are very, very risky plays they're going for. They are relying a lot on their individual gunfights, but suffice it to say, they've got good reason why they're doing just that. I mean, we're seeing the highlights, we're seeing round after round, Orangutan kill after kill after kill, but this can backfire, and I'm pretty sure that's exactly what Enigma are going for as well. They are, I mean, Enigma try their best to deal with the early execute. Thing is, when Orangutan hit, we all know this, they hit with such force, you have no choice but to fall back. You have no choice but to retreat into safer territory and then go for the retake. We are seeing this from Enigma time and time again, but a couple of the times it's not working out. Enigma need a foolproof plan. But also, I'd like to say, for everyone watching, yes, Orangutan have double digits. Enigma only a single round away. 1 round is what it takes, and we'll be on level terms once more.
Look at that. Look at how OG has been pushing off, immediately realizing that there's a lot of smokes that's been blocking lines of sight. They decided, you know what, how about we just fall back and recover ourselves, see whether if we can find an opening from the A side itself. But for them, what they have no idea of is that there is a trap from KJ waiting to happen, and that would be Rex and Raw Fuel prepped and ready. The off shot's not going out too much. Smokes and a shot from Shooter. Headshot with the Phantom. He'll succeed at 1, and that's the only kill that they'll be able to get.
Yeah, there is the flank from Antidote, but he's shut down. This was the one X factor Enigma might have had in the retake, but it's gone. Hunter's Fury as well, not being able to deal a lot of damage. Swarm Grenades prevent the defenders from pushing. Excali push, now he's dead, 6 feet under into the ground. Enigma,
1 enemy remains.
1 player remains, all down to Raw Fuel. He eliminates Tesseract, but he's got no choice. Save the operator, save his life. But Enigma, can they save themselves in this best of 3? That's the biggest question. Orangutan, after this round, they'll have 11 to their name, just 2 away from sheer victory.
Man. Raw Fuel though, is just staying alive as best as he possibly could. He didn't wanted to get the kill off from Shooter, right? Because once if he gets the shot, his location is immediately compromised. All he has to do is just survive, and survive it is. Raw Fuel will survive with a kill in his end, but at what cost? It's 11-9. Orangutan, they're here to end it off. 2 more rounds. Enigma Gaming, they just lost 2 of their important roundouts. And what's even more worse, they're back on an eco round.
Yep.
Oh no. This is not good. Not good at all.
It's not. Enigma right now. They have Sheriffs. Rawfuel has that saved operator. But this operator, it's got to sing the tune of death if Enigma want to stay in this fight, because if OG win this, it'll be match point, best of 3 points for themselves. Let's have a look again. They want to brute force their way in. Rawfuel gets a Duka. He's looking for more. I believe Market will be smoked off very soon. But it's B main that's smoked off in Orangutan. Yeah, they take a step back. They're not going to brute force their way this time. They're looking and they're waiting, and only then will they strike somewhere of their liking. But they need kills. They absolutely cannot give this round to Enigma. There shouldn't be any way, because Enigma have this weaker buy. There's a major factor Orangutan can exploit. It's the weaker weaponry, but they need to. 60 seconds on the clock. Operator still stands.
For Enigma, although they're at a very bad spot, pistol rounds is what they're an expert of. And maybe this round can be the deciding factor, but it's not. Oh boy, this is a huge. That's unfortunate though.
Yeah.
Light Tesseract taking out Rawfuel like that with an AWP in hand too really puts OG in a very good spot. They are looking so confident. They even have mid control, and Excali, he'll be the one having the AWP in hand. He'll get one. He has to fall back. He even has to spike control. Two important kills for Excali, and that is more than enough for EG to hold. And in just 20 seconds, they just have to hold 20 seconds.
Ember, well, we have Tesseract on the B bomb side. He sees RBK. He gets one kill, 15 seconds. Can he get the spike back? The operator is watching him. Where exactly is Ember? He's got a strike. He's in spawn. He can do just that. 7 seconds on the clock. Ember with 1. 5 on the clock now. He's pushing. No, he won't. It's Enigma. They get their half by. They are back on double digits.
When you thought that Rawfuel immediately gets picked out, for a moment that I thought, oh gee, they could have won it out.
Yeah.
But here comes Excali with the AWP that Rawfuel had dropped, and he delivers a fatal blow towards Orangutan. This round was crucial for Enigma because they had no weapons at all. Only Sheriffs and one single AWP that made an entire change towards OG.
And now Orangutan themselves, this is the one full buy they can afford. If they lose this, if Enigma get 11, they may as well get 12. Very influential round. I know I've said this word a lot, but this time it matters a lot. Double digits, Orangutan is single away from best of 3 point and match point. Enigma, they want to get BO3 point as well. They want to confirm overtime at the very least. This round matters. It matters a lot. The initial kill, we have seen that time and time again. Both the teams, they've traded blows. We have seen almost every single player die and get those kills. And again, when it matters the most, who shall strike and who shall be struck down?
Oh, Shooter though, on the other hand, all the way towards the mid side, he's just being very aggressive, and he needs to get an opening pick or two in order for Orangutan to make their play. And I believe the distractions will be made from the A side. Pop flash is being made, but Shooter his location has been compromised, so he will fall back. At the high ground control, and Rawfuel is just holding out all by himself from the A long. Gets caught out from the suppression knife, which means he doesn't have the ability to use the dash. Here comes Nightfall, every single utilities, and he's just caught off guard. Here comes Antidote. 2 kills, and Trax is also there for the protection. It's all or nothing for Orangutan. They've made some major blows, but it's still at the hands of EG.
Aduka's gone. It's all on to Ember. He is eliminated. Enigma, they've got 11. And Orangutan, well, when it comes to economy, they've got nothing, unfortunately. They'll try to force out the best they can in the next round, but it's not going to be the best of weaponry. Enigma are in advantage after trailing Orangutan. They've got Sheriffs. They've got to be the Sheriff gods, but Enigma, I don't think they're going to give this away. This should be Enigma's match point.
OG has the upper hand in their economy rounds. And now for OG, this is a very bad spot to be in. It's 11 to 11. Enigma has higher chances to survive, and look at this. Shooter! Oh, just destroyed the dreams and hopes for Enigma's hopes to put themselves on match point. And with the AWP, they even have much more control. That weapon upgrade will be huge for Shooter. But let's not forget about Antidote. The IGL leader, he gets pissed off.
Rexy. No, he's gone. What? Shooter's got the operator. Rexy unfortunately couldn't land his shots. Same can be said for Raw Fuel. Enigma out of the bomb side. Ember plants the spike. And OG, they've got all the advantage now. The man advantage with them. They've got weaponry. And boy oh boy, shall they have the momentum? Shall they have the hype? Before gets one more. RVK, he's all alone. Can he do this? He can get one easy kill. Shooter's very low on HP. But RVK needs to do a lot more than that.
Right here.
He will push blindly from the smoke. If he wants to attempt something, he'll go for it. Thrifty for Orangutan.
That first opening pick from Shooter, that first pick, that was more than enough.
Indeed.
That eco round, OG wasn't supposed to win that.
Yes.
They weren't supposed to win that.
Yes. I'll shout it. They weren't supposed to win that, but they did. Because it's Orangutan and they want to end this 2-0. And they very well have the damn chance. Final round of regulation. Either we see overtime for the first time or it's Orangutan securing the first win of the day with potentially many more to come later in this event.
I mean, OG currently they're just playing it safe. They know that Enigma Gaming will make some aggressive attempts. But turns out they will just hold their ground as expected. They don't want to lose this. They don't want to make any more risk because if they do it, they make those mistakes like they did in those previous rounds and things will not look too well from their end. Let's not forget Orangutan, they've succeeded map 1. All they need is just one single round to end this first match on a 2-0. Look what's happening, OG, they're just prepping things up. They're just making a decision. They're thinking it's best to head in towards the A side where there will be a lot of distances being made from the A3 side, but they want to make a full-on commit. And OG, let's hope that they get this, or else Enigma Gaming, they have a chance to put themselves back on OT.
Lockdown, antidote, he's still inside. Oh, he misses Shooter, but Rexy's there. This time Rexy can't miss his shots. Rexy's got to do something, but he falls back. Will he be caught in the open? Oh, there's a swarm grenade. Oh no! Tetra gets the opener. Rexy loses his life. Enigma, Rawfuel's got to step up. Rawfuel has to do a lot. He's got the support of Excali and of RVK, but they're out of the bomb site. They can't see anything. They've got to push back in, and Orangutan, they push us into post plant.
This is concerning for Enigma. They came all the way 12-11 only to get loose out on a round like that. Excali, pop flash in play. He needs to find a kill or two in order to succeed. They don't have any ultimates present. But Raw Fuel, he still has the blade stock. He needs to make his shots count, and they'll do exactly that. RVK and Excali, both of them, finds out the opening with the op shot. This is one more Excali. He gets one, and Excali does it. Ladies and gentlemen, we are heading to overtime.
Alright, now overtime it is, and Enigma, we can see them, they are back in full force, and overtime yet again. As I always like to say, it's all equalized. Whatever has happened in these 24 rounds doesn't matter. Orangutan back on their defense. Enigma, it's attack once more. This was the weaker side for Enigma. Can they win here? Orangutan, they should be looking to win this. Enigma should have plans to win the next round if they want to continue this in perpetuity.
Oh man. So T and 4EG, boy, they've got their final chance. And Shooter, the man who made some unbelievable plays, might have to do it once more in order to help Orangutan get it, and he'll do that. Raw Fuel has been picked out quite early, which means Enigma, they're already down one player, and 4EG losing player like Raw Fuel would put them in a very bad spot, CCV.
Yet again, Raw Fuel hasn't been having the best of days on this map of Ascend. But once more, great paranoia. RVK can push through. He's taking the angle, pop flash. RVK with one. That's the second for Rexy. Ember's on loan. Ember's gone. Orangutan. Both the defenders that they have are in defender spawn. They'll be rotating back to the A-bomb side. It's going to take a lot of time. It gives info to EG and Enigma. They're weaker half their attack. They can win this. They can win this post plant. Vibho jumps down. There's the Odin from Tesseract. Vibho has one more. Antidote. Wait. His position is known. Oh, he's gone.
Man, what was that? Tesseract. Out of all the attempts that we've seen in that post plant, and it was all at the hands of Antidote, who was left at a 1v2. This must be heartbreaking for Enigma. OG are in OT match point. They have to win one attack round, and yes, of course, a timeout will be at the hands from OG. They've got to think about this. They only need one round. One round only, CCV. This one round.
We've been here before, haven't we, Baba?
Yep.
We've seen that one round.
It's always
we have
one
seen
round.
Enigma clutch out the post plan. What a round this was. But look at this post plan, I mean, talking about it. 2 versus 3, 2 versus 0. Beautiful stuff. And again, on the players, there's a lot of tension. And for Enigma, it must be amplified. Because again, shall I put the stakes for everyone? Enigma are trailing in this best of 3 by 1 map. They lost the first map of Bind. It was extremely close. 10-13 was the final score. Enigma were out of it. Orangutan, they had chosen the map. We have never seen Orangutan with this roster before on Bind. They played it exceptionally. Well-deserving win. And on Ascent as well. The thing is, doesn't matter who wins, it's going to be well-deserving. Right now we saw the tackle timeout. It's been called by Doctor from Orangutan. We saw Doctor play briefly as well during the group stages. Had good performances, but now fulfilling his primary role as the coach and giving good, solid advice to all these players.
Yep, and with the timeout coming to an end, it's all or never. Orangutan, one more round win, and for EG, one more round to give them another chance. It's all or nothing. And the way how OG has been playing, they're just playing this patiently. And Excali is still in the same spot on the B side. Who knows, he might be able to make the same plays. I think he does. There goes Shooter, and that too with the off.
Yep. Shooter's gone. Shooter many a times he eliminated Raw Fuel as the first casualty. Now he suffers the same fate. And Orangutan, they get a taste of their own medicine. They see what it's like being a man down, being in that 4v5. So many of the times they've gotten these opening kills. Now they're struggling. Excali again. It's Excali operator. Or is it back? Is it the golden days once more before Valorant, before everything? Is Excali in that form? Well, he's surely feeling it. And I'm sure everyone this venue is feeling it as well. RBK strikes and Orangutan. They've been torn apart. This is not the best of rounds from their side. It is going to be second overtime most likely. Well, let's wait and watch. We've seen crazier things happen in this matchup. Aduka isolates one gunfight. 30 seconds. Spike is not with Orangutan though.
Yeah, they even have the spike control from EG's end. And OG, they have to push. They have to get an opening pick or two. But looks like Enigma, they're prepped and ready. Paranoia is present, but it's still not enough. The second kill will come in, and it will be Raw Fuel who will make it an entire reset. 13-13. The show's not over yet, CCB. Absolutely. It is not over just yet. One more OT. And OG, even though that they went on that previous round, it still wasn't enough on that post plant. And Enigma, Excali is the one who's making it happen. Best of 3, decider. High likely a chance it can happen, but it all depends on the way how OG plays at this point.
No operator this time from anyone. Not from Excali, not from Rockfield, not from Shooter. No op has been bought. So it's going to be all 10 rifles on board. Again, it's Orangutan on defense. Once more, Enigma. They want to push from market, but there is Shooter, and Shooter, he wants revenge. He wants blood. Everyone does.
Look at that push though from Ember. He also has a support from the KO2, so if they get this mid push, this will be huge. They don't have any information regarding this. And Luka is making for the push. This is risky. And EG, they have no idea. They have no idea. That's one. 2 kills for OG. And Aduka, he just found out an opening.
Again, now once more Excali, a lot of pressure on him. Position given away. He's in deep market, and also he's in deep trouble. Enigma converge onto the B-bomb side, but defenders are here. Well, that's one defender gone. Before inside of the side, he gets one. He needs to buy time. He needs his teammates here. He needs support. How much time can he buy? He's looking for more gunfight. No! Shooter goes with both eliminated. It's a 1 versus 2. Aduka goes.
What a turnaround from Excali! My goodness! EG, they're the ones who have the upper hand now.
They do.
And the way how Excali is going right now, 24 kills. He's been using the AWP, he's holding all by himself from the B side, in which most of us, we just preferably use chamber or a jet.
Yup.
But Excali, he decides to go old school, and guess what? It just delivers promising results to them. And now, Enigma, they're on overtime match point. One more defensive round to continue on Icebox. There's highly likely a chance that it can be a possibility. And OG, despite their best share of efforts of winning that round back, now they're facing deficit. And this might be the end for OG.
You never know. I'm not gonna say anything, Baba, just yet. You never know. For all we know, it's going to be a 1 versus 5. Wait, let's see the opening kill. Silence till then. Right, still, you have the side of Enigma. This time Enigma, oh, they're not pushing forward. You have Antidote on towards A main, who's looking for info, but it's the main garden push that'll be taking place from Orangutan. They're forced back towards mid yet again. There are no flanks. You have Ember watching spawn exactly to watch if something happens, but Anti's not going for it. Enigma holding their ground. 40 seconds on. Excali 1-2. That's a double.
Down mid.
And yet again, the spike was down. Enigma, they have the man advantage.
Yup, double the trouble for Excali. And he just need to find 3 more, but before the IGL leader, he has enough of a... He's not taking it very seriously though. He is taking it very seriously again, apologies for that. But talking about this push though, pushing it in towards the B side. Enigma, they're
30 seconds
looking
left.
very promising on this one. Raw fuel, just pushing on the way, and Rex is here to take out Ember. Post Plan it is, and Tesseract, they're not looking too good when it comes to man count. It's just only 3 players left. Raw fuel needs to find an opening or not, but that smoke will give them the opening they need, and Vibor is the only player left. He needs to find 2 players. Might be able to find one. Rex finds the opening, and folks, we are not done yet. We are heading out to the deciders. Map number 3, Icebox it is.
Gotta say, the way in which it has happened, it's all too well deserving for the side of Enigma. They fought their way through thick and thin. And now, Icebox it shall be. Having a look at again the support Enigma have. There was insane support for both the rosters here. Everyone was going ham. Every single round, every single kill was getting hyped up. But this was something different. Already we see, overtime. It's only been the second map of the first best of 3 days of intense Valorant action. And already 16-14, it shall be. Beautiful play from Enigma and a well-deserved victory.
Yup, 16-14. Boy, oh boy, was it a match and a half, and what was, you could say, an amazing performance from Excali.
Yeah.
Bring in the KO, and all but that too on defense, while knowing that you don't have any specific abilities that can help you reposition in a quick manner, right?
Exactly.
You only have fragments, you even have the flashes that you could use, but that's the only thing that you can do at that moment. But Excali, making those opening picks like that really had put Enigma on a very good mode. The second map is theirs, which means map number 3 will be Icebox. That's the main problem here, CCV. This is challenging because, like we talked about it in the first map itself, we talked on how promising Team Orangutan is on this specific map.
Yeah.
And knowing that Team Team EG have to go back on map number 3, they have to go on map Icebox. What will be their response, CCB? What will be their response?
Oh man, for both the teams, there's just so much that is at stake. There's just so much that shall be and is going through their minds right now. I mean, we saw the overview perspective as well, right? Even right now in the caster cams, we can see a couple of the players moving around for Orangutan, for Enigma. There's a lot that's happening right here at the venue. You guys got to realize. It's everyone. The support is immense. The rivalry is far fiercer than we have ever seen. But talking about the rivalries, it all gets settled in the server. Let's have a look at how exactly Ascent got settled. Let's have a look at the scoreboard and see the numbers for what they were.
Man, 15-13. Take a look at that scoreboard. Excali, 26 kills. And Aduka on the side of Team Orangutan, 18 kills from the KO. Man, what a match, I have got to say. And Shooter, my goodness, the way how he picked those crucial kills that he made, removing raw fuel out of the equation, time and time again. Every single picks that Shooter had done was so influential for Orangutan to survive and be more on the lead. But suddenly, when you see plays like Excali, who's just patiently waiting out from the smokes, picks out 3 players right through that smoke, that main round was the deciding factor for Enigma that put themselves back on track. And in map number 3, Icebox, they have a chance to bring it back. They have a chance to provide and succeed and have a spot on the next upper bracket phase.
Absolutely, they have that chance. Now let's have a look at the MVP as well to see who had the most impact on the entire server. The one player who was really outstanding, and I think we can guess him. Yeah, it's going to be another player from Enigma. This time it's Excali. This time it's going to be KO. Bind, it was RVK, the controller, it was Viper. It's time for Ascent, it's time for the initiators, and Excali, he turned up when it was most needed, but not that expected. He was the one who stepped into the spotlight, and he was the one who delivered. You mentioned this, Baba. It was the Vandal, the Phantom, the Pistols, the Ghost, the Operator as the KO. He got kill after kill after kill. And we can see the numbers as well. 194 ADR, 278 ACS as well. Really excellent stuff.
Yep. An excellent performance from Excali. Man, map number 3, we have no idea what's going to happen on Icebox, that is for sure. And Shooter, despite him removing raw fuel out of the equation, the way how Excali picked up his teammate's operator, gets 3 kills. From that spot is just absolutely insane. I have no words for it. I am speechless at this point. And for once, when I thought that OG had things under control, they were almost on a match point. Suddenly, EG flings back. And for a moment, when I thought OG were at a major disadvantage, losing from a pistol round, they won a Thrifty. And that is the only Thrifty round that OG had won in this match specifically. I'm talking about this match. I'm not talking about the other matches though. But talk about irony though. Most of the times we kept saying, yeah, Enigma Gaming, they're mainly the ones who kept winning all those Thrifty rounds, right? But that crucial Thrifty round was so crucial for Orangutan. For a moment they thought that they had hopes, they had control on the map, and then suddenly plays like that happened from Enigma. Just like that.
That's the thing. This map was really unpredictable, not just the Thrifties, those 2v3s, those 2v4s, those clutches. You never knew what was going to happen. And again, as viewers, that builds excitement, If we are never truly out of action, we can always expect kills, we can always accept and upset. But overall, speaking of all of that, we'll be seeing the highlights very, very shortly as well. We'll be going and having a look at exactly what we saw in this entire matchup. So definitely all the people at home watching as well, watch the highlights, stay tuned. It's going to be a quick break as we ready up map number 3. For the time being, enjoy the highlights.
the legends of memory and storage. Crucial brings you the ultimate performance in gaming. Legendary products. Precision engineered. For speed and stability. Crucial ballistics. From the legends of memory and storage. Crucial brings you the ultimate performance in gaming. Legendary products. Precision engineered. For speed and stability. Crucial ballistics.
And Windows 11 presents the Esports Club Challenger Series powered by Lenovo and Crucial Memory. But of course, we still have both the players. I'm going to talk to both of them again. Rishi, you had a wonderful start, but now it comes down to the third game. The question is, everybody looks zoned in. Even you didn't want to be here because you wanted to focus. But a bright smile. It went to overtime. Did you expect it to go to overtime?
I mean, I think I consider Ascent to be one of our strongest maps, and props to them. They were like, they played super well on the map, and they pushed us to our limits. And luckily, we were able to come out on top. But now it's the third map, and like I said, it's time to make the MVP worth it. So let's go.
Time to make the MVP worth it, but it's going the distance. You want your revenge. First game went to you, second game couldn't close it out. How are you feeling? And mentally, how zoned in are you? Because it's not easy to bounce back from a loss like that.
Yeah. So again, nothing special. Just reset ourselves, talk amongst each other, and just focus on the next game. It's a best of one now.
Of course, you have to focus on the next game, but do you want to rally your troops, the entire 8th army which is sitting up here? Yeah. I know Hades is showing something to his friends, but do you want to rally the troops?
Yeah. Guys, OG. OG! Let's go!
Wonderful, wonderful. Good luck to you. Rishi, good luck to you as well. And hopefully you guys have a good battle, but our casters are waiting. So over to you.
Thank you for that, Mamba. And yet again, yeah, I believe so. Everyone's ready. Map number 3 shall be in front of us very, very soon. It's going to be the map of Icebox. And as I always like to say, Baba, I've said this every single time it's happened online. But this best of 3 is now a glorified best of 1. And I am really excited for it. Icebox is all that matters. Everything else that's happened, null and void. Icebox is where destiny shall be drawn.
Ooh boy, I mean it's a lot to talk about, right? First map, it ends up 13-10, OG wins it out on first map, and then second, EG flings back 16-14, and now we're on the deciders.
Yeah.
Icebox, and I gotta say, this final map will determine whether if OG gets things under control or is it on EG's end. I mean, we even took a look at the interview itself. You can see how zoned in the players were, right?
Yeah.
The amount of concentration that they're doing right now, every single minute that you take from the break itself, the amount of thought that they had to think about, and the agent select itself, folks. We are not wasting any time at all. And map Icebox, here it is.
Alright, so Rangitan, they're going back to Chamber and Sage. Even after the changes, Shooter is not shying away from the Chamber. And this is the thing, we talked about the previous maps, we talked about how we have seen Enigma on, Bind and Ascent in the group stages. Now for Icebox, we have seen Orangutan, but Enigma, they can bring anything out. And wait a minute!
Okay.
Is that Arena for Excali? So double duelists, they are going back in the meta a year ago. On one hand, you have Orangutan sticking to the meta even after Chamber is gone. Shooter picks him, and Excali, after an explosive and exciting second map, he's going for the Reina.
This is interesting, and that to come again from Enigma's end. Excali making a decision to bring in the Reina brings a lot of stuff to the table, and I cannot wait to see what Enigma is thinking about right now on a map like Icebox. Map number 3, everything is on the cards here. It's the upper brackets. This one single map will determine who will proceed to the next phase of the upper brackets and who will go below in the lower brackets itself. So at this point, map number 1, for a moment there I thought OG had things under control. Map number 2, they were looking so strong in the first half, and suddenly Excali does the unthinkable. Second half, he starts popping off. Op shots, Spectres Spectres just by playing near the smoke itself. It was just chaos all over. And in the end, it's just Enigma who succeeded on map number 2. In 3, at this point, it's just 50-50. I don't even know whether if Enigma can do it, nor on OG's end, because it's just so balanced, as all things should be balanced. That's all I could say. And map number 3, no matter how balanced it is, we should conclude the match itself. So whether if it is Enigma or Team Orangutan, I wish them the best of luck.
Alright, so before we jump into the game, one final time for today. It's going to be Enigma up against Orangutan. Icebox it is. We have seen the compositions, the players in front of us. They're ready for it. And I believe everyone at the venue, they shall be ready. So without any further ado, ladies and gentlemen, pistol round it is. Let's start off. It's Enigma attack again, and Orangutan on defense. Shooter, he's here. Headhunter, no armor. The change has hit, and Shooter wants that headshot. He goes back. Enigma are ready to move on forward, but Aduka has his own plans as well.
Look at that jump peak that gets denied from Antidote's end. Upgradation of the weapon, he gets the ghost, and also could be done, and Shooter, unfortunate. not working well out from the B side. They've got the control. Enigma, they're looking so strong in the first round, and they continue to do so with Excali. Headshot once more as he takes out Vibor, and it's only just 2 players left. Antidote just patiently waiting it out, ensuring none of the players who makes an attempt on the flank will be denied. Antidote, he sees there's 2 shots, and there you go, Enigma. Not having any problems at all. The first round will be theirs unless and until Tesseract gets to do something about it.
Are we going to see yet another flawless round being brought out, this time from the side of EG? Let's see, it's all on to Tess. Spotted, Excali gets it, and indeed, it shall be a flawless start to Icebox for Enigma.
Yep. And even you did take a look at that in the first round itself, right? Only 4 bullets, no armor, and you've got to make your shots count. And unfortunately for Shooter, although no matter how many times he tried to hold that side on B, it still wasn't enough. And look, what's more interesting is that we see Enigma already prepping up their walls from the B itself. So round number 2, this might be a B execute, or else they might use it as a distraction.
I mean, they want to try and kill Vegas. They're anti-echoing yet again. You know, the fact they are going in heavy-handed. Excali gets another. Oh, he's got the Vandal. He's ready. The armor is brought out. It's I would call this a force buy from Enigma. They're playing it really smart. Kali has already gotten 4 kills. His ultimate needs 6. He is going to be getting that Empress very, very shortly. And the Reina on the Empress, we know just how dangerous it can be. Everyone at the venue, I'm sure if you play ranked matches, no matter what rank it is, the Reinas, man, there's something else. And right now, Excali is fulfilling that stereotype. Right now, Excali is fulfilling that very challenge of being the Reina. Enigma dash into the A-bomb side. Raw Fuel eliminates an easy kill onto Vibor. The site is locked out, and Orangutan, unfortunately, with just upgraded pistols, they can't do much.
They can't do anything. Most thrown back again, and Enigma, although they were looking too good, Raw Fuel wouldn't get to succeed, taking out Aduka. The Marshal at the hands, all it needs is a single shot to the head. There was a second attempt to hang out Rex, but he still stays alive. Shock Dart will be presented. Turned around, and RBK takes care of it. It's all down to Tesseract. He made his efforts to be all the way in towards the flank, and what's interesting is that the Sage has no idea about his whereabouts.
I'm not sure where Antidote was looking, but Tesseract, he can get an easy exit frag. He's looking, Rexy's gone. One super gets rid of another. He can pick up that Spectre, but Antidote, he's like, wait, I missed this Sova. Oh no, alright, Tesseract is going to die for the spike. He's going to get that extra bit of credit. He's going to get the ult point as well, and that shall be that. So Enigma, they win out. A solid anti-eco from their side, but everyone anticipated this because again, Orangutan didn't invest much of their own credits. We just saw a couple of upgraded pistols. The one Marshal, that was there, but that's about it. And now is when Orangutan got to go for the big rifles.
Yep. And if you have to say, Enigma, they have the momentum. They have the morale boost. All they've got to do is just keep focused and ensure that they wouldn't let them make a move from Orangutan's end. The first 2 rounds was very risky from Enigma, and the way how they succeeded, the post plant looked working out so well for the side of the attackers. And Excali, my goodness, the double duelist combo, Raw Fuel and Excali. This is a deadly duo, CCB. I'm even more concerned on what OG is supposed to be doing on a situation like this. Just by looking at the agent's pixel on the agent select itself, 2 duelists means more aggression, and the more aggressiveness that they have, and Shooter still bringing the chamber, it's just difficult to predict whether if OG can handle it out on the first half.
I mean, you know, usually when we saw Orangutan last time in the group stages on the map of Icebox, their defense, it was the same composition. Compositionally, nothing changed. It was just their playstyle that I believe they may bring out this defensive hold yet again. But earlier, it used to be Viper was all alone on B. It was used to, Sova or the Chamber, Tesseract, a Shooter. One of those guys, they used to be on mid, and they used to have a heavy stack on the A-bomb side. And they used to play for the opening kill. Thing is, like you just said, because of the fact that Enigma, they've got double duelists, the initial kill going in favor of Orangutan, unless they play something along the lines of hit and run tactics, like we have with Chamber and Rendezvous. You have many other agents who can indulge in hit and run. Unless that happens, it is very difficult for OG to get those opening kills, and we know from Ascent just how influential they are. So all 10 of these players, they gotta go for it.
Yeah, currently for Team Orangutan, they're in the danger zone. They've just lost both of their important rounds, pistol round as well as the second round too, which means for EG, it's bonus round.
Yeah.
So, the good thing that you could say for OG is that they'll be having some full buy rounds, they'll have some necessary weapons to hold their ground. But the main question for OG is, would you take a risk of being being more aggressive and see whether if you can get an opening pick or two, because only one player has the Vandal, and that is Excali.
Yep.
The rest of the players, they only have Spectres, and some of them will have some light armors from their end, right? So you could try to understand that Orangutan, they have this advantage. They could go aggressive, but would you risk it? Would you risk it?
It's a major question. The teams themselves, they'll have to answer it as we jump back into the game. It's going to be round number 3. Now Orangutan, they got to swing back. Now, on a send already, we've seen these teams starting off with a very, very heavy streak to their name. 4 rounds for Enigma, 4 rounds for Orangutan. They don't give up that early advantage. They win their bonuses as well. If this is the case for Enigma, if they can somehow instigate a good bonus round and potentially take the win, it can strike disaster for Orangutan if they are not careful. So, we wait and we see. This time Orangutan, they're smart. They want to block off any early aggression from Enigma. They've got a good hold on the A-bomb side, but Rafuel still pushes through. Shooter, gotta win this duel. He goes back and already Empress is out. But Excali, he wants more. Excali is gone. So does RVK. Both these players depart, and now OG, they wait for the retake.
Yep, no more smokes, and Rafuel doing his best share of efforts to hold their ground. A headshot of that too. One more from Rafuel's end, but Aduka, he will shut him down. Post planted is an Enigma. They don't have much man count, and Rex, he needs to do something about it. Information is being given, but it's denied from Ember. 2v1, and Antidote couldn't succeed. Orangutan, they will survive round number 3. They will get this. And now they'll at least have some, a breathing time.
Yeah.
Know that they won round number 3, and this round
they can win.
Yeah,
exactly. Orangutan will have that, they'll know their potential. They can win out these gunfights. They can win out the retakes. They can kill the members of Enigma, because if I'm being honest, after seeing the anti-eco, seeing the pistol, that was, I was thinking it may have been a fear for Orangutan. They might have been thinking like, okay, how do we kill these guys? They're just pushing. But Orangutan, they figured out the solution. They slowed Enigma as much as they could. They delayed everything. Yes, the round was costly. Yes, Orangutan, they lost many of their rifles, but it's a round win. That's what matters. And this time, though, Aduka, he went into attacker territory. Didn't work out. There's a very, very quick trade. So Enigma on attack, they've lost their Viper, but again, they have the man advantage.
yes indeed, a man advantage at the hands of Ember. Oh boy, this is huge.
Down,
a spike dropped as well, which means that they have the rest of the control, and Tesseract does the same too by fortifying that spot. And Rafuel, he has the wall, but his location has been compromised just yet. You just have to wait for the second player, Antidote, who's just casually making his way in towards the B side as best as possible, and Shooter is also here with the denial. The only question is, who will get the first frag? Will it be EG? They're looking promising. Ember, Rafuel, the reveal. His location has been compromised just yet. This is looking good for Rafuel's end, but the protection is not working too good. The frag will be there nonetheless. Rafuel, he finds one, but it still isn't enough. Ember gets the kill, and now it's 2-2, equalized as Orangutan fights back.
This was more one of those rounds where Orangutan had that trap laid out, and unfortunately for Enigma, they just fell right into it. They tried escaping. After the initial kills, we saw Enigma. They were just scattered towards the B-bomb side. They wanted to make something out of the situation. Sadly for them, they just couldn't. They were unable to go for kills. The peaks they were going for, they didn't have the HP. Antidote as well, unfortunately missing one of his sprays, led to his ultimate demise. Orangutan played it very smartly, and Enigma, sadly for them, they didn't have the opportunity of retreating back. Neither did they have the opportunity of brute forcing their way through, because again, the player positioning was a bit poor. But this time, Enigma, well, it's their weaponry that's lacking, and Aduka exploits that really well as he finds the opening within the first 15 seconds.
Yep, good opening pick, but a shot from RBK denies it instantly. Equalizer is here, but he's constantly pinged from the out drone, but somehow he's still alive. Not enough bullets, and Aduka will gladly get that kill too. for talking about EG's and Excali. Cash information, but he misses the shot. Oh, that's unfortunate for Excali. Location has been compromised, but still he's providing a lot of distractions. And this is looking good from EG's, but not for long as he gets caught out from Ember. Raw Fuel make his best share of efforts to get a kill or two, and here comes Hunter Fury, the second. The third shot might be able to get the confirmation of the kill, but no, it does not. Tesseract will still stay alive, but not for long. The Classic is here with the All-Fire. 2v2, there's still a chance for Enigma to come back, but the Resurrection will prove to have a lot of problems. Oh, there you go. The Sheriff shot from Rex. Headshot to take out before plan is going on. Rex taking the shot dart to take out Tesseract. It's 1v1. They've got to go in for the defuse. Rex, it's half. The time. Oh! They got it. Yeah, they did. Enigma, though, have to give credit. This was one of their thrifty rounds. They planted the spike. They eliminated 4 members inside of Orangutan. Really forced out everything that was present. They used their own ultimates as well. But fair play to EG. They're giving it their all. And once more we see 10 rifles. But this time, the one difference is it's Orangutan who have plenty of ultimates. Yep, plenty of ultimates, and currently the ones on the lead. And all they've got to do is just keep the momentum up and running. Enigma, although they were looking good on the first 2 rounds, but now Orangutan has things under cover. Wait a minute, Aduka are looking so strong, but that is too risky, and Excali catches him off the act. One more! As Rex catches out Shooter 2, an aggressive attempt from Orangutan's side, but ends up being a nightmare for Orangutan. Yeah, for Orangutan, this was not a good round. I'm sorry, I can't sugarcoat it, but they made many mistakes. They isolated every single gunfight, and we have seen Aduka time and time again push into attacker territory. He goes for those plays. He has been punished on Icebox. Sure, it may have worked on the other maps, but Enigma have the antidote to that, pun intended. They have the counter to that, and Orangutan, this tactic of just going for kills is not going to work. As we see the second flawless round, Enigma pull out. Enigma is feeling it right now in this round itself. Man, you gotta love LAN, right, CCV? Yeah. You gotta love it. But boy, oh boy, does Enigma have things under control in the first half itself. 3-3. It is equalized after all. The only difference is OG, they're not looking too good when it comes to weapon-wise. Only Sheriffs and light armors in hand. And now, they've got to figure out a way to take out one player or maybe get a win on this round with Aduka having the Bladestorm in hand. Aduka going for it yet again. This time it's different. This time it's on towards mid. He's got a beautiful angle. This is where you expect the attackers to go through with Raze, with Jet. But no, it's Aduka on defense. And look at the information he's getting. He knows there's no one in mid. So wherever Enigma are committing for their take, unless they rotate back, they will be completely going for it. And Aduka finds one. And once more, it's Raw Fuel. Ember departs us. But Enigma, they have a lot more to do if they want to go into this round. If they want to plant the spike, because Tesseract is all the way across the map, but the Hunter's Fury travels and it damages no matter where you are. The damage has been dealt, and it's EG who's suffering the fatal blow, but there's still chance, and in just 50 seconds, they've got to make a wait, they've got to get control on the A side, and Rex will be doing the same initiative. The pushes has been made, the trade works working out well, the shot from Tesseract working too much, but it's not much. Rex is still here, and now a 2v2, they'll succeed in a post plant, and Aduka was a chance, but he's 5 HP. Got to make the shots count. Got a lot of chance left, and Rex gets both of them. There you go, Enigma. They've got the pistol round, but let's not forget, Team OG, they've lost the pistol rounds, which means, although they have good value from it, you could say that OG can come back with some good utilities and also some weaponry that they have. But in the next round, unless and until Aduka makes plays like that, I can guarantee you, OG can come back. Absolutely, they can come back. So, now that we're back into it, everything, again, the players, they had that brief, the reset after the rounds, and Enigma, they've been gaining more and more traction. Orangutan, they gotta stop that, and this time, once more Aduka, it works for him, and once more, guess what? It's Raw Fuel who departs as the first casualty. RVK also goes, so pressure's building on these attackers now. Resurrection is present.
Antidote can go for that whenever he'd like to. Where no, he cannot, because Antidote's gone. And Orangutan, they're looking for their own flawless round, and they find it. Well, the exact mistake we were talking about for the side of Orangutan, Enigma fall into that trap once more. They isolate every single gunfight and win it.
Yep. All it needs is just one simple information on that first kill, and just everything just drops down just like that. No wonder why a timeout has been requested from Enigma's end, because that was not a good way to, go out like that. A flawless victory, a flawless round win at the hands of Team OG, and they've looking quite promising in the half-mid rounds of the first half. At the beginning, it was Aduka who's been making those important picks, especially that Blade Storm, who did get the first opening pick. They did get the weapon upgrade. They did dealt a lot of damage towards the Enigma's end, which ended up being in a 2v1-ish situation, especially in the eco round. So you could say it's working out well from OG. But when we see plays like Excali, the plays from the Reyna, those are the most influential ones, and you saw the counters to it. Snakebite from the Viper, followed up with the Hunter's Fury to take out one player. Just to take out one player, and all it needs was just a simple info, and that information gathering from OG is just absolutely stunning.
I mean, if it works, it works, and we have seen many of these counter-attacking plays. I mean, I remember Enigma had brought this out against Velocity here, the Esports Club. It was an online tournament that we had a while ago. Of course, it wasn't the Challenger Series or something else. And back then, Enigma, it was the map of split. It was the grand finals. And they went completely up against Deathmaker. They didn't let him score. And I believe Enigma got a really good result that time. Unfortunately, I don't remember if they won it or not. But yeah, Enigma are no strangers to this kind of counterplay. Enigma are no strangers to, the firepower that can be brought out from the opposition just for a single player, is what I'm trying to say, I guess. But this time, Enigma, it's not the firepower that we're depending. It's all of their ultimates. They've got 4 of them. They better make it to the best of their use so that they get the lead back in their favor, so that they can get back into this game. And again, the first half so far has been quite equal. On Bind was 6-6. On Ascend, OG had that lead. This time Enigma can take it, but Vibho doesn't want that. And again, this is the 3rd round consecutively where Rafuel has been the opening casualty. He's really got to step up if he wants to leave a mark on this round, on this map.
Yeah, this is placing a major dent towards Enigma's attack, especially losing Rafuel like that once more from Ember's end as he takes on 2 more. And it's just Excali left in a 1v3. The Empress is present. He could use it to gain more fire rate, but he gets picked up from Tesseract just like that. Oh boy. These opening picks have been crucial for Orangutan. They've succeeded in shutting down Rafuel for more than 3 rounds, and this is concerning from Enigma. Although Jet has been eliminated most of the time, Excali did try to hold his ground, did try to see whether if he can get some picks or not, but he's just left all by himself. And without the help of the team who would provide a lot of support with the coverings from the smokes, from the Viper, and since Viper has been gone, there was absolutely no way that EG would have won that. And I have to say, well played from Ember.
Really good stuff, Ember. We have seen the Battle Sage previously on the side of Orangutan. I think Icebox was one of the very first maps we saw Ember play with OG in the group stages when he joined this roster. But this time, it's Enigma who get the opening kill. It's a Jet that's gone. It's both the Jets that leave. Ember, we talked about in him. And Ember, he stepped up. Double kill for him. But EG still have a major advantage going for the spike plant. Tesseract. Oh, he takes down the duelist. But Antidote can go for the revive very, very soon. And it's all down to one player. It's all down to Vibho. We have seen some really nice 4Ks from him previously. He's got to do it on Icebox.
Left in intel situation, and Antidote will not give any chance for Vibor to clutch this 1v3. It's 5-5. Man, 5-5 in the first half of Decider Icebox. There is no way where we can predict whether if Orangutan has the upper hand or from Enigmas.
At this point, the thing is, all the people in the venue, if we are seeing the advantage when it comes to how much hype and noise, the supporting camps can make, it's still equal. It's still equal. Everything is the same. These 2 teams, I mean, for God's sakes, they're in the Decider map. The first 2 maps, it was 13-10. Then we went to double overtime. We saw that. This is a benchmark, what equal is supposed to be. And again, it's on LAN, which makes it all the more important. So as we have a look at all the people that are here at the venue, again, if you're watching from your homes, unfortunately, the tickets sold out today, for tomorrow and day after. If you're here at the venue, best believe, enjoy the next couple of days. You can go back as well. We have our lovely segments from our sponsors. We've got meet and greets that were taking place earlier, I believe. We had plenty of our influencers, and even Velocity was there, if I'm not wrong. And then we have more and more booths. Of course, at the back, we have the Community Cup going on. Who knows how many sheriff shots we've seen there. But here, it's been all flawless. It's been all crystal clean. But it's got to stay like that. If OG or Enigma want to secure their name as the winners and move on forward to play the winners of VLT and Revenant.
Yeah, you can see that focus in their eyes, knowing that this is decided. It's 5-5. Anything can happen. Wait a minute, Hunter's Fury being used at a very early pace, and he picks out one. All right, Rex. And he gets to take out the controller itself. What a huge play. Here goes Smokes, and here comes Excali. Strong as ever, the Empress is present too. He gets one, but he somehow gets picked out. Unfortunate, not a lot of pressure being induced from that mid side itself. But here comes the retaliation from Tesseract. Hunter's Fury won't be able to connect a single one. It will deal a lot of damage, but that Viper Spit from Enigma is just more than enough. Will them give the clarification on this post-run situation? Not quite sure. Here comes Aduka and the revival. Here it is, Orangutan. So promising, and Tesseract, they just got the opening. Antidote goes down, which means there's only 2 players left.
Yeah, Rexy departs. It's all down to RVK. He's got the Vandal. Isolates 1 kill. That's the second. He's looking for more. 6 kills. How? I have to support this round. RVK, indeed.
What was that from RVK? Absolute insane, a peak performance from this man right here.
It's 1 magazine as well. 6 bullets.
1 magazine.
Final 6 bullets.
Jesus.
How? 1 magazine. 4 players gone. Enigma at the very least equalize the score. It's going to be 6-6. Orangutan, they better get this final round. Enigma don't want to stop. And it's... oh boy, I mean, after this, the momentum, everything must have changed on the side of OG. How did they cope up with what has just happened? And Shooter's gone now. Raw Fuel finally gets his revenge. Raw Fuel gets the opening kill.
Man, even more so, Tesseract just holding it, but Excali is also present, and he's dealing much more. Both the deadly duos from Enigma are looking for a peak or 2, and they've succeeded in doing so. Orangutan, what once we thought it was Orangutan's round, suddenly it was just a turnaround from RVK, and they continue to do so even more in this post plant. 2v3, Aduka needs to find an opening. Beautiful headshot, but can he get the second? No, he still survives. Here comes the Blade Storm. He's all by himself. He has one of the information, doesn't have the uptrap, he only has Cloud Burst, but it still isn't enough. Antidote, man, Enigma, how can they pull up? How can they just pull up at a very disadvantageous situation? Even I'm shocked.
It's one of those instances that's going to get instantly clipped. All the channels that we have here in South Asia, it's going everywhere, and well, deservedly so as well. It's always these Vipers, but man, it's always these instances, and we can see the star of the show right in front of our screens right now. RVK, he's ready. Everyone in Enigma is ready as well. But again, I'll say this for all the fans of OG right here in the venue and watching at home. They're not out of this. Of course they're not. It's just a 2-round trail that they have. I mean, we saw Enigma. They were down 4-8 on the map of Ascent. They made the comeback. They went to overtime. They went to double overtime. They secured a win. Why cannot OG do the same? It's just a 2-round deficit. But when I say that, I also have to say the pistol round carries a lot of weight with it. So the tactical timeout that we have right now, these players, the coaches with them, a lot of discussions have got to happen. And the pistol round, best believe, no one should ignore what will happen.
Yeah, talk about it in the first half itself. Icebox. Man, I did not expect it to be this head-to-head CCV. We did not expect to see that. And talk about Enigma, who were struggling on the first map. They were 13 to 10 on map bind. There was a lot of mistakes. Sure, they won a lot of thrifty rounds, but even more so, knowing that they couldn't get to, knowing that they couldn't get to win more rounds after they won the thrifty rounds was the main possible problems from Enigma's end. Suddenly, we see them come back on map number 2 with Excali doing his own stuff, and now RVK, an ace with the Viper Spit. You could see the amount of tensions that OG is going through right now.
Alright, so we have the final few seconds as well before the second half starts so that all the players can hear. I'll ask the crowd, I don't ask it often, but can you guys hype up the players as well? This will be the final half of this entire best of 3. It's all going to be decided right here, the next 12 rounds, or we go to overtime. So, let's see the pistol. And it's a Duka this time who strikes, and it's Excali who's gone. The MVP of the previous pistol departs the first.
Yep, that big drop will put OG on a very good spot. We still have Antidote who's looking so strong. Well, not anymore. Tesseract is still here to shut him down once again. And Enigma, they're falling down apart. 2 players down already at the early rounds, and A control is still looking to be theirs. But there is still one more flank going on, and that's RVK. All the way from the B side, is a bit much more worried knowing that there might be players pushing in from that particular spot. So he'll just fall back, hold in towards the B side, and see whether if they can get a kill or not.
They're going to be watching, they'll be looking if they can get those kills. But it's Vibhor who's going, and it's going to be Orangutan who are looking to get a near flawless round. Duka's the only one who's gone, and he'll be the only one who goes. But Orangutan go and move on forward. They get the pistol, and they're one step closer to equalizing the final score. And again, if we think about it rationally, they should equalize the score. It should be a 7-7, considering they'll be going for the full buy, considering they'll be going for the proper anti-ecos, the Spectres, full armors and whatnot.
Yep. Talk about this round that OG had won in the second half. This will prove to be a boon to themselves because they'll have some good weapon upgrades, right?
Yeah.
Spectres in hands, which means that more problem arrives on Enigma's end, and Excali. Oh, wait a minute. Is that a shorty I see from Excali's end?
Oh, the shorty, it's nightmare for some, it's dream for others, it's what exactly is this for most people, but this time it's the Marshal, a lot more reliable. If you scope in or even if you don't, and it is going to be Orangutan who get the opener with it. So RVK, he's got to delay these attackers a lot, but he's taking the gunfights, which means that Excali is now the only one inside his B. He doesn't have a lot of support. He gets one kill, he can heal himself, he can pick up the Sheriff, and now he's just going to pick up the Ashes, and Orangutan pick up yet another round. That's the anti-eco. We all anticipated this, we all expected this. Now, 7-7, equal level. This is where the game begins.
Yep, this is where we get to determine whether if OG gets the lead or will it be EG. The only difference is OG are currently the ones being in the bonus round, which means they'll have some certain weapons. And Enigma will have a good amount of weapons from their hands too, Vandals and Phantoms, right? So all in all, when it comes to their defensive holds, you could say that Enigma got it. All they have to do is just play long range, right? Because Vandal is really great at engaging long range gunfights. But knowing that getting picked out in this bonus round will be even much more dangerous, and if they call out like shots like this, then this might not look good from Enigma's hand. They've already lost one, especially from the headhunter that Shooter just used. And now RVK, he's just thinking of going aggressive. Is this advisable?
The headhunter, we all know it's gotten more expensive, but this time it was really expensive for the side of Enigma, because that means raw fuel's gone. RVK departs very shortly. Excali is going to be the front line, and for the time being the only line of the defense. His position is also given away. He's got no choice but to retreat, and unfortunately for EG, they cannot buy enough time for the defenders to be back. The rotations, they'll be taking a while, and then they have to think about how do they encounter this retake. Is it all going to be on the shoulders of Excali? Some nice parkour right there. He jumps to the boxes, evades the recon ball. Can he get another kill? They know about him. Slow up affects him. He's going to be pushing nonetheless. Beautiful headshot. Rexy gets another. It's all down to Tesseract. And it's Enigma. 4K yet again for the Arena. And Enigma get the lead once more.
Yep. Excali all the way. What the And what a play though, what a play from Excali. You could say that this bonus round was so crucial, and the way how Enigma played it on post-plant was just really good. They just played it on time. They just waited for the rest of the players to arrive at the perfect spot. And I've got to admire that jump that he used, you know?
Yeah.
Using the Devour to ensure that he'll be able to get more info and plus get high ground. Really gave the advantage for Enigma. And although they were looking at a very bad spot, Excali
is doing an Aduka. This time Rafael gets shut down. Now does Aduka no way? Yes he does. What a shot through the toxic screen. Orangutan are not out of this, and this is looking to be a flawless round. There goes Aduka, dive into the bomb side. RPK. No, this time the magazine shall not get any kills. This time the Vandal shall not sing the tune of death. So Antidote, the only one who remains. No resurrection for him. He's far ways off from that. So he's got to rely on just killing people. He's just got to rely. Or he can always go the road not taken. He can always just save it and just, save himself in the gun for later. And obviously this will buy Enigma some time as well while this post-plan is going on. Enigma can discuss that this round they went a little too deep into attacker territory. They did exactly what Orangutan were doing, and many times an OG did something like this, going completely towards the attackers, going completely towards rafters and belts. It didn't pay off. They got punished. Guess what happened to Enigma? They got punished.
Yeah, the way how OG reads this is just on point. Whenever if Enigma decides to go aggro, Orangutan immediately realizes what just happened, you know? Oh, that's good. 2 kills from Antidote, but in the end, it will be Tesseract who just picks out. But on a good note, you could say that removing 2 players out might give them a bit of a credit boost from Antidote's end. But all in all, a loss is a loss. You've got to move on. Yep. But from this, you've got to see whether if they could find out a way to break this momentum. And we're back on the thrifty rounds. Back with Sheriffs.
I'm not going to count them out. Excali, he's got 20 kills. He's got the Empress. He's got the Sheriff. If there's a recipe for disaster, it's that, or it's my hands on a packet of Maggie. That's pretty much it. So, Enigma now. Okay, it's going to be Rexy who's shut off. And Orangutan, yeah, they know they've got the better guns. They know because of the fact that they eliminated almost everyone in Enigma in the previous round. They got the spike down. The execute was good. Their credit economy is doing better. And OG, they can play this just smartly, but most importantly, safely. They're not going to overextend. If Enigma overextend, they punish them. So, you have Rexy gone. RVK departs. Excali, can you do something? His position given away, everyone falls back, and Orangutan, they're taking it slow, but Antidote, he got 2 kills in the previous round, he needs more as well.
Yeah, the amount of reach that OG has done, just like we saw, just waiting for EG to make their push, and Tesseract is just removing every single weapons in this map. They're not gonna let EG gain a single weapon or 2.
Yep.
I mean, it's just both of the duelists are still present, right? It's Raw Fuel and Excali up against 4 angry players from OG. They've got control on the A side. Everything's been blocked out. There's no other way that Enigma can succeed in this round. In this 8-8 equalizer. Post-plant is in. And Enigma, since this is an eco round, they will make an attempt. Let's see how it will work out.
They've got nothing to lose. See, that's the thing. Half armor for Raw Fuel, half armor for Curly. They've got Sheriffs. They know they can afford rifles full armor in the next round. They'll just try their luck and maybe it works. I mean, Aduka, no armor for him, 40 HP, 1 shot, he's gone. And oh, Aduka is out of this round. That's a rifle Enigma can pick up. As a matter of fact, Vibhor is eliminated. Those are 2 rifles. It's all about time and it's all about if Enigma go for it. This round can still kind of be theirs, not literally, but metaphorically. Now there's not enough time and Raw Fuel gone. So Enigma, yeah, they get plenty of damage dealt on the side of OG, and Excali just keeps on doing that. So we have a 1v1. Ember wins it, but this was an excellent thrifty from EG, I have to say. Even though Orangutan, they've now got the lead, Enigma dealt damage.
Yep, and the damage for Enigma is more than enough to have a lot of problems on their economic growth. They've lost all 4 players in that final round. Although there were just 2 duelists still remained, those Sheriff shots that they've made, removing both of the players, they get the upgrade of the Phantom. They decide to remove players more and more from Orangutan to ensure that none of those weaponry would be in their hands. And they did so, evidently. 9-8. The ultimates are ready from Orangutan. The same thing can be said to EG. Resurrect from Enigma. We even have Hunter's Fury from Orangutan's end. All it requires is just simple timing, and that timing is more than enough to give the entire change of the round itself, and Aduka might be the changing factor of that.
Let's see. RVK once more. He is going to be the person encountering all of these attackers. He needs to buy time. He's the Viper. Toxic screen goes through, but it's from the side of OG. They want to go for the Sage Wall. They want to go for the Spike down. That's exactly what Ember's planning. But Excali goes. The Spike goes down. This is looking better from Orangutan. It's all about positioning now. Equal footing. Ultimates are present. Many ultimates on both these teams. The resurrections are there most importantly. Orangutan also, they've got the 2-day force. It can be used if needed. Shooter can go for that. But rather it's going to be Raw Fuel. He's got the Blade Storm. He wants to go for it. Rather, it's the Operator that works. Orangutan, their numbers are dwindling. The Operator strikes. The Hunter Spirit does the same. Enigma down to their duelists. They gotta do something. Smoke prevents the line of sight. Raw Fuel picks one. Looking for more. Oh! He eliminates Shooter. It's a 1v1 now. Amber does it.
Too close for comfort. Too close for comfort for Ember. Such a close.
Yep.
So close. The way how they played it so well, using the smokes to block the entirety of the intel dart that Soba had, and Raw Fuel, no matter how many aggressives that he could push through, it was just not enough. And Ember will definitely be happy about that. It's 10-8, and Orangutan, knowing that they've won those 2 crucial rounds, you might need to wonder, since Enigma has been in so many situations where sometimes the early round does work out in their favor, and then suddenly we see the adaptations. And when I talk about Aduka's plays, right?
Yeah.
The way how Aduka always updrafts in towards that cargo boxes to take out the players from the yellow box, they have control of it most of the time. And every single time you see OG just playing it from the backside, they know that Enigma would go aggressive. And what would be the exact round? And that should be from the eco round itself, right? So every time we see OG make a decision, it has worked out for them 60% of the time.
Indeed.
And for Enigma, no matter how many times that they try to be aggressive, try to be unpredictable, see whether if they can get a surprise factor out of it, Orangutan, they're always prepped and ready. The amount of traps that they've laid around to take out Enigma's players one by one is working out so well, and this is looking very promising from Orangutan's side, knowing that it's 10-8 and they need 3 more rounds to win.
This round most likely can go in their hands as well. Enigma weaker by Excali. He's infiltrated. He's pushed all the way near attacker spawn. Did they expect it? Yes, Vibho has his sights and his crosshair placed right there. Excali, does he go for it? Does Excali take the risk? I mean, again, nothing to lose for EG. Might as well try your luck. Might as well see the initial kill. Rather, it's going to be Tesseract. It's one top fragger eliminating another. Tesseract has been Mr. Consistent. He's gotten 26 kills now in total. Kali's on 22. Everyone is putting in the effort. Raw Fuel can't, unfortunately, for this round. Orangutan are pushing into the side. Tesseract with one more. And again, it's the Soba, it's the initiator in full force. They're looking to close it out. And OG, they definitely want to.
They won't. It's all just left with the IG leader Antidote, who's just left in a very tough spot. Unfortunately, won't be able to make one. OG, they'll definitely be happy about this. The lead, bro. Look at the lead. 11 wins in the second half. 11 promising wins. They just need 2 more rounds.
Exactly.
And talk about Enigma, man. This might be heartbreaking for them, right?
I mean, at this point, whichever team loses, if we're being honest, is going to be heartbreaking for them, for all their fans and their supporters right here in the venue, and of course all the fans watching from home as well. We've been here. It's been a long, long time. I'm not really sure when we started, but it's about to end very soon. And knowing that, we know that a winner will be crowned. This is just the first best 3 we have. And again, it's come with a lot of fire. So once more, Enigma, they've got the fire in them. Orangutan, they've been backed off a little bit. They have to get back into the round. They have to rethink their strategy. The B take didn't work. They were looking for the initial kill. They always do. But this time, they got gobsmacked. And this time, they were like, we have to be a little bit safer. And now we see what we can achieve. So, Vibho pushing into kitchen, that's quite interesting. We haven't seen a lot of attackers do that. Maybe Orangutan want to do something different to get match point.
Yeah, Vibor is still playing this passively from the mid place itself. He is the controller. The more rounds, the more minute he stays alive, the more dangers that he could possess towards Orangutan's side. Information's being given from Tesseract's side. He's just checking every single corners. He doesn't want to give them a single shot, and Vibor might be able to find one. Beautiful kill. There goes Antidote. And Vibor just might have found out the opening. There you go. Push is right here. So does the wall on the B side. And Rafuel, he knows the dangers. Viper spread. Every single wall's been used around. And this round might be OG's though.
I mean, let's see Enigma. They've still got 3 of their players. And they've got a little bit of utility to work with. I don't think RVK will be using his own Viper Spit, but the guns can be brought out. RVK can go for that same 4K yet again. As a matter of fact, everyone in Enigma needs to. And it's going to be one good off-guard kill for Rafuel. Takes down the Viper Spit, takes down the Viper. Orangutan though, their plan is waste the time, counter Viper Spit goes through, and now Enigma have a solid chance. Are they going for the defuse? RVK surely is. They're trying to deny it. Ember goes off. Shooter, they pass all down to Tesseract from behind. They're trying to stick it. Tesseract. Oh
no! Tesseract! My goodness. You should have seen that. They couldn't see this coming, right?
No, they didn't.
Enigma thought that someone would be playing way from behind so that he could use his Hunter's Fury. But all in all, it was just a bait. He was in the side itself, and that opening, those 2 kills from OG has just secured them to map point. Map point it is for Team Orangutan. 12-8. One more round to secure the first match.
The first best of 3, ladies and gentlemen. We started more than 3 hours ago. We're still here. Orangutan, it's Shooter. Who gets it? It's Rafuel who's gone. 5 versus 4, 12-8. There is counter retaliation from EG. Of course, there is beautiful headshot from Rexy. Once over, eliminating the other. Tesseract, the MVP, the top fragger. He's gone. But other members of Orangutan still live on. And they're looking to get into the B-bomb side, but with this Sage Wall from Antidote, it's a lot difficult to maneuver around it without the sound cues. They'll still try. They're in orange. Aduka, his position is known. He goes through. Kali wins the duel, and Enigma, they're not out of this. They definitely aren't.
Yeah, they definitely aren't, but the pressure needs to go on from the B side, and Antidote, they're not going to let them have a single lynch on the side itself. Ember is looking strong, not for long. Rex is here for the rescue. Quad kill from this man right here. And Enigma Gaming, they are not out of the game just yet. Even with Orangutan being on map point, 12-9. This is a heavy toll. This is a very heavy. It's a huge challenge for Enigma. Because they have to win every single round here. Not a single mistake needs to be made from Enigma. And even though if they did get picked out at the early rounds, they need to ensure in the mid rounds that they get that recovery back from the controller. And the controller is the only one who's ensuring that none of those problems would happen. And what does he do most of the time? He just stays on mid. He just, uses smokes at the right time to provide good amount of distraction. And when the time is right, he'll be able to pick out players one by one. He's been doing this consistently for more than 4 to 5 rounds, and it's working out for them. But when you see an opening pick like taking out the controller itself, that's where OG gets the advantage. They just push in, gets control on the side, post-plant situation, and they just win it. Easily said than done. But when it comes to a double duelist like Rafuel and Excali, those deadly duos, anything can happen.
Yeah, we're seeing that. The players as well. Alright, we're back into it again for Enigma. 3 more rounds. Consecutively, they need to win if they want to push it into overtime. Orangutan, out of these 3, they just need 1. They just need a win percentage of 33%. They'll be looking to make it 100. Shooter, he's got the Tour de Force. The chamber is back. The nerves don't affect him. The audio cue is still there. The chamber is still there. And Shooter, what magic can he do? We have seen him on the operator. He's gotten many kills. But now, with the Tour de Force, it's just something different, man. It's the Operator 2.0. It's upgraded op. And without any changes to the Tour de Force, except for, it being a little more expensive when it comes to the ultimate points, it's still very viable. But Orangutan, they're looking for a direct ticket onto the bomb side. Enigma using the utility, trying to counter it. Rexy once more finds the opener. A Duca departs, and once again, Enigma have a solid advantage.
Up 3v3 and Excali still in the side, still rocking. To find those two players that will help on this Empress. Shooter will just get the better hand off of it. It's all by himself, and he needs to clutch a 1v2. Not a good way to be in the situation. But if he clutches this 1v2, it's more than enough to conclude map number 3. I'm not quite sure it will happen though. He has the spike in hand. He could go all the way towards the B side, plant the spike. So post-plant situation will be at the hands of OG. All the shooter has to do is just remove 2 players out of the equation. But the only question is, how can shooter deal with the trade?
1 bullet in the Torde force. I don't believe shooter has a secondary. No, he's picked up a phantom from one of his teammates. He's waiting. The Torde force. See, he's playing very much towards the back, and you can't blame him. He's got 25 HP, no armor, sitting around. He's going to be watching. No resurrection for Antidote as well. Rexy, he was the MVP of the previous round. He's got a strike once more. Time is of the essence. He gets 1. Let's wait. Let's wait. Let's have some silence. Let's see, can shooter do it? Oh, and he's going for it. Time is running out. Again, best of 3 point. It is going to be Antidote. Oh, wait. It is going to be Orangutan who win it. There was no time. Ladies and gentlemen, Orangutan are your winners for the first best of 3 of the day.
Man, what a long matchup, folks. Team Orangutan has finally done it. They will win their first matchup up against Team Enigma Gaming. And now they will proceed into the next phase. But the same thing cannot be said for Team Enigma though. They've made their best share of efforts. They've made their plays, clutches, aces from Excali and RVK. But although so many efforts being used around, in the end, it's Team Orangutan who will succeed and proceed in the next phase. Congratulations to them. And that's the first match done and dusted, right, CCB?
Done and dusted. This was something. I mean, but again, we're seeing great sportsmanship from all these players as well. Again, they good old teammates, most of them. We are seeing some changes. I mean, we saw, Ember go from Revenant into OG. That's also a factor. But of course, Shooter, unfortunately not here. But definitely for Orangutan, for all of their fans, he's in their hearts. Now more than ever, after how that final round ended, the 1 versus 2, he clutched it. I mean, he may have died. Doesn't matter. He clutched it. Really amazing stuff. And Orangutan, they are going to be extremely ecstatic with how this went. As for Enigma, unfortunately, they'll be facing off the losers of our next matchup, which will be taking place later. We have Velocity against Revenant. The losers of that, they'll be facing Enigma tomorrow. The winners, it's Orangutan.
Yep. For Enigma Gaming, they still have their one final chance, and that is at the lower brackets. But that's the only chance that they'll ever get. And talk about Team Orangutan. Well, what more can we say though? Upper brackets. Yeah. They just won their first matchup, and now, oh boy, that is a lot to talk about, man. 13-10 on first map, second map, which was 16-14, and now the finale on map Icebox. Man, what a journey. But still, it's not done just yet, right? We still have more rounds to go. We still have more matches.
Yes.
Second map. Or should I say second match?
Yes. Yeah, we've got plenty of players from Revenant and Velocity here in the venue as well. When we were panning on over to the audience, we saw them, and I believe they're doing their prep as well, seeing how this matchup goes, seeing exactly how they can prepare themselves for tomorrow, no matter who they face. If they face, if they face the side of Enigma or Orangutan, they still have to see. And yeah, I think this best of 3 is a good benchmark for almost everyone in South Asia to study from. We saw good strategies. We saw some amazing clutches as well. I mean, you can't really study much from that, but you can see the sheer caliber that these players have. And there's a reason these teams, they're the top 4 in the region at the moment.
Yep. This is why they're called as the best of the best in the SA region. Top 4 teams competing off to be the best of the best in this Challenger series. And oh boy, I gotta say, what a way to start off on our first matchup, CCV.
Yeah.
Man. It's just...
I mean, you know what,
it's a
let's
lot
have a
to
look at
take
the
in,
scoreboard.
right? It's a lot to take in. Let's just take a look at the scoreboard itself and talk about the entire match itself. Icebox 13-9. As you take a look at the MVP scoreboard itself, Excali 25 kills, and we have Tesseract with a total of 31 kills and an ADR of 258.
More so, it's the average combat score. It's the Sova, he gets a high average combat score as well, but 388 is the highest we have seen ever, I mean, in this entire BO3, and Tesseract, he deserves it. Everyone in OG deserves, exactly the prize that they have. But speaking about Tesseract, most likely he'll be the most valuable player as well. But let's have a look. Yes, indeed, it shall be Tesseract from the side of Orangutan. For the past 2 maps, Enigma were taking the MVP prize. This time OG were like, no, not only will we snatch the win out of your hands, we'll snatch the MVP as well. And Tesseract, another well-deserving MVP standing.
Yep. 31 kills from Tesseract, 1.82 KDR. This man is insane with this kills, and I've got to say, man, it's a lot to take in, right?
Exactly.
It's a lot to take in when it comes to making plays like that. Although I could say most of certain situations, RVK did also made his best, best holds on being as the controller and also getting kills both at the same time. But no matter how many times Enigma Gaming tried to, put everything that they've got in their disposal.
Exactly.
No matter how many times they tried to fight themselves back to the top, Orangutan ensured that this would not happen. And look at that, the series MVP itself, it is Tesseract nonetheless. 73 kills on this best of 3. All 3 maps encountered, 73 kills and a 34 headshot percentage.
Ooh. And yeah, 57 deaths as well, but again, 73 to 57, that's really good. I don't think the first bloods was exactly that. We'll change that. But overall, yeah, amazing performance we saw from Tesseract. It was really, really good what he was able to achieve, and just how much he was able to do when his team needed him the most, especially on Icebox. Some other members of Orangutan, they didn't have the best of performances, but really, OG, now it doesn't matter. It's all over. A stunning performance from their end, and as I always have said, a well-deserving win.
A well-deserving win indeed for Team Orangutan. They've made all their best share of efforts, qualifying into the group stages, and now they're here in this LAN event, getting their first victory on this LAN event itself. And all comes down to this, the second matchup itself. How can I forget about the second match? We have Team Velocity Gaming who will go up against Revenant, and that match will be an amazing match to look at, CCB.
Oh, 100%. But yeah, coming back to the BO3 we have at hand, we can see the Enigma players as well. Of course, they must be saddened by what has happened. And well, again, who wouldn't be? As we discussed in the final couple of rounds on the map of Icebox, is that after such a strenuous and lengthy best of 3, who wouldn't be just disheartened and completely, out of the best of states of mind if you lose? And it's completely, it's granted for Enigma to be feeling like this. But again, as we've always said, the Challenger Series right here, the LAN, it is double elimination. Enigma are not out of the tournament. They will be playing tomorrow. They will be playing up against losers of Revenant against Velocity. So definitely, if you're an Enigma fan right here in the audience or watching from home, don't miss out. Make sure you're subscribed to us as well. Make sure you're following us on social media to not miss out on any future updates regarding their next matchup, when it is, when it'll happen, and all that.
Yep. There you go. Although it might be a sad day for Team Enigma Gaming, they still have one chance.
Yeah.
And for Orangutan, they have an extra life, so they don't have to worry about it. But they still need to be careful of the rest of the 2 teams which they have to go up against. Will it either be Team Velocity or will it be Team Revenant? That's the biggest question though, because on second map, the winner of that upper bracket matchup will go up against Team Orangutan in the upper brackets, and the losers will head on downstairs on the lower brackets, where they'll meet up against Team Enigma Gaming, where they have to fight for their eliminations, which will happen in tomorrow. But we still have our second match, right? Which will happen today itself. So don't forget, just don't go out just yet. We still have lots of actions coming into our screens. We we're just so excited to be here, man.
100%. I mean, again, you know, we are seeing all the players behind us. We can see many of Velocity's members joining the stage very, very shortly. We have Revenant here in the venue as well. Again, this is just the cast cam. Once we go into the whole overview, you know, then it's going to be a whole lot more better. Then you can see everyone that's present right now at this very, very moment. But yeah, I gotta say, the first best of 3 that we have of LAN. We are seeing Orangutan as well here on LAN. They had a big point to prove against everyone. They had the roster changes. This roster in of itself, the strategies they go for, the play style as well, it's all extremely unique. It's all quite new. But now they're here. They've defeated Enigma and they've proven to everyone that they are well deserving of this spot.
Yeah. Team Orangutan has definitely made a statement on this first match itself. So teams for Velocity and Revenant, I hope you guys are watching, because Team Orangutan, they have shown a plenty of performance coming up at their screens. And
you know, speaking of Velocity, Revenant, all that, you know, let's just throw it to Mamba. He'll be taking it away, and let's see some interviews of this best of 3. So Mamba, stage is all yours.
Thank you so much. Wonderful result for you. Good revenge, sweet revenge for you. Of course, has to feel nice.
Yeah, I feel amazing.
Hold it closer.
I feel really nice. Amazing.
How long have you been waiting for this moment? Because the first time they served it to you on LAN, but of course, this time around you came out on top. But they still have the lower bracket. Obviously, for all the viewers who are watching, Enigma still has a lower bracket to come back in. But are you still expecting to see them back in the final, or you don't care?
I think it doesn't matter. Whoever comes, we just face them.
Doesn't matter who comes, we'll just face them, huh?
Yeah.
And how confident are you feeling now? Because the Particle Derby is something we've talked about in the past. Right now, it's 1-1, of course. If you meet again, then again, it's going to be a wonderful show to watch. But now, looking forward in the tournament. Are you worried about any team? Are you focusing on any team, or are you just focusing on your own game?
Focusing on our own game.
That's wonderful. And I like your short and concise answers, but in the game you're very loud. Why are you not loud outside?
I was very mellow in game as well. But Doc told me today you have to shout. Today you have to let out.
Of course.
So that's what I did.
But yeah, boys, rally them once again for all the viewers, the entire audience. Can we have the Ape Army?
Let's go.
No, that's wonderful. Congratulations on the victory, and hopefully you have a couple of more. But I'll see you around, and for Enigma Gaming, look, it's not over yet. They still have the lower bracket to work with, but nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, right now, it's time for a short break. Do not go anywhere, because we will be right back.
Out of here.
Are they in? Okay. Chill.
Spike planted.
and gentlemen, to the cosplay competition at the TEC Arena, powered by Cosmic. But right now, we're going to have 5 cosplayers come up on the stage and show off their creations. And that's not it. We have 50,000 rupees on the line. The runner-up walks away with 15,000. The winner walks away with 35,000 rupees. And that's not it. They walk away with the Cosmic Byte Equinox 4+7.1 surround sound headphones as well. But nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's have our first cosplayer come up on the stage. Give it up, ladies and gentlemen, for Roshni Sekar as Saber Alter. Saber Alter is a Saber-class servant of Sakura Matao in the 5th Holy Grail of War, Fate Knight's Heavenfield route. The cosplayer was completed in approximately 200 hours, which includes a custom-made crinoline to provide volume to the outfit and the dress with structured sleeves sewed in and heavier foam body armor and weapon in hand with crafted details. Next up, we have Wasabi Panda coming up as a casual killjoy. She has always resonated with her as a sarcastic geek freak who loves a gadget and, of course, has her little friends to depend upon. Next up, we have Ryan Menendez as the Mandalorian with his adorable baby Yoda. This cosplay is made out of EVA foam and foam clay. Next up is, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be Felix. Give it up. He's cosplaying as a CSGO lead crew. He picked this cosplay because this Wayne is a strikingly handsome man, no pun intended. He has used an old shirt and had to travel across Bangalore, visiting culture clothing stores to find parts to add to the outfit. It was stressful, but the reward of having a cosplay, he's proud and worth it. And finally, we have PK Prop Shop cosplaying as a Mandalorian, again from Star Wars. He's a bounty hunter and protector of Grogu, aka Baby Yoda. This cosplay was made using various materials like foam, wood, PVC pipes, and electronic components. The dark saber sword has a lighting effect like real Star Saber from the Star Wars. You've seen all these cosplayers, you've seen all of the cosplays. I want to know from the audience, who do you think is going to be the runner-up? Do we have any guesses? That's close enough. That is close enough, but do we have any other guesses? I wish it was CSGO. Being an FPS Andy that I am, unfortunately it is not that. For runner-up, we have Roshni Sekar as Saber Alter. And now for the winner, do we have any guesses, ladies and gentlemen? Which one though? Because there are two of them. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner is PK Prop Shop cosplaying as a Mandalorian. Well, they don't just walk away with the prize money that they have, but the winner, of course, walks away with the Cosmic Byte Equinox 4.7.1 surround sound headset. I wish I could hand it to you right now. I'm not sure if you'll be able to hold it, so I'll give it to you once you walk off the stage. But nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, can we have a huge round of applause for all the cosplayers? Thank you so much. Of course, they've all put in a lot of effort. Some of them were crowd favorites. It was a lot of fun. It was a pleasure. But nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, right now we're going to go on a really short break, but we will come back really quickly with some more action. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back.
From the legends of memory and storage, Crucial brings you the ultimate performance in gaming. Legendary products, precision engineered for speed and stability. Crucial Ballistics.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the AMD Ryzen and Windows 11 presents the Esports Club Challenger Series powered by Lenovo and Crucial Memory. We just saw the Parsec hit Derby play out. Incredible matchup going to the distance, 3 maps played, and of course a lot of action, a lot of drama as well. But right now, there's going to be a lot more action. This matchup is touted as David versus Goliath, but I do believe it's going to be a lot more closer than that. Let's have a look at the two teams in question. Velocity Gaming and Revenant Esports going up against each other, but before we call them up on the stage, can I have all the audience, all the members inside the arena make some noise on my cue? 3, 2, 1, let's go! That is wonderful. Of course, we're going to start calling the players up on the stage. Paradox knows what's up. He knows what's going to happen. First of all, we have Logi and Matarasu. Next up, we have Right to Ace and Paradox. Then we have Blackhawk and MW1. Next up, we have Wim and Deathmaker. After that, we have Knight Rider and Hellfighter. Next up, we have the coaches. We have HBK. We have Euphoria along with Lord Mathura. UFO, always a pleasure to have you up here. But how's the excitement? How are you feeling? Once again, back on the stage. This time around, you're looking to break the curse.
Yeah, I think we're going to break the curse this time. And 2 महीने का time हो गया after the LAN. So अभी काफ़ी stable हो गए सब लोग. And वापस से game का एक और update आया before the tournament. So let's see क्या होता है. And all the best to the opponent team. Last time तो ले लिया था हम लोगों ने. We took them down. So hopefully इस बार भी ले लेंगे.
Last time ले लिया था यार, लेकिन Paradox, you have to say something to that fellow speedrunner. I know you play a lot. And UFO ने जो बोला उसके बारे में क्या कहोगे? जवाब क्या देना चाहोगे?
I'm basically experienced with taking down like in quite quick fashion. And also when you took them down, I was missing. I'm the X Factor. Let's see if that works out right now.
We'll see if the X Factor works out or not. But we need to find out who the audience is cheering for. Let's start off with VLT. Get up for Velocity Gaming! That is loud. That is very, very loud, but I'm sure Revenant, you folks have a lot of fans as well. Give it up for RNT! That's loud as well, but nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, players, all of you players can settle in. We have a lovely panelists waiting for us, so over to you folks.
Hassan, dude, it's a hometown vibe for me. We've had a very, very good day so far. That previous game with Orangutan was absolutely nuts. It made me lose my nuts like a squirrel from Ice Age. So, absolutely lost with the start of the day. What do you feel about this matchup? Because Mama did a pretty good job painting the story, right? Velocity versus Revenant Esports. It kind of is like an underdog trying to punch up, but we've never really seen Revenant take a dub against Velocity in the history of their roster. This has to be them breaking ice and, you know, better do it in Bangalore, better than do it in LAN.
Absolutely. I mean, I feel like the side of Revenant Esports, and like Revenant Esports, we all know the fact that they have had a beautiful journey throughout the Challenger series as well. I mean, we have got stats right here. Revenant have been on a very, very good upward climb throughout majority of our IPs as well. I mean, if you take a look at the Community Cup as well. Community Cup, Revenant Esports, what a beautiful run throughout that tournament. And then we have got them right here against Velocity Gaming on Challenger Series. And I am not gonna lie, I feel like Revenant Esports are gonna give out a very, very good competition to the side of Velocity Gaming. I mean, Velocity Gaming, we know for a fact that they themselves have had quite a bit of a hitch in terms of their overall run, but I feel as if Revenant Esports and Velocity Gaming, if both of them just, you know, just get their basics right as well, they might as well give ourselves a very, very good show.
I mean, easier said than done, right? Because we look at both these teams. Now, both these teams have different obstacles, but although similar in nature. Now, we look at Velocity, right? The tournament runs that they've had prior, at least the bigger tournaments, we've seen them struggle once they get to the lower bracket. Once they get to the point of no return, that's when you see them try to divulge from their game plan. That's when they maybe give up on their prep work. We've seen them have a lot of issues with that prior, but again, it's just the start of the tournament. It's just day one. So this is a day where I'm hoping that we get to see a Velocity that's firing on all cylinders. Now we look on the other side, we have Revenant Esports. Now, Revenant Esports have a micro issue, which is when it comes to a best of 3, the third map is something that they dread. That is something that they're not able to cope with, and we've seen that cost them a lot before. We've seen them absolutely lose hope when it comes to map 3. Flashbacks to the group stage in their last matchup against Orangutan, 13-0 on Haven. So I'm pretty sure that Revenant, I'm pretty sure that Revenant are coming here with vengeance and a point to prove. That's what I'm going to look after. And again, it's Revenant Esports, right? These players in and of itself, they work very well together. I just hope that today, when it goes to a game 3, because I'm expecting it to go all the way, baby, they keep their game face on.
Absolutely. I mean, Revenant Esports, as you did point out, they have had quite a little bit of a hitch in terms of when it goes all the way, right? When it goes over towards the third map, or in times some like overtime as well. There have been times that Revenant Esports have lost their control, but at the same time, we can't forget the fact that with the entry of Paradox into the roster, I mean, come on, Paradox, we know this guy has been proven to be the X factor in a lot of different teams, and now with Revenant Esports, I feel no different. I just feel like Paradox is just gonna do his thing, and Velocity Gaming might even sweat.
You know, one other interesting thought that's on my mind right now is, like, let's say out of the blue, Revenant Esports beat Velocity. That means we might get to see an Orangutan versus Revenant Esports, which means it's going to be Ember playing against his old team. Wow. So there's a lot at stake here. There's a lot of fun to be had in this matchup. And again, the map pool for both these teams are fairly symmetrical. So I'm expecting this matchup to go down to the tooth and wire. Let's also take a quick look through the brackets, because down here in Bangalore, the story has just started. We had Orangutan, who could have closed it out in game 2, you know, in all honesty. They could have had a 2-0, but they managed to keep composure and they managed to smite EG down to the lower bracket. Now, walking into this tournament, walking into this arena, I assume that Orangutan and Enigma Gaming are going to be my favorites to take this trophy at the end of the day in the 14th. So watching Enigma go down to this low bracket, it kind of puts me in a position of sorrow, but I'm truly wholeheartedly rooting for Orangutan in their upper bracket run.
Absolutely, OG. I mean, we have known that Orangutan have had an entire facelift as well, right? I mean, with the addition of Tesseract and everyone, and also Doctor as their coach. I do feel like, you know, Orangutan, they are looking like a team to be reckoned with.
Yeah,
I mean, for a second, let's just not forget the fact that Revenant Esports have had a similar run. So there is a possibility that Revenant Esports might just throw Velocity Gaming down towards the lower brackets. But if that happens, then we have got history again there as well. I mean, I guess OG has a little bit of a backstory on that. So OG, why don't you take it away?
Well, backstory aside, you know, I really want to jump into the game. So before that, let's take a look at the matchup that we have on our hands. So we've had, like I said, amazing map 1. VLT versus Revenant. I feel like we're going to be here till midnight, Assassin.
I mean, Velocity Gaming versus Revenant Esports. We know for a fact that Velocity Gaming, they've had their own ups and downs, but at the same time, they've always made sure that they give us a spectacle. Like every single time, pushing it to multiple overtimes, or whether it be, you know, stretching over towards the third map as well, they've always made sure that they give a very, very tough fight. And at the same time, Revenant Esports, they also, with their recent run, have made sure that they are proving to be a lethal force. So let's just hope that, as you said, we are going to have a long night here, and I hope that you guys have got your energy drinks and your snacks stacked up, because this is going to be a good one.
You said lethal force, right? All I remembered was the Community Cup Grand Finals, where they almost threw it when they had the 2-map lead. Let's also head to the map veto, because we mentioned that both these teams have a very overlapping map pool, and that could play into the picture with this matchup. Again, you do not want to be treading in the lower brackets when Enigma Gaming are waiting down there like hungry sharks. It's going to start off with Bind, which is going to be Velocity Gaming's pick in this best of 3. Then we head over to Pearl, a map that we did see Revenant lose very closely to OG in game 2 of that group stage matchup that ended the online phase. And we have Ascent to end things over, which is like, you know what, South Asia's bread and butter at this point.
I mean, Ascent, but to be honest, I'm not really surprised to see this map ban. We all saw this coming, right? I mean, Fracture being banned by Velocity Gaming. Revenant Esports have surely made sure that Fracture is a map that should be banned for the team, whoever's playing against them. We know Paradox and his insane neon plays, right? So let's just not get there. But at the same time, Revenant Esports banning Breeze is a very, very smart move. No surprise there once again. The highest map pick from the side of Velocity Gaming is the map called Breeze. So again, Bind picked by Velocity Gaming. I feel as if Bind, we're starting things off with Bind, right? So it is definitely going to be a close one, considering the fact that both of these teams have had a very, very strong rep on this map.
Yeah.
Both Revenant Esports and Velocity Gaming have had a lot of wins on the map of Bind as well. Moving on over towards Pearl, I am not really sure. I've seen Velocity Gaming play a really good Pearl, but at the same time, teams like Revenant Esports and Orangutan have shown quite a force of the map of Pearl as well.
Yeah.
And then, as you said, the bread and butter of South Asian Valorant, Ascent.
Yeah, Ascent. Let's also head to the map statistics, because both these teams have a lot of history behind these maps, especially Pearl, right? Revenant Esports, that loss was gut-wrenching, and Velocity Gaming have a flawless record on this map thus far. Bind is a map that Velocity Gaming have been comfortable with ever since their inception.
Yeah.
You know, you talk about their roster with Antidote, you talk about their roster with Marzel, they always find a way to incorporate Bind within their map pool to make it a cohesive team. And of course, Ascent, to end things off. Neither Revenant or Velocity are going to be any strangers to this map whatsoever.
Yeah.
Looking at this matchup, dude, in all honesty, I feel like the odds are stacked up against Revenant. Although I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that I want Revenant to win this matchup. I think they might have what it takes now that they've come all the way down to Bengaluru, now that they've made it to the top 4. This is their chance, this is their calling to make their worth loud and heard all across the stadium and all across South Asia, for all I'm concerned, because this is basically Velocity Gaming defending their pride, their chance to take the throne in this tournament, which in South Asia, no other team except for Global Esports has won a LAN. So that's going to be a lot written on this team.
Absolutely. I mean, the side of Revenant Esports, I'm not really sure about the other players, but Paradox himself, I'm just going to stress him on a little bit more because Paradox, he's no newcomer to Bangalore, isn't it? I mean, he's been here before. We've got history there as well, but Paradox, I'm sure that he is going to be that X factor once again today. And with the confidence that he just showed on stage that you guys witnessed, I just want Revenant Esports to put up a good performance against the side of Velocity Gaming.
Yeah, for sure, man, for sure. This matchup, though, now, VLT versus Revenant. We've never seen Revenant take a match of VLT when it comes to a best of 3 or even a best of 5. Normally, even in the best of 5 that I remember seeing, it went 3-1 in the favor of Velocity. And even though the map pool might be colliding, the experience on VLT shows in the way they approach the game. And this brings a contrasting point that I have. Usually, at least with Valorant, what we've seen over the past, I think, 6 months is the fact that a lot of teams with younger and newer names have found prosperity. That is something that is happening at an overwhelming rate when you do look at the consistent and the historic names that, you know, these young bloods have managed to take down. And this is from all across the world. You know, you talk about NA, you talk about EU, EMEA. This is the result of that region. And we've not really seen much of that result down in South Asia, right? We have Global Esports who are on top. Very experienced and historic players from our region. You have VLT and EG who contest number 2 all the time. And both these teams have players who, if you add up their experience, it'd be the lifetime of a turtle. So you'd never know which team could be in that spot of contention. Because when it comes to that top 3 in South Asia, Global Esports top 1, at least in my opinion. But when Velocity and Enigma Gaming now have a chance to duke it off at LAN, Velocity Gaming are eager to take this dub.
I won't deny, but at the same time, I just feel like, you know, Velocity Gaming, it just feels like they are on a new strategy. And talking about strategies, we did discuss this before the cast as well. I mean, Velocity Gaming over the past couple of tournaments, there have been times when they advance on towards the next round in the tournament. There have been times that Velocity Gaming have doubted their strategies. They have doubted their decisions. So I just hope that that isn't the case today. Let's just hope that they have a strategic plan that they're going to focus on. And I guess with the spy like Amaterasus, no one's going to be upset.
Aw, he won your heart already, did he?
Yeah. I mean, Anuj and I have a history, and I just love the guy.
Aww.
He's just great.
Well, they won your heart, Assassin, but they more importantly need to win this game. And, well, we talked a lot about VLT, didn't we?
Yeah.
Let's head over back towards Revenant, because
Yeah.
Revenant Esports recently going through a minor roster change, but again,
Yeah.
that's before the Community Cup, so they've had time to work on this roster, and so far it seems solid, right? VLT, they lost Vibor, and in my opinion, Vibor was an instrumental piece in what VLT had to offer as a team. So their idea of what they need to make their roster look like now, it's something that I hope works, but just by the logic of what they're going for, I've not seen many teams who are able to pull off such a Goliath of a task.
At the same time, we've got Revenant Esports, right? Ember, he used to be in Revenant Esports, and now he is being replaced by Wimp. Sorry, not Wimp, my bad, Blackhawk.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, there's that dynamic duo as well. To be honest, there are two dynamic duos coming out from the side of Revenant Esports. We've got Logi, we've got Knight Rider.
Oh yeah, the old school one, yeah.
Exactly. We've got Logi, we've got Knight Rider, and we've got Wimp alongside Blackhawk.
You know, I'd actually want to pair Wimp alongside Paradox here. And the reason I do that is Wimp is such a brilliant support player, especially when you see this team play Fracture. Boy, do they go absolutely berserk. Because the setup that he gives to the Neon of Paradox is instrumental with the way they've found success on the map. And they make it look easy to some extent with the control they get towards main, with the fights they're able to force all across the map. So, yeah, it's looking pretty juicy.
I mean, in terms of the entire coordination and sync as well, right? Blackhawk and Wimp have been that duo that have been together for quite some time, so that is exactly what was going on over there as well. But you made a very, very good point. From the side of Velocity Gaming as well, we've got some pretty good combo plays coming out from their side as well. If I'm not wrong, we've got Deathmaker, who is being supported very, very well by Amaterasu.
Yeah.
So that is one thing as well. I mean, Amaterasu has been an amazing support player over quite some time now, and I just hope that everything just falls into place for the side of Velocity as well as Revenant, and we are going to take it all the way towards the third map as well.
Dude, at this point, like, we discussed so much about all these teams. I feel like OG are the team who walk into this tournament like everybody has a problem. Everybody has a grudge. He's like, dude, you took my player. I'm out for you. And that's like two of the teams right now out of the top four.
That.
It's going to be a very sweaty run in that upper bracket tomorrow, man. That's more reason for you folks to come down here to the TEC Arena. You might be a little out of luck if you didn't get your tickets because we're all sold out. But if you're one of the lucky few who did manage to scan that QR code like we said all the times online, you're going to be in for a feast. Because not only Valorant action, you have the Community Cup, you have amazing cosplay that you did get to witness before, and you will get to witness again.
Absolutely. I mean, looking at all of these booths and the energy coming out from the audience, it just feels like that TEC Arena is something that you cannot miss. If I may go ahead and rephrase that, you should not miss this. So you should come down here to Bangalore, come down to Mount Fort Convention Center and attend TEC Arena, because if you miss out on this, I mean, I don't even know what to say.
Dude, and not to lie, this is gonna be an integral part for the first team to take the throne at the arena.
Yeah.
So everybody is gonna be itching to take the throne. And you know, personal stakes aside, we've talked about high stakes, we've talked about high rewards, we've talked about the players, we've talked about the teams. Let's get a little personal here now. I'm from Bangalore, and I had the opportunity...
Here we go again.
I had the opportunity to call my parents and all my friends who just got into gaming due to Valorant. I can't wait for Sunday, man. All of them are going to be down here. They're going to see the cosplay. They're going to see all the booths. They're going to see amazing games. So, just an amazing weekend.
It's something that we all dream of, right?
Yeah.
Our friends, our families, our folks just coming down, watching us celebrate esports. And TEC Arena is not just a Valorant LAN finals.
Yeah.
It's a gaming festival. So keeping that in mind, you all should just come down to Mount Fort Convention Center, attend TEC Arena. Know for a fact that we are all sold out in terms of the tickets, but hey, you might just scan that QR code and get yourself a free ticket as well. But with that, I just want to talk a little bit more about the maps here, OG. Pearl. I know that Pearl has been Velocity Gaming's sort of a home ground. At the same time, we saw the map statistics coming out as well. Revenant Esports, what do you think is going to be their strategy moving in over towards Pearl? Any bets? I mean, any sorts of
well, at this point,
clues?
I'm more concerned about the entire series, right? For them, I feel like the more important thing is to have their head game strong. Because we've seen them hit map point before, we've seen them hit match point before, and it just fades away into obscurity without you even realizing how. So there's a lot of things that build up to it. In fact, I was having a word with the doctor the other day when he was at the hotel, and I was having more of a conversation on how they approach the game when it's a long series. What do they do when they have to claw their way back? Especially the game against Revenant, because they were a map down. They had to come back on Pearl, and then they clean swept on Haven. And what the doctor essentially told us, it's the mind game. You need to break their mental first, and then it just becomes a piece of cake to demolish them in the server. And I feel like Orangutan are one of the few teams that play that mental game brutally well. One part of that mental game is shooter's aggression. Man is not afraid to peek even if he knows 4 people are going to peek him. And that is what a top-tier Jet can do.
Absolutely. I mean, Shooter, he has been that X factor as well coming out from the side of Orangutan, but I just want to see what the side of Velocity Gaming have got new for us. I mean, we have seen them use their strategies, use their strategic plans as well in tournaments, but as we discussed, right, moving on over towards the rounds in a particular tournament, advancing on over towards round 2, round 3, there have been times when Velocity Gaming have been a little bit iffy as well, so
let's go.
Ooh, we've got the agent selection right in front of our screens as well, and
you just got debated.
When will I ever not get that?
Aw, Chal, I mean, not the first time production's played with you.
True that.
Not the first time you've played around production. And, we talk...
I was behind the desk, so...
So, one more thing that I feel like is going to be crucial to mention in this matchup is the fact that Revenant Esports have a little bit of time to prep, right? And these are issues that they are aware of. And I'm pretty sure that Wimp and the boys had a lot of time to dig deep. I feel like this is the moment where a coach would actually come off very high value, right? Not the coach that you have for the game, but a mental coach, a coach for your mental game so that you don't break down at those moments of despair. I feel like, yeah, dude, that roster is so well put together, but the results are not there yet. And for Revenant's sake, this matchup, yeah, it's going to be all important.
Absolutely. We know for a fact that Rahul has been working quite a lot as well. Rahul, NBK, the coach from the side of Revenant Esports, Rahul has been working quite a lot in terms of their strategic plans for each tournament and each maps. So I'm sure that Rahul has got something interesting for us as well for this one against the side of Velocity Gaming. But from the side of Velocity Gaming, speaking from their perspective, I feel with the release of Sleepy and CA as well, I'm not really sure how exactly things are going over towards the side of Velocity Gaming. They've had their own ups and downs, we have talked about it, but how do they recover from that? I know for a fact that a lot of you might just think that, we've got Amaterasu there as the IGL from the side of Velocity Gaming, and the man's experience just speaks for itself. But at the same time, to just, keep it all calm, keep it all cool, there has to be that higher power, right, looking over you, just calm you down a little bit in those stressful situations. And at the same time, these decision-making issues coming out from the side of Velocity Gaming that we have been talking about, right, that also becomes quite simple when you have a higher authority looking over you. So I just feel like, Velocity Gaming, if they've worked on that, this one should be a piece of cake for them.
And, we talked a lot about the teams and how they changed. Let's talk about the game. Because there's been a patch that happened like a few days ago, and it did change a lot of crucial pieces for both these teams. So Jet got a minor nerf. Chamber, it's like, I feel sad for all the Chamber mains now. Hearts out to you aggressive if you're watching from home. And more importantly, the Neon, right? The Neon in some aspects I feel like got buffed because once you hit 2 zaps to the head, they're dead. And considering the movement of Neon, dude, it's like playing against a speed demon.
True that. I mean, Neon, I agree to you on that. I feel like it is a little bit of a buff as well, but for some players, it plays out differently. It just varies from the playstyle as well. I just feel that this new patch might have had a little bit of an effect in their entire plan, because before they arrived in Bangalore, right, before they arrived into TEC Arena, they might have had one plan. And then suddenly the patch comes out. And they're like, well, what are we supposed to do? We have to quickly adapt and evolve. Now the question is, were they able to quickly adapt and evolve? That is what we are going to find out in this particular match, ladies and gentlemen. Revenant Esports against the side of Velocity Gaming. We know for a fact that Revenant Esports, okay, let's just not talk about Revenant Esports as a whole, but Paradox as an individual. He has always been a player who quickly adapts and evolves according to the situation that he's been given. But at the same time, if they are not able to do it as a whole, then that might just, pull the team down a little bit.
100%. And like you said, he's adapted very well, right? Because with the untimely departure of Scargod, there had to be a man who fills in those shoes. And he had pretty big shoes left vacant. So it's really good to see Paradox able to chime in and perform beyond anybody's expectations. I don't think anybody expected Revenant to perform even better than they did prior when they had Scargod's lineup.
Absolutely. We all miss Scargod right now. I mean, I just wish that Scargod was here among us, playing on the stage. But yeah, unfortunately, I mean, because of personal reasons, he had to leave the roster, and then Paradox had to jump in as well. But yeah, like Paradox's entry into the team has given it quite a lot of boost. Not gonna lie, it is directly linked to all the match results that you see coming out from the side of Revenant Esports. And it's not just Paradox, right? It's just every single player that gives him that support, that push to go ahead and make that plays. People tend to point out all these fraggers, all these fraggers, but at the same time, how are those frags coming right in front of your screens? That entire play is being made by the support system as well. Talking about Wim, talking about Blackhawk, Blackhawk has been an amazing support system coming out from the side of Revenant Esports as well. So I just hope if Blackhawk and everyone else in the roster have got their A game, shouldn't be a problem against the side of Velocity Gaming. But again, this is a little bit of a different conversation, but this conversation I had with Sai as well, I mean, about Blackhawk, he tends to have a little bit of a fun moment during his games, so let's just hope that he does not show that today against the side of Velocity Gaming, because one little slip might just cost you the game.
The fun moment's going to come only when you hit 13 on
I mean, he has these fun moments randomly, like just out of the blue. He'll just feel fun and he's just, do something miraculously and just starts laughing. This is what Sai told me. And then that laugh just completely triggers the hell out of Sai.
Well, I mean, it kind of is reminiscent with me and my duo. And like my duo says, sometimes if fate's against you, you're just going to lose the game. So, well, fate's written. We're the ones who might not be able to read it, but we might be able to tell a pretty darn good story about it. And I'm itching to see what the map, the agent Vito is going to look like. So we have the Astra from Revenant Esports, a very good setup agent, even on this map to some extent, although I still find the addition of that Viper to have so much more hold. The amount of utility on Revenant is instrumental, and Velocity, they have two initiators alongside a race, so they're going to be yeeting into the side when they get the opportunity. Depnaker, alongside his comrade, trying to take aggression towards Shars, and this is a two-pronged defense from Revenant Esports. They're trying to set up this crossfire, and Paradox is going to be playing a sit-in duck from that position. He just needs to wait and bide his time, otherwise he's going to bite a foot.
Yeah, we've got some pretty interesting plays coming out from the side of Revenant Esports, ladies and gentlemen. And Revenant Esports, oh my god, that raise a hell lot of damage with that nade as well. Velocity Gaming, well, what is this play coming out from the side of Velocity Gaming? We've got right to ace with the Brimstone holding on over towards the short position. Win comes in, charges right in with the sky. Logi comes in as well. This looks like a round for the side of Revenant Esports if and only if Halef is going to be able to turn the tables for the side of Velocity Gaming, but that's not going to be the case. Paradox is going to be the one to go ahead and shut him down. And in a 2 versus 4 situation, I feel like Velocity Gaming might just lose out the pistol round.
Dude, what are we seeing? They're duking it out with attacker spawn. Just expanded. No, W1 though. Good job on the recovery mission.
30
Went
seconds
out of the
left.
picture, and this makes it a much more doable prospect. 2 versus 3. So Revenant Esports, all they need to do is play numbers and play the trade game. As long as they have numbers, they have the dub. And for BLT to break that, they need a miraculous play. Namatoratu! Almost found timing there from within the tube. Paradox though, quick to put him to his demise, and Revenant Esports right out the brawl, baby.
I really like the composition coming out from the side of Revenant Esports as well. You see a where do you see a Sage nowadays, isn't it? I mean, from the side of Revenant Esports, we're going to be seeing that Sage coming in as well. It's going to help Paradox quite a lot. I mean, the guy actually went in over towards the Shah's position, took a lot of damage because of that nade, and then he moved back, took the heal, and finished off the round in style as well. That is just classic Paradox for you, ladies and gentlemen. And there you have it, the pistol round going into the favor of Revenant Esports. Moving on over towards round number 2, Velocity Gaming. Not really sure what exactly is going to be the play coming out from their side. It looks like an A take, but things might just turn around if they are able to get a kill or two over towards a short position. Revenant Esports, unlike of them, they have been quite aggressive today.
Yeah, that's asserting dominance, the mental game that I was talking about. Let's see how VLT reply in kind. Like you said, they're going to be looking for opening picks, right? And that's why MW1 plays into the picture. MW1 still has a couple bullets of his headhunter left. I think he can still buy like 1 or 2 more and still be able to afford the full armor Vandal in the buy round. So VLT, they're going to be hoping that MW1 is offered a fight and he's able to take the W. And I think a small technical pause called for maybe one of the players. I hope that it's resolved. Hey, it's resolved. Speak of the demon.
Absolutely. I mean, Logi, he's just relaxing. He's in a relaxed mode right now. He's not stressed at all. And there you have it. We're going to be moving in over towards round number 2. The technical pause has been called off, OG. It looks like that Amaterasu might just be able to get here a frag over towards the Shar's position. If and only if that Ion Sheriff is going to make the magic happen. Paradox with the Bulldog. Paradox is that one player that
flash play. Oh, that almost worked. MW1, the beautiful rebuttal. And he TP's back to safety. So Knight Rider has to fall back into safe arms. Oh, that's the war. At least it deters the peak, right? At this point, I prefer if Knight Rider... Oh, what the hell? Hello? He wasn't even aiming for MW1. It just fell into his lap, and he's more than happy to take a freebie. Revenant Esports, good round. They do it in somewhat of a clinical fashion, not losing too many members, importantly. And Velocity Gaming, they did a little bit of damage. That's all the Velocity Gaming could have hoped for heading into a round like that. Now, though, comes the turn off the full buy. What do VLT have in rebuttal?
Yep, Velocity Gaming, they're going to be on a buy round now, and I feel like the big guns might just make the magic happen. At the same time, a little bit of a good distraction coming out from the side of the standard bait and switch, right? I mean, Amaterasu going in over towards the Shah's position, making a little bit of a distraction over there so that the rest of the players can just move it over towards the B side, but ooh. All right, then.
Nice. Beautiful coordination with that line. Get information, but that's MW1 getting confirmation. He gets that frag onto Knight Rider, and that is a abysmal way for Revenant Esports to start this round, because Revenant Esports have been playing aggressive from since minute 0, and it's working out. How are they finding the skills here, Revenant? Off the screen, but surely in the back of Velocity's mind.
I am not really sure where exactly Vim got that frag, but I wanted to see that. That was a crisp, clean lock to the face with a ghost. Yeah, Loki, just going to be seeing him go ahead and not allow any of the players coming out from the side of Velocity Gaming to go ahead and pick up that spike, but ooh, Knight Rider coming out with that Sheriff. Heads Amaterasu right in that beautiful face, and Logi goes down as well. Deathmaker is trying to take this round back from the side of Revenant Esports, but Revenant Esports, they still have a man advantage, OG, and we might just see Deathmaker go ahead and bring this round back for his squad.
Yeah, here's the thing though, Revenant have information because they spotted both the players and they're very well aware of the rotation. 30 seconds left on the clock, so there's still a possibility they can TP towards Hookah and hit the B side. What's the game plan here? Are they planting for the defender spawn rotation? Alright, now, yeah, okay. Deathmaker, he's making this round hella interesting. This plant is open as day. This is swing from heaven, this is swing from defender spawn, this is swing from lamps. You never know what's going your way, and Revenant, time is of the essence here. Time is gonna be crucial, because the more room they give to VLT, the more that VLT are gonna show them the door. Blackhawk, a 1 versus 2, looking impossible for him to fight against Hall. Good on the frag with Deathmaker, but Hellfighter with an instantaneous trade to give Velocity their first round here in the TEC Arena.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, Blackhawk right there. I thought for a second, for a fraction of a second, I just thought that he might just pull his mouse down and get that double, but, well, unfortunately, that is quite unrealistic for me to hope as well. There you have it, beautiful audience.
We've been loving the crowd here, man. Bangalore.
I love this crowd. The way they just cheer and make this LAN a fantastic experience.
So they force MW1. We've seen him go berserk with the Headhunter. This requires different kind of precision, but I know he has that incision. So just need to find his timing with his peak. Had a double setup here towards Hookah's Deathmaker. If he doesn't use utilities, almost walking into a death sentence. Went beautiful first frag. Disengages and does beautiful aggro. Knight Rider
Oh no!
He read them like a darn book and ripped all the pages out of that strat. VLT looking worse for wear as they're torn limb to limb.
Well, that Sage definitely did the job of holding on over towards the hooker position. We're going to be seeing a 2 versus 5 now. Logi gets that frag. Yep, absolutely disgusting. I mean, Helef did not even see that coming. There you have it, MW1. Left out with the chamber and the ult. We might just see him get a frag or two, but nothing more than that.
You better hold the slow and the headhunter. Not out in time. Knight Rider, brilliant trade, brilliant setup towards Hookah. A beautiful bait and switch is what we got to witness. And off of fundamentals and basics, Revenant Esports are rewarded. And I'm a little sad that Deathmaker did not use the Boombot. That Boombot is perfect to get Hookah control at any time of the round. And he had it.
Absolutely. As we did discuss in the pre-show as well, right? I mean, the basics. Boombot, you can just easily clear a hooker.
Yeah.
And I feel like Deathmaker might have just, not expected Knight Rider to be that aggressive as well. Oh, once again, Knight Rider! Here we go! Ladies and gentlemen, Knight Rider! He's going absolutely berserk over towards the hooker position. And MW1 comes in with a little bit of a reply. Over towards Blackhawk. He goes down. Paradox gets the trade. And in a 1 versus 4 situation, we've got Mr. Brimstone. Right to ace. Trying to get as many frags as possible, trying to compensate for the lost lives. But he ain't going to be able to make anything happen, and that is going to be Revenant Esports. Just look at that. Look at that.
This is Knight Rider with his best Grim impersonation. That was just outplayed, GG.
I can't even get enough of this replay. That was so beautiful, right? Nobody saw that coming, not even the side of Velocity Gaming. And these aggressive plays coming out from the side of Revenant Esports might just be the trick they need. But at the same time, we do know for a fact that Bind being a defender-sided map, we can't just absolutely overshadow the fact that Revenant Esports are having a really, really easy time, right? Velocity Gaming, they might just come out with a little bit of a reply as well. But this aggressiveness, ladies and gentlemen, Paradox once again over towards the sharp position.
Alright, the showstopper out from Deathmaker, but he's been well denied by those Seekers. Space made to some extent, although Revenant's still fighting back. That is a huge problem. 2 picks go the other way, and the orbital strike almost converts the frag on a Blackhawk before he goes absolutely mental. That frag was beautiful. It puts Revenant in a position to contest this round. Otherwise, it could have been written off to VLT. Yet again, we boiled down to this 2 versus 3. What's the maneuver now? Previously, it was the plant aggressive towards the spawn rotation. This time, they don't have much information and time. Sure, they have a boatload of it, but look at the positioning from Revenant. That boxed them in. This is not a Schrodinger's cat. This is a Schrodinger's velocity at this point. You don't know if they're going to live or die within the next 15 seconds. Oh! Well, they're dead. Am I?
I mean, Knight Rider once again, as always, coming out clutch for the side of Revenant Esports. But Velocity Gaming, I just feel like they're playing a little bit too passive, right? We are to see a lot of plays coming out from the side of Velocity Gaming as well. But ooh, in a 1 versus 2 situation, he still has got 30 seconds, so he can still make this play happen. He just has to take individual one-on-ones, and he's going to try and go for it. Try and take down Logi first, but that's not going to happen.
What a start here for Revenant Esports. 5-1. Velocity, I hope that they use the timeout at some point in this first half, because things really need to start to turn around. Here's the worrying thing now, Assassin. This map of Bind is picked by Velocity.
Yeah, Velocity Gaming's pick. Not a good start, but I just feel like Velocity Gaming still have that defender side, so anything can happen. Can't just draw the results right about now, but you're right. A good start for the side of Revenant Esports means a great momentum and a lot of confidence. Those happy smiles that we just saw on their cams just might mean the victory to them.
For sure. I'm pretty sure that we have a lot of Velocity fans here.
Absolutely.
And Revenant Esports, yeah, this is gonna be one heck of a way to send a message, right?
Ooh, look at that. Look at that guy flaunting the 8-bit merch as well. You can get some for yourself if you come down over towards TEC Arena. So, yeah, there you can see the SHUL booth right there.
Yeah.
They were giving away a lot of t-shirts today. Did you know that?
Really?
Yeah,
I
missed out on it.
myself one maybe later on after this game. But okay, let's get back to where this game was left off, right? Because 5-1, we know that Revenant Esports have the caliber. We know that they have the ability to get these games under their belt. But closing it out is their biggest issue. So, off to a flying start. This is what Revenant should have been expecting maybe. Although, the worst for me is yet to come. Second half, that's where Revenant slowly start to drop off. So the momentum they have now is brilliant. If they're able to carry it forward even more, they build themselves a little bit of buffer. But that cannot allow them to be complacent in that second half. And hey, we're still in the first half. It's still possible that BLT even take the lead hypothetically. But that's if they win 6 rounds in consecutive fashion.
Which is quite a task, considering the momentum. Yeah, considering the momentum coming out from the side of Revenant Esports, it is quite a task. But from the side of Velocity Gaming, we might just see a little bit of a change of pace now that they have taken this technical timeout as well. They might have had a little bit of a time to just talk their approach in towards the future rounds. Maybe Amaterasu might just have given that pep talk that they need, and might be possible Deathmaker might just up his aggressive game.
You gotta hope, right? When you're playing against a Revenant like this, I feel like it's gonna be down to more fundamental approaches, you know? They're playing aggressive here, Revenant. If you're able to do your due diligence with utility, that's half your fight won. If you're able to maybe get the concussion at the nick of time, if you're able to get a flash, if you're able to get a lot of damage with that Boombot and Pain Shells combo, it makes the fight significantly easier to take. And with the way these fights are going, you just need to play the numbers. You just need to play the odds. Don't take unfavorable fights, which we've seen Velocity take in the past.
Yeah.
That's something, however, after this timeout that I'm hoping that they recoup from.
True that. Velocity Gaming, after this timeout, they should have that change of pace that we were talking about as well. Revenant Esports might just see something surprising coming out from their way as well. Oh, Deathmaker, there you go.
Finally.
Yep, finally. Going to be seeing the Boombot in action, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be seeing that clear out the hookup position, and Knight Rider once again a little bit aggressive, but oh my god, Paradox, we missed out on that. He just got himself a double, and this guy is not going to stop anytime soon.
The player just can't stop making plays, can he? Absolutely brilliant stuff from Revenant Esports as they're looking to maintain this trend and keep this round flawless, which allows them to build not only in terms of their moolah, but also their ultimates, if they're able to spread these skills where it's needed. Although VLT, 2 versus 5, I think objective for them right now is damage. Damage limitation is what their mission is. Maybe get a couple of frags, maybe get the spike down, you get a couple more credits to work with. Something like that, although the opening, there's none almost offered to them. Everybody's playing passive and they're going to be playing again off utility.
Ooh. All right,
never mind.
all right.
I was wrong, my bad.
Logi. Logi, we did not see that, that's fine. But at the same time, Amaterasu is going to try and get some plays made against the side of Blackhawk, but Blackhawk is just going to be like, no, not happening. Not on my watch, at least.
This first half is going so well. I feel like I've already jinxed them with the pregame, dude. This is a very, very good start for Revenant Esports and Velocity. It's about time that we find a rebuttal from their end. This is their map pick, and if they lose this, there is a hypothetical chance that they duke it off against EG in that lower bracket.
I also wanted to, know from you their past performances on the map of Bind. Has there been a situation like this for the side of Velocity Gaming?
Not that I remember. Not this much.
Yeah.
Not to this extent.
Exactly.
That's what
I mean, 6-1 down against the side of Revenant Esports. That just goes on to show that Revenant Esports have been putting quite a lot of work. And Logi is going to get concussed. Amaterasu trying to bring in these face plays, but look at the amount of damage.
Look at the positioning from Wimp. It allows everybody to stack towards a bomb site. Oh no, Velocity, they better be ready to this. Are they going to be clinical in their... Oh no! MW1 obliterates Wimp. And the defense now set a frenzy as there's still no defenders towards that B side. It's the Hail Mary rotation committed by the Astra for Revenant Esports, while the rest of Revenant try to play aggressive within this Viper spit. It gives them cover, it gives them opportunities, which is what they need to take. Take the chance, take the fight. And
I'm not really sure about this play coming out from Logi. This might just go against him.
They have a blinding light on Hellf, so it's information that VLT can use as they enter this. Oh no!
Oh no!
MW1! He's come alive at the moment of asking. Nice positioning from Paradox, but that Astral War in the nick of time. And MW1's an absolute demon in this round. Finally, a resurgence of VLT. And you can see the crowd appreciating the fight. A flawless victory in that as well. 6-2, we might just have a game on our hands here, folks.
Absolutely, OG. Did you see that? I told you, right? The side of Revenant Esports just took it a little bit too much this time. I won't blame them. 6 rounds in a row, they were quite happy, but at the same time, that push coming out from Logi was information, yes, but a little bit too much.
I kind of get it, but it's been like that from since round 1, so you can't gauge this. At this point, it's...
Can't blame the momentum.
Yeah, it's Revenant Esports' plight to now try to maybe change up their pacing, right? Because you look at that composition. You have the Viper, you have the Astra, you have the Sage. These are agents that not only help you buy a lot of time, but also cause a lot of disruptions in post-plan situations as well. So, utility, that's something that they can always fall back upon, which we haven't seen Revenant Esports yet do.
True, I mean, Revenant Esports, I just feel like this particular round might have just given them the idea. Even though they did lose this round, they have a lot of information now. They have a lot of information. And Velocity Gaming, they haven't actually gone ahead and changed a lot in terms of their strategy. It's still that 2x2 push coming out from Showers, and we have got a couple of players holding out outside of the A shot position as well. So hopefully, Velocity Gaming bring a little bit of a change and might as well, spread around, try and find out these weak points coming out from the side of Revenant Esports' defense. And Deathmaker once again going in to clear out Hookah. We're going to be seeing Knight Rider trying to get some information and once again getting concussed, falling back.
Yeah, he's going to wall off Hookah instantaneously.
Yeah.
The nice avenue and allows Revenant to refocus their attention towards B long, where now they look to take the aggro, now they look to take the fight. I, again, wanted this to be a passive Revenant, but I don't mind it if they do it on the back of such fundamentals. That Blinding Light is going to get information, but Paradox still has the ability to get that frag, although Hellfighter a step ahead. Beautiful start, but an even better finish. Hellfighter, oh my god! He lives up to his name as he fights all the way back from hell, and Velocity yet again looking to take a flawless victory.
Absolutely, Hellfighter indeed. What a play. What a play. It looks like that Velocity Gaming, they just needed a couple of rounds to, wake themselves up, get back into the groove. But there you go. Right away, he's going to go ahead and plant that spike as well. It's going to be all down to Wimp now in a 1 versus 5. What do you think? Is it going to go for it? I mean, do they have economy?
Not as much, although it does make sense to take a couple of weapons out of Velocity Gaming. Right?
Yeah,
They've had 2 flawless victories back to back. It's about time that they start pecking at their economy, start pecking at that edge that they somewhat have over you. Although it's still Revenant Esports who have the lead in this map. We've seen that go away really fast, and this is like a slow and unnerving process for them without a doubt. The change-up, we talked about it, right? Let's go more towards utility. Let's down the pace a teeny bit. And the triple peak. Something that usually works. Hellfighter though, he just played them a dirty reverse card.
Dirty one indeed. It's a very, very beautiful one coming out from the side of Hellfighter as well. But I just feel like Revenant Esports, they can ease a little bit in terms of these aggressive plays now. Now that they know the Velocity Gaming are just patiently waiting for them to show up right in front of their crosses. Just look at this. Look at this instant replay. Hellfighter. Every single time I just have a look at it, I'm just like, why Revenant? Why?
Sometimes you never know, and that's what causes you sleepless nights. Revenant Esports, this has to be their day. A 2-round streak that VLT managed to put together. They're able to convert on a round like this as well. They have key ultimates up, mind you, Assassin. They have the Orbital Strike, they have the Seekers, they have the 34s, but I think the 34s is safe for a really day. Oh, Paradox! Beautifully plays around with that tail plays. They had no clue what hit him.
Once again, Paradox with these cheeky little plays, and there comes M51 with his own one. Paradox goes in for the ultimate, ladies and gentlemen. The showstopper absolutely stops the push coming out from the side of Velocity Gaming. Blackhawk gets another one over towards the U-Hauls as well on Matarasu. He still lurks right there with the fade. Blackhawk is going to be aware of that. Is he going to give out that information to Paradox to not set a foot back or front?
Yeah.
Because he's going to be in a situation where he has to hold the ground right there. Exactly. He's got backup coming his way. Right to Ace. Puts out of his own. That's right, a 2 versus 3 now. Velocity Gaming, they do have the HP. All they have to do is go ahead and pick out each of the players from the side of Revenant Esports. Take individual one-on-ones.
For sure. At this point, it's a very well set up play from Knight Rider, who's been very patient with this approach. Beautiful stuff. His position left undiscovered and unbeknownst to Velocity leads to their demise. And that momentum that accrued of 2 flawless victories now put to a momentary halt. We did mention, Assassin, key ultimates up on the side of Velocity. it's still possible for them to recover this significantly easier than how it was prior, and they can still make this a 7-5 half, which, in my opinion, is going to be decent considering the start that they had in this map.
Yeah, I just feel like, Revenant Esports, once again, have figured out what works, what doesn't. Paradox with his cheeky little plays. He's never going to stop doing that, is he?
Sometimes you just love to see it.
Yep.
At least when it's working.
It works every single time as well. And look at this, MW1. He's playing so slow. Velocity Gaming, a complete change of pace. But hold on a second. We've got a rush coming out from the side of right to Ace. He's going to get taken down by Wim. There comes Blackhawk for the backup. Blackhawk gets himself a double. And Velocity Gaming.
Wow.
They are being shut every single time. Revenant Esports.
Christ. Revenant Esports. The play that they had off each other, that guiding light setup, and the peak from Lambs going in tandem towards default as well. Well orchestrated, and in all honesty, Velocity, it didn't feel like they spaced themselves really well towards that hit. It felt like they were hurled up towards each other, and nobody apart from the man playing point even got LOS. So, questionable at the very best.
Questionable indeed. At the same time, Velocity Gaming, what was that? They were just trying to find information, weren't they? And then comes right to Ace with a push. He gets taken down.
You want to play?
Then MW1 comes in. He gets taken down as well. It's just something that we don't see from the side of Velocity Gaming. And I just think that they are trying to get information. And MW1. Oh! Paradox does not see that coming. Gets taken down.
He got put to place. Blackhawk needs to concede control here. Playing from within Lamps. Velocity did not have that orbital strike, so it's not possible for them to push it off without a fight. Oh, a beautiful turnaround from right to Ace. The smokes, it's not hard cover whatsoever. Spam is still a very viable possibility, and Blackhawk has got mid-transition. Nitrado with that operator on that stage. Not something that you usually see, but this man on the sniper is what changes games and changes series. Sadly, not able to put a chain to the round. Leaves it all under the hands of Logi and Velocity Gaming. It started off not as a great half, but well recovered. If they win the second half pistol round, this could go daringly close to an equalizer, and that's where the sweat really is on display.
Completely agree to you on that as well. Logi wasn't really able to get a single frag in that round then. Left out on 1 versus 4, Velocity Gaming. They switch things out right here, right now. Might just be seeing Velocity Gaming trying to make a little bit of a comeback right here. Grab as many rounds as they can in the first half. Because it's going to be a pretty simple one. Hopefully it is. As we move over towards the second half of this matchup, ladies and gentlemen, where Velocity Gaming are going to be in the defense.
They're going to be on the defense this time, right? So on the offense, we saw them slouch with utility. Now, on the offense, to some extent, that's excusable, because as an attacker, you decide where you want to take that fight. It's not the defenders. So now that they've swapped roles, utility is going to be key to the success of Velocity.
Yeah, tensions rising from the side of Velocity Gaming, all in deep thoughts, especially MW1. Or is MW1 always like this? I could never figure out the guy.
I mean, he's relaxed. He's reserved assassin. He's like a stone cold killer, you know?
Yeah.
You don't mess with a guy who doesn't blink at the face of death.
He's the true Mr. 47.
Well, let's hope he actually becomes the demon that we're hyping him up, right? And in all honesty, this is a tournament for MW1 and his path to redemption. Because we mentioned it before, right? When VLT stray away from their game plan, stray away from the draft, usually we see that affect one player, and that is MW1.
Yep.
This time, it seems like VLT, like Euphoria said, is a much more rounded unit. They've reapproached the way they want to take these fights, they want to play these games. Let's see if that has any knock-on effect. This is the perfect time to prove where the mettle of Velocity truly lie.
Velocity Gaming, what is going to be the next course of action for them, OG? What do you think is their defense going to look like? Are they going to be as aggressive as Revenant Esports? How's Revenant Esports going to take their attack? A lot of questions rising up in the mind of all of these viewers.
VLT, double initiator. They have opportunities to take that aggressive stance without much of a feasible risk. Now, who do you do that with? Is my second question, because MW1 has that chamber. You have that set up towards one side. You maybe try playing aggressive either towards Shars like we did see Revenant Esports do. There's a lot of opportunities on this defense. That double initiator lineup, I feel like is much more of a, how do I say this, a team-based approach, because there are teams that are naturally comfortable taking fights. There are teams that are naturally comfortable getting the heat up on the server, and that's where they thrive. You gotta hope that VLT, they don't break under the sweat while they don't break a sweat either.
True that. Velocity Gaming, not really sure how exactly their move is over towards the defense, but we all know for a fact that Velocity Gaming, if they make those combo plays that we were talking about, things might just work out for them as well. Velocity Gaming, let's have a look at their setup. We've got Brimstone along with the Chamber over towards the A side, the rest of the three holding on over towards B. We might just see Amaterasu making that rotation over towards the A side as well.
Yeah.
Interestingly, right to Ace is trying to take a little bit of a pot shot there, but Paradox comes in with the frenzy. What?
Just straight up run and gun, dude. And the frenzy this raid is an absolute death sentence. Wow. Beautiful job by Paradox. He's just playing around with them like he's in a nursery at this point. And there's PD. VLT, they're gonna have PTSD for sure after this matchup. The aggression, the utility, barrage, the pace, and Paradox with the ace. Beautiful stuff, baby.
Stop it, Paradox. Stop it. Stop this.
I want more.
I can't see this. Velocity Gaming, they're being absolutely brutally taken down over towards the A side like that. Nobody saw that coming, especially with the frenzy.
I mean, we didn't expect that first frag in all honesty. That came out of absolutely nowhere. Once he closes the range, that shreds in the pistol, unless you have a shorty up against you. Well, Revenant Esports, a very, very good start to the second half. They've had a brilliant first half so far in map 1. They need to tread in safety. They need to tread in security. We've seen, especially in the game of Orangutan, how many times these pistols squeeze together around an MW1, squeezing the life out of Wimp. Man advantage VLT and Revenant Esports, they gotta be feeling a little shook after that one. Nice TP away in the nick of time, doesn't get punished. They maintain the man advantage of VLT. It's on the ball, it's on the court for Revenant to now move the ball.
Velocity Gaming, they might just be able to make a play or two here, thanks to MW1 and that Headhunter, but Blackhawk gets himself that frag. Is there, but MW1.
Close range
Not have missed that.
One enemy
Nice try, nice try. Revenant Esports, they do this more or less. Oh, Hellfire has the spike. This is interesting. Now Hellfire can just be a nice little decoy, just sit around, enjoy the corner.
Yeah.
At this point, VLT, they would require the mental reset, so the amount of time this buys them allows them to simmer down and poker up, because they need to play up against high odds. This is high stakes. Blinded, but not taken down. Knight Rider, resilient so far here on Bind. Revenant, they're yet to show a sign of weakness in the second half. VLT, this is their moment to come alive. Otherwise, this is going to be an abysmal showing for starting off the debut here at the TEC Arena.
I just feel like this would be the right time for the side of Velocity Gaming to call in for a tactical timeout, figure things out, what exactly has been going wrong.
Yeah.
But I don't see that happening, so maybe they just know what they're supposed to do. Let's just see what Velocity Gaming have got for us in this particular round. Revenant Esports still going to be continuing with their Spectres, at least a few players. Matarasu and MW1 playing a lot aggressive here. Try to pull off a Revenant against them, and MW1 and Matarasu find themselves a frag each. Wow. Matarasu gets himself a double. A 4v2 Velocity Gaming. It does look like that Revenant Esports might just be able to get themselves a frag, but that's pretty much it.
Yeah.
I don't see this round going the other way around.
Revenant Esports, they didn't really have the investment, they didn't really have the weaponry. Nice job in removing a couple of guns away from the hands of Velocity. I was having this discussion with CA, ex-VLT coach, and I was kind of wondering what the answer is to the bonus, because I don't really find a point of throwing away a round in a game that is not essentially fully relied around economy. You have the Blade Storm, you have the Tode Force, you have a lot of ultimates that allow you to make plays where your weaponry is not really necessary.
Yeah.
So in a bonus round like that, what you typically see is after the first victory, 2 players stay on pistols, 3 go on SMG. On the next round, you have 2 Vandals to supplement those Spectres, and it allows you to take versatile fights. It allows you to be a little more vocal all across the map. Talking about being vocal, utility, what? Oh, Hellfighter, what? The aggression from Long and Deathmaker goes in tandem. We didn't see that coming, and we have the luxury of this preview. Revenant Esports. It just feels like the round started and their hopes ended.
That's right. Would you look at that? Velocity Gaming changing the pace of the game quickly, adapting and evolving, as we did talk about it in the pre-show as well. But I just hope that this isn't too late. I hope this isn't too late.
It never is. You never win until you hit 13, and Revenant know that.
Yeah. I mean, Revenant Esports, we do know for a fact that they are also the ones who, you know, quickly get on that information train. So hopefully they're also preparing against the side of Velocity Gaming's change of pace. But Velocity Gaming, for now, have secured themselves another round on the board.
Yep.
And let's hope that this is a start of that beautiful comeback we are all ready to witness.
VLT need to mean business though, because Revenant, they're already on double digits, right? This is essentially VLT backs against the wall, and that went through the woodwork. The second shot did connect, and Deathmaker down to 9 HP. Should be healed back up into entirety. He's walking into a Molotov Paradox. He doesn't know what he's walking into at this point. He sees the barrel, he sees the kill! Right to ace, a little indecisive at that moment, and it costs him his life. It costs VLT the man advantage, and they have to now play from the back, but utility dividing this defense and giving Revenant a little bit of a breathing ground here towards the ace side. They got the wall, they know how to ball, they're playing this slow, and they're playing off each other. Beautiful teamwork now needs to be on display. Blackhawk, timing was nearly on his side, but MW1 Spider senses are tingling, and he's out for vengeance. He has the taste of blood, and he likes what he has in front of him. Ooh, MW1, yet another, and yet another time. We might get to see an ace from BLT, although the defuse being stuck. And Revenant Esports, they've just got boxed into that lamp position. You never saw them have any control in that post plant. When they had the utility, they had the first pick, and they had the chance.
Yeah, Revenant Esports at the start of that round looked like they had a little bit of a chance to go ahead and get that eco into their bag, but Velocity Gaming quick to the reply. MW1 coming in with that backstab as well. But
Today first, we're going to see it this time around. MW1.
Yeah.
He's going to have a very key piece of utility, because the 34th, it not only is a very, very fast sniper rifle, but it also delivers that slow, right? Denies trade, denies the rush, denies a lot of what BLT would like to do. I mean, Revenant would like to do. And
people might have expected MW1 to play a little bit more aggressive with that TP setup and the 2-day force, but the party is the one to do that. Down to 40 points of health. Going to be seeing the showstopper coming out, but nothing connected as of yet, and it goes. Nope. Gonna miss.
Yep, that's the party that you don't want to go to. And they again get the wall down. Spike though, not planted just yet. Deathmaker, beautiful shot on a Paradox, who was trying to take aggressive control through lamps. And Deathmaker now in his own quest for first. Nitroid at the double, the revive. The numbers go away from Velocity, and they yet again fight from the back seat. Hellfighter is resilient so far in this matchup, but he needs to go above and beyond. Blackhawk spots both of them. Information on the side of Revenant, but they are gonna be cursing themselves for taking that fight. MW1 more than ready. Nitroid, he is in the verge of pulling off a big clutch. Look at the rotation from VLT. They're both coming into defenders. More rotation. No! He almost lined himself to spray, but Hellfighter keeps his team in it. Absolute beast of a player. This is what we'd like to see from Sadvik.
Absolutely. Nobody saw that coming, did they? I mean, with the entire momentum coming out from the side of Revenant Esports, we were expecting them to carry on that momentum and win that round as well. But Velocity Gaming, out of nowhere, just come right in, and they deny that. They deny that beautiful resurrection as well, along with the frag coming out from MW1 to just ease things up and get that 8th on the board for the side of Velocity Gaming. Revenant Esports now, they've quite a task in order to figure out how exactly Velocity Gaming are going to react to their play into this round. Wim, maybe seeing that blind coming out as well over towards the
Showstopper.
B-long. Yeah, Amaterasu gets himself one off the screen. Deathmaker getting himself ready. Getting 1, 2, 3. Makes it look easy. A flawless coming out from the side of Velocity Gaming. No surprises there. It was a full buy coming out from the side of Velocity, and Revenant Esports were on nothing but the pistols.
No real surprise for sure, but I still felt like Revenant Esports needed to get maybe a frag or two. They did invest into that Hero Phantom. So watching that go down the drain, it is not really ideal. At this point, VLT, they're building their momentum. They're building their economy as well, which is slowly starting to be a point of bother. Revenant Esports, you saw them improvise brilliantly on their defense, but on the attack, they've sort of fallen flat, haven't they?
Velocity Gaming. I feel that they still haven't got their A game out yet. I feel there is still that hidden prowess that is yet to unleash itself. That beast that is yet to unleash itself. Ooh, okay, what's that?
Simp for Wimp.
Simp for Wimp.
Hey, nice, nice meme play. I hope we get to see a whole lot more of that today. I think we still have a lot of time, right? I'm still expecting this to go to map 3.
Yeah, I am too, and so is our audience. So let's just hope that this goes all the way over towards the map of Ascent as well, the bread and butter of South Asian Valorant. And I'm really excited to see what is going to happen on the map of Ascent as well, because we've got a lot of history there, especially with Revenant Esports and that individual player with the name of Paradox.
You've been eyeing him all day.
Yeah, I have.
You've been simping for Paradox, man. VLT just a round away from not only double digits, but also the equalizer. No, the bird out at the wrong time. VLT give Revenant a taste of their own medicine, and MW1 snap back to safety, and round yet again over. 10 seconds, and it seems like half the server is dead.
Yeah, I mean, under 10 seconds, they just clean swipe it all. Revenant Esports left out in a 2 versus 5. Amaterasu gets himself one. Pretty easy pickings coming out from the side of Velocity Gaming, but this is exactly what I was talking about. Oh no! For a second there, my heart was like Knight Rider might just get himself a triple, but...
Getting hella flashbacks?
A little bit of a flashback right there, you know? Hellfighter. But, yeah. Velocity Gaming. This is exactly what I was talking about. That hidden beast is yet to unleash itself. And once it comes out, things are going to be a lot easier for the side of Velocity Gaming.
Look at the economy, it's abysmal.
Yeah.
They have barely anything to fall back on, and Knight Rider is going to go on the hero investment yet again. He has himself that Phantom. It didn't pay off the last time of asking, and this time if it doesn't, Velocity are going to take the lead away at a very crucial stage of this map. On the party out early, and Revenant trying to respect it as much as they can. Beautiful! He got juiced by the juicer himself.
Wow. That showstopper denial was beautiful, but what's more beautiful is the aim coming out from the side of Hellfighter. Someone has been spending a lot of time in aim labs, that's for sure. MW1 comes in with that operator as well, but look at this. It is an absolute brawl in the markets.
What are we seeing, man? At this point, VLT are like, I'll play your game, but I'll play it better. That's what VLT are saying right now to Revenant, as they not only demolish them with their own taste of the medicine, but they also take the lead 11-10. Just one round away from map point in map 1 of this best 3 series.
Velocity Gaming. We did talk about this, right? Revenant Esports' economy isn't looking good. Could be easy for Velocity Gaming to go ahead and take that lead as well, and they're going to do that. But now that Revenant Esports have got themselves that economy to bring in the big guns, what is going to be the play? The attack play. What is it going to be? Is it going to be a split play? Is it just going to be that straight up rush over towards the A-shot position?
Split play,
Information is key.
Yeah, split play. I think with the aggression that BLT are showing, you just need to be patient and root it out where you find it. Revenant are being diligent though in their approach yet again, because they've used the tail base, they're getting control of shards, and they get in towards lamps. Although Deathmaker, he does it for the cross! Oh! They're just... Oh! And Deathmaker is ready for the tango! Right away, pushes the wall, and this defense just does not crumble. They're ready to take fights, they're ready to go down in the mud.
I have this spike.
And Revenant Esports, this attack is looking like a dud.
Blackhawk left out in a 1 versus 3. What exactly do you expect the man to do here? clutch out of 1 versus 3, yes, of course, but at the same time, look at the prowess coming out from the side of Velocity Gaming. It just looks like an absolutely impossible task to do so, but Blackhawk has proven to be quite lethal in certain situations, and this 1 versus 3 might just be the one we are looking for. He has got 1 star left, OG. 1 star.
He needs to be the star.
30 seconds.
He needs to be star, of course, but at the same time, he's got 1 star left.
Look at the
What
rotations,
exactly is
though.
going to be the utility play?
2 people at defender spawn. You have you have the Brimmy, who's near the TP, so expect the hookah flank to be pretty quick. Allows Blackhawk to get the plant, the cover. Not really much that he can play out of. If he's going to go aggressive, he better keep his timing, and he chooses it now! Hellfighter, the Rook of VLT in Bind, binds this round together and gives them map point in VLT's map pick.
There you go, the VLT chants are in, ladies and gentlemen. As the map started, OG, we saw a 6-1 in the favor of Revenant Esports, and now, Velocity Gaming. Once again, they've turned the tables right in front of our eyes. And this is something that Revenant Esports are going to be stressed out about. What went wrong?
A lot of things, change in pace, change in approach, the utility factor was never there. Feels a little sad though. Revenant Esports 2 rounds back to back. If they want to try and get into overtime, which already seems like a task too forsaken. Oh, Paradox yet again. He is in a position to make a play here. Paradox has not been discovered. So they are a little aware. Amaterasu Prowler in hand goes down the drain. VLT, they'll lose that man advantage, but Revenant Esports need to close the round. That's the important part. They found advantages in multiple rounds where they were not able to close it out. This needs to change. This needs to be a different end to what seems like the same story.
Hellfighter has got himself that blind as well. Might just go in for a little bit of a peek, but gets blinded instead. Ult's coming out from the sky as well. A little bit of information there coming out for the side of Revenant Esports, but oh, Deathmaker.
Information given momentarily, and Logi's looking for the flank that Right Away is on. Right Away is probably the most experienced person in the arena! There goes the party yet again, MW1. It's not gonna be liking what he had a mouthful of. Oh, the orbital strike, it almost finds that kill. That could have been it. That could have been the play. That could have denied the plant. It could have denied the numbers. And Revenant, they're set up. Deathmaker, he has been a very, very sublime player on this defense. He's come alive when his team requested it. And Revenant yet again playing on their back foot, trying to string this hold together. They're playing in tandem here. They have one member to a slam, one member to a short. It could be isolated, however, and Rim needs to go for berserk play. The bird is only good for a little. And Velocity Gaming, they take the prize. They take map 1. Their map pick in this best of 3. It did get sweaty, Assassin, but they managed to close it out, and Revenant Esports, the same bump in a same road.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Velocity Gaming going ahead and taking map number 1, their own pick. Things were not looking in their favor at the start, but they managed to go ahead and bring it all back. OG, from that game, Revenant Esports, after that 10th round that came into their favor, it just felt like that they just completely lost sync of information.
Oh, Jude, I feel bad for them. They had a very good start at this map. That could have been a dream situation for any team playing up against VLT on Bind. They got the start, they got a decent first half as well. 8-4, nothing to feel shy about. A lot of confidence that they tried to exuberate on that defense. They took it, the attacker spawn on round 1. And you never really saw Revenant lift their leg off that pedal, right? They kept pushing, However, when the side swapped, I felt like Revenant Esports lacked a good lurk. They lacked a play where once the spike is planted, they have a possibility to play off each other. Play in polar positions. Let's say it's the A side. You get the plant over at default, you have control of lamps, you have control of shorts, but you need to keep control of shars for in case a late play, in case things don't pan out the way that you imagine. And this series kind of feels like we've jinxed Revenant already, right? With the way they walked into this matchup, they were looking to have a very good showing, at least in map 1. They came out guns blazing, man.
True that. I mean, Castus
I'm lost for
is
words.
a thing. Castus Curse is a thing, but at the same time, this has got more to do with the curse. A lot of things went wrong for the side of Revenant Esports. I felt like when they got that 10th round onto their board, there was a little bit of off-sync coming out in terms of information. They were relying a lot on their frags, and information was not being passed on well.
You know, I don't think you even need to look back to VLT hitting round 10. I think you look at them hitting round 5, the second half pistol. From since then, VLT was just an absolute different form of a beast that we didn't get to witness before. I was wondering what happened to this VLT in the first half. I'm so happy that we managed to get a resurgence as they prove yet again why they're one of the best that South Asia has to offer.
Absolutely. Revenant Esports, I'm sure that they would have figured out what exactly went wrong, and we might just see them going ham against the side of Velocity Gaming on the map of Pearl as well.
Hopefully.
I mean, see, to be completely honest, there have been times where, you know, teams win out each other's map picks, but Velocity Gaming here, at the start, it did look like that it's going to be Revenant Esports to go ahead and win it out. It did not turn out that way. Velocity Gaming is going to be the one to go ahead and take it away. Map Pearl is the next map, but before that, let's talk stats.
Let's talk stats. At this point, let's talk gameplay. Because one thing is, we talked about the change in approach, right?
Yes.
So this is what I felt like could have been the curveball, could have been the game changer. When you'd see teams play this aggressive, usually a common way to punish it is just to play defaults. You have your men spread across the map. You have maybe the Rays solo watching towards hookah. You have one member passively watching towards B long, while you take care of that A-short aggression in tandem with the play towards charge. You know, you just deny all the plays. And let's also have a quick look at that scoreboard, because there were kills going a frenzy. You know, off screen, on screen, big play, small play. Hellfighter, I'm surprised that he lagged behind MW1, considering the plays that this man pulled off, not only in the first, but also the second half. So, MW1, absolute beast of a chamber. Because there were a lot of moments where he was playing so aggressive, he had a millisecond to make a decisive decision. And almost in every single time of asking, he was able to get out on the defense, which allowed Velocity to maintain that man advantage and to further strengthen that choke.
Another highlight coming out from the side of Velocity Gaming would be the side of Hellfighter, right? 21 frags, 14 deaths. Pretty interesting stuff coming out from the side of Hellfighter.
Yeah.
But Deathmaker, gotta talk about him, man.
We gotta talk about everybody, and I'm wondering who the match MVP is.
Yeah.
Like, I pity our production team to figure out who they should give this award to. Because it's been a game where everybody has had individual success, right?
Yep.
MW1, MVP level performance. Hellfighter, brilliant plays when he needed to pull it off. No surprise here, I feel like. MW1, a very, very, very good display of how a chamber can still be relevant, which I don't think I'd be saying it here.
Yeah. Every single time, right? As soon as MW1 changed roles in the team, as soon as he went ahead and picked up the chamber, there has been no stopping him. The amount of plays he has brought out with the chamber have been impeccable. And I just feel like Velocity Gaming, the way they turn tables on the map of Bind.
Yeah.
Pearl, to be honest, I'm not even sure of my own predictions now. Revenant Esports, a map which should have been theirs. Could have been a little bit more.
Here's the silver lining though, if
Yeah.
you're in the audience. Both these teams are very professional, bro.
Yeah.
Sure, Revenant haven't taken that dub yet, but they sure are capable to play it. And, you know, it's going to be a delight to see Velocity Gaming maintain their dominance on Pearl, as it's going to be a map where, you know, it's bragging rights written all over it. Talking about bragging rights, talking about stakes, talking about writing the story, we have our beautiful host. We have Mamba Ranjit Senior Patel, who's going to join us with the players pretty soon.
Well, thank you so much, folks. I do have the players with me. I have you four, well, who's of course not a player, manager, coach, the support system, and I have Paradox, who call himself the X Factor. I want to talk to you about what happened in the game over there. You guys had a phenomenal start. You got a wonderful ace as well, which was good for your confidence. But what do you think went wrong at the end?
To be honest, like we had the momentum with us and everything, but we couldn't close out the game.
You can hold it closer.
we couldn't close out the game. Like we had the momentum, we had everyone swinging out there, but VLT adapted very good. Like to be honest, like the way they were pushing while they were defense, they were trying to exploit the loopholes which we had in our team. So kudos to them. They actually did good, and they kind of broke our momentum, which was very hard to get back. But yes, we'll try to close out the next map.
But you seem pretty excited for the next map. What's a secret over there?
Probably an X Factor plays an X Factor agent.
Ooh, I like this. Maybe that's a hint for you. But U4, great comeback from the team. They showed composure. They were very calm. They're not getting too excited. Of course, it's difficult when you start off that way. But how do you think they gathered themselves?
So ये वाला एक मैप है जो इतना ज़्यादा प्रैक्टिस किया ना हम लोगों ने कि वी न्यू की किसी भी पॉइंट से वी वांट टू टर्न डाउन मतलब गेम घुमाना है तो किसी भी पॉइंट से कर सकते हैं. इट्स नॉट गोना टेक बहुत ज़्यादा एफर्ट्स बट वही इट वर्कड आउट. 8-4 का हाफ था. दे डिड अ गुड जॉब. बट डिफेंस में आने के बाद Amaterasu was reading all of them like an open book, so it worked out. अभी next map देखना है. They have picked the Pearl, so interesting match होगा. Let's see. कुछ तो छुपा के रखा है तभी pick किया एक बार में, so देखते हैं. Let's see how it's gonna be.
Of course, कुछ नहीं मुझे लगता पूरा player यहाँ पे छुपा के रखा था. But एक और सवाल पूछना चाहूँगा आपसे. He did say that he was the X Factor. He showed a lot of confidence.
Yeah, I'm really proud of that. Like he did that and a very nice ace. बट वही है कि अपन ने घुमा दिया, अपना पिक निकाल लिया, बस अभी सिक्योर है. लेट्स सी नेक्स्ट वाले मैप में क्या होता है. तब भी एक्स फैक्टर चलना चाहिए.
एक्स फैक्टर चलना चाहिए. I'll let you go. But one last question before I let you go. आपने बताया अगले मैप में क्या होने वाला है. आपके जितने भी फैंस ऑनलाइन भी देख रहे हैं उनको आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे यहाँ पे?
कुछ नहीं, जस्ट एंजॉय द शो. अभी फ्रैग शो रहने वाला है और कुछ नहीं. पर्ल इज अ न्यू मैप. थोड़ा बहुत सीख लो यार. रैंक्ड में हम लोग को दुख होता है. रैंक्ड में कोई ऐसा आके खेल लेता आड़ा टेढ़ा. जस्ट लर्न समथिंग.
भाई ये स्पीड रन करता है 13 मिनट में वैलोरेंट का मैच खत्म करता है, मुझे पता है. But I'm not going to let that secret out. Nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, right now it's time for a really short break. Do not go anywhere because we will be right back.
Spike down A.
from the legends of memory and storage. Crucial brings you the ultimate performance in gaming. Legendary products. Precision engineered. For speed and stability. Crucial ballistics.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Windows 11 and AMD Ryzen presents the Esports Club Challenger Series as we down here in Bengaluru are awaiting Map 2 of Pearl between Velocity and Revenant. Map 1, it was a landslide of emotions, right? It felt like a roller coaster journey in all experience. You had Revenant winning out the early half of the game, and that lead, the substantial mountain that they had accumulated, slowly faded away to obscurity. Map 2, Pearl. Both these teams have a good understanding of how to play it, but Velocity have had the better track record on this map. And now considering Revenant Esports are down a map in this best of 3 series to decide their upper bracket fate, things are not looking good. And Enigma Gaming just waiting in that lower bracket with their hands rubbing, right? They are eager for revenge, and this is just perfect ways to find your satisfaction.
Absolutely. Revenant Esports. That map, the map of Bind. I mean, I know for a fact that we say things like, let's just put the, last map behind us and look forward to a fresh new map, but we can't really forget the fact that Revenant Esports almost had the map of Bind and they lost it. Or should I say, Velocity Gaming snatched it away from their hands.
Oh, dude. At this point, I want to hand this to both MW1 and Hellfighter because they have been disgusting tonight. And they've certainly put on a show. They're the prime reason why Velocity were able to make such a brilliant comeback on Bind. Now that we head into Pearl, what can we expect to see different? Because one thing that surprised me, Assassin, was despite the fact that there was a double controller lineup present on Revenant, that first half was less so reliant about utility and hold, more so reliant on gunfight. Now, a lot of casters might go and say that's confidence that VLT had to win that out. I disagree. It was both a mixture of having the right mindset to change your pace and to change your approach, A. B, the ability to do so on the fly. You saw a lot of rounds converted off the back of a man disadvantage. You saw a lot of times the utility negated by VLT. So, for all I'm concerned, they're in prime position to maybe even claw out a 2-0, which is going to be the first for this LAN phase here at the TEC Arena.
Speaking of first, I also got a little bit of a stat coming out from the production side. Paradox, that ace was the first ever in this LAN.
All right.
Till now. I mean, we didn't have an ace in the first match.
And we got 2 now.
We got 2 now.
Yeah.
So yeah. Speaking of first, that was that stat that I wanted to talk a little bit about as well. But as you did mention, right, Velocity Gaming and that utility usage on the map of Bind was impeccable. Moving on over towards Pearl, if that is to be found on the map of Pearl as well, might as well Revenant Esports should be a little bit more careful when they make these aggressive pushes and try to play for the frags. You see, Revenant Esports have been focusing a lot more on frags, as you did mention, right? And that did not work out for them. Might have worked out for them on the defense side, but not on the attack.
Yeah, I think what you're trying to say is they need to reapproach the way they're taking fights. There needs to be emphasis on utility, setting up you having significant odds, you walking into that gunfight to emerge victorious. Otherwise, you leave things by the whim of, odds, essentially. And that's never really the best way to play Valorant, when you know that there are a gazillion things that can happen to you. So, now that we head into Pearl, this is a map where I feel Velocity's chemistry might be truly in to shine. Because this map is heavily reliant on having a good lurk and good presence towards mid. As an attacker, you need to make sure that the early phase of your setup is reliable. You can't go against, you just can't let the numbers play against you in that situation. There needs to be a very cohesive attack on a map like Pearl. Both these teams have shown immense skill on display on this map. So at this point, I quite frankly don't know who to choose. If this was the start of the best of 3, but considering what we saw on map 1 and the resilience that we got to witness from Velocity Gaming, this map 2, it kind of has Velocity written all over it.
You did mention the fact that this map kind of relies on that attack prowess as well, right?
Yeah.
But the thing is, we did see both of these teams on the map of Bind fall a little bit short on their attack.
To some extent.
Yeah, to some extent, of course. The defense was something that was amazing, right? But their attack, not so much.
It kind of feels like the defense was the attack.
Exactly.
At some points, because either team is able to just push it. You see fights at attacker spawn, you see fight towards market. And I'm not talking about 1v1s, which you're usually accustomed to. This is like 3v3 brawl fest with utility on top of it. It's like a Sunday.
Things that we were supposed to see on their attack, we saw on their defense. Like Paradox moving in over towards Shars. We've got, Logi as well. Just moving in over to Logi and Knight Rider moving in over towards the B-long area.
Yeah.
So things like that are supposed to be seen over towards the attack. Like we are used to see them on attack. But like it was just, I don't know, it was confusing. But at the same time, I feel like if the same theory is to be applied on the map of Pearl, then we might just move it over towards the map of Ascent.
One thing though I'm actually astounded by is the fact that Revenant Esports were able to impose such a dominant defense while they were playing aggressive without the use of that double initiator lineup that Velocity Gaming had. When you play double controller, you usually expect, let's boil down the time. We have the Viper's Poison, we have the wall, we have the slow up. There's a lot of opportunities for you to make time, and when you make time, you essentially add pressure on the other side of the aisle. That's when nerves started to take, and that's when you see your enemies making a small slip up. And at this stage, at this time of the event, when we're down here at LAN and somebody's upper bracket run is at stake, those small mistakes might just be enough for a team like Velocity, who are trained in a very lethal way to punish such slip-ups.
True that. And we did speak about their run on towards their lower brackets, right? So it's very, very important for Velocity Gaming to, get this victory against the side of Revenant Esports. I was almost about to pull off an Excali right there. But we all saw what you did there, Excali, this morning. But Revenant Esports, right? I feel as if like they might just get Pearl. Even though the stats say otherwise. Velocity Gaming have had a very good run on the map of Pearl. But Revenant Esports, I feel like they might just snatch away the map of Pearl, take it to Ascent, and there is going to be that deciding factor, right?
Yeah.
Both the side of Revenant Esports and Velocity Gaming have had a good enough run. I would not say great, but like good enough run on the map of Ascent. It's like the bread and butter, so you can't really judge who the best is on that map.
Yeah.
Every single team plays it well, and it's going to be down to who exactly has that power, that energy left in them to just move in and get that victory on the map of Ascent as well. I'm bringing this point up right now because we did discuss about Revenant Esports and that energy level they have as we move over towards the third map and multiple overtimes.
Yeah.
So things like these matter a lot, and this win on the map of Pearl is very, very important for Velocity in order to topple down Revenant. And the same goes the other way around as well.
In all honesty, I feel like this is very crucial for Revenant rather than Velocity for a crucial fact.
Yeah.
Now, we've seen what happens in map 3s.
We might as well say crucial a lot of times, so might as well just plug in.
Long series has been their bane of existence, and this is bound to be a long series, right?
True.
If you're gonna crawl all the way back up the series, you not only need to win Pearl, but you also need to duke it off in map 3. So let's start things off with Pearl. Now, if they need to take that off VLT Sand, who's had, mind you, a flawless track record on that map, it's bound to go double digits, which means we're gonna be in it for another good 1 hour, I'd assume. That's when the long game comes to effect. That's when you need to start really digging in.
True that. I feel like the side of Revenant Esports, we might just be seeing them go ahead and pull off a Velocity Gaming on the map of Pearl as well.
Hopefully.
I'm looking forward to that.
In all honesty, at this point, let's head to the draft. As we have the agent select on our screen, Pearl is a map where I genuinely feel like a double controller is something that kind of works to some extent. I love the pickup of the Cypher though. That Cypher is going to be a little bit of a nuisance when you're trying to make an inroad towards that mid avenue, right? You have the avenue to head in towards B, you have the avenue to head in towards A, all the way down that alley, and you still have the opportunity to take it all the way to its defender spawn. Yoru on Paradox, something that I love to see, and how fitting that he does it on the big stage.
True that. I mean, Paradox and Yoru.
Knight Rider on the Chamber. No real surprise there.
Choose your agent.
Knight Rider to pick up the chamber is something that we were looking forward to as well.
Yeah.
So it's going to be fantastic to see if Knight Rider can pull off something what MW1 did on the map of Bind.
True.
If he can do that, if he can be that supporting factor alongside Paradox, I just feel that Revenant Esports might as well take the map of Pearl again from the hands of Velocity Gaming.
Yeah, and for those who really didn't understand what Assassin trying to say, in the context of Revenant, Knight Rider has been their lifeline. When you give this man his sniper, let it be the Tode Force, let it be the operator, he is able to turn series, he's able to turn games on its head. So it's pivotal for Knight Rider not only to get off to a flying start of the pistol, but have enough of that economy to then invest in that operator. And a map like Pearl, you know, that B side is really, really long range. True. So if you're able to find yourself in a nice off angle, and with the chamber, it's really easy to get yourself into cheeky spots. You get that early frag, you snap away, man advantage, play utility. That's what Pearl is about.
True that. And you did speak about aggressive plays, right? And we have had a lot of them on the map of Bind. So definitely looking forward to that on the map of Pearl as well.
I can't imagine.
I again cannot, stress this enough. As you said, mid control. Very important on the map of Pearl, and I don't know how exactly things are going to go down towards that mid region. Is it going to punish the aggressive team, or is it going to come out as a boon to them? You're yet to find out.
Here's the thing though, with the recent nerf that Chamber got hit with, right? You still get information, it's just that the slow isn't as effective.
Yeah.
Now, you compare that across the aisle when you have the Cypher up against you. So, if you have a passive Cypher and you have your trip set up towards that mid avenue, there is a lot that you need to do to try and exploit that. You need to get early control, you need to break that utility, you need to then go back passive. So there's a lot of things that needs to be unraveled once you have that Cypher set up in this composition.
Yeah.
You could see this go either way, man. At this point, it's all going to be on the backs of one man. It's going to be if Knight Rider is going to be able to deliver. Paradox, we've seen him all the time on the Euro. We've had brilliant display of skill from this man across multiple duelists, which you don't really see. So, hopefully, Paradox and Knight Rider have enough juice left in the tank to push them to a map 3, as everybody here in Bangalore would be elated to see Revenant pose a fight. Oh! Knight Rider, that was a swift denial. Deathmaker visibly shook.
I mean, Deathmaker. Ooh, Knight Rider, what was that? Like within a blink of an eye and he is down.
Yeah, and look at this crossfire set in play, right? Knight Rider is more or less comfortable playing bait as he can snap back to safety, and he will set up Blackhawk, who, in all honesty, shouldn't be anticipated. The shoulder was spotted, but still Blackhawk manages to find that kill. These early gunfights not really going in the favor of VLT, but VLT have opted to play this slow. They're not playing aggressive, they're not, putting their eggs all in one basket. They're looking around for opportunities, and they're looking wide, they're looking far. They're yet to find any. Though Paradox, he's been taken down by, he's been bit by that Prowler, but it's still far, far away from Velocity even having the chance to fight back.
Right to Ace has got that cam up as well. He might as well use it for the afterplan situation. A 3 versus 4. There you go. Right to Ace gets himself that control over towards the part of the area. Yeah, Amaterasu comes in with a frag as well. Hellfighter! Oh, wow. All down Knight Rider now over towards the side.
One enemy remaining.
Nice turnaround though, and this is still a very, very doable ask for Blackhawk, who's on that lurk. VLT, patient as ever, and they find success. This is what I mean, Assassin. The aggression on this map, it's uncanny in Valorant. You might see other tactical shooters and might draw similarity, but we don't have maps who set up lurk as well as Pearl. And a slow play yet again rewards Velocity, who played on the back of each other in that position. They were down 3 versus 5, and the crossfire set between elbow and towards the side entrance, it was brilliant.
Totally brilliant indeed. Knight Rider started off well, got himself another one, but unfortunately, that push coming out from the side of Velocity Gaming was just a little bit too much.
Yep.
And Right to Ace getting so much map control on that side. That is not to be allowed.
Mind you, he's playing Chamber, not Lenovo. So he's playing Cypher. So the fact that he's able to sneak his way all the way there is.
I'm not gonna lie, I haven't seen a Cypher in South Asia.
That could have been a kill as he tried to play around with that trip there. Although BLT They've been inquisitive towards this A side. They are going to go face to face up against some classics though, so range really needs to be a little distant, although Deathmaker easily can do with what he has. He's done more than enough to get the site. And Revenant Esports in no position to contest whatsoever, as Knight Rider has no bullets of that Headhunter. A good round from BLT as they do next to flawless. 2-0, a good start. Revenant Esports now can come in with a rebuttal. What is the game changer here?
Well, Revenant Esports, what they can definitely work on is their aggressive defense setup.
Yeah.
Like we've seen Knight Rider, right? Moving in a lot more towards the A short area. Like he just goes up, takes that map control, tries to get a frag, TP back.
This is what I was waiting for, the B play from Knight Rider. I love the chamber play towards B main. Although it doesn't seem like Velocity Gaming are going to be keen to contest it right off the bat, as mid control is the name of their game. Paradox up close and personal. Two players right on his neck. The trade goes dead even. Velocity Gaming, sure, they might have a slight HP deficit, but Revenant Esports, they're going to rely on Knight Rider with this operator to give them results. Oh, the dink right to his almost found that kill on Logi. Logi's got to be feeling lucky that he got that fight with his life intact.
Well, MW1, he's quite low, so Amaterasu is going to be the one to actually turn this round around for the side of Velocity Gaming.
Yep.
Now, how exactly are the both of them going to combo up together? Make this round happen is the million-dollar question, right? We've got Knight Rider with that operator, holding close, but ooh.
Look at Wim's position, he's so well set up here. They can't punish Knight Rider, and Knight Rider really shouldn't be taking this peak. There's no point of him re-peaking until the sad demise of Wimp, which
is
might not
MW1
even
aware?
One enemy remaining.
Again, beautiful off angle, and they play off the back of each other there. That is textbook stuff.
Yeah.
So, Velocity Gaming, they had the right idea there. They need to take mid control, but I think in that kind of a fashion, you have to have more of a solid approach towards your mid game. After you get the mid control, you need to have a solid concrete plan as to what you want to do with it. And that's something I felt Velocity were slightly lacking in that department.
Yeah, I felt kind of the same as well. Velocity Gaming,
Turn out.
we ought to see them in certain situations, but I feel as if Revenant Esports, if they can make Paradox and his cheeky plays work once again, we haven't seen his cheeky plays yet, right? With the Yoru, we know he can do a lot more. Those personalized TP setups, those cheeky little smoke entries, all those have still yet to come, and there you go. Exactly what I was talking about. Paradox, as soon as I talk about that, his cheeky plays are right out of his book.
And this is, I think, the signature of a map like this, you know? CQC. That is very, very smart stuff from Paradox, who was in all honesty flirting with danger there. Hypothetically, if Paradox would have gone down, it would have been very hard for Revenant to fight back off that deficit and even find trades in a situation like that. So the fact that he got out of that and scotch-free, Velocity got to be kicking themselves right now.
Knight Rider, he might just be the one to go ahead and knock on the doors of Velocity Gaming. From behind, of course, the back door. Right to Ace, slowly trying to creep up here alongside Amaterasu, trying to get information here as to where exactly the side of Revenant Esports are holding up.
Yeah.
They've got the Brimstones already, by the way. Nice. So that can be pulled off as well if things go south, but Paradox, he's like, you know what, Brimstone, hold on to your ultimate, we won't be needing it. We've got manpower and you've got me.
Yeah, and the Revenant fans finally wake up as they have something to enjoy. And Revenant Esports, there needs to be more of a setup play, I feel. Like, the play that Paradox is doing is really good, but you can't keep doing the same things and expect it to work to the same pedigree.
Yeah.
At some point, VLT will account for this aggressive play. And mind you, VLT are the one where they have the fate. That's the initiator that gives you information. And information is solely what they need. They want to fight aggression like this.
Well, Paradox, it's going to be completely suppressed, so there's no utility that he can use right about now or make any sorts of cheeky plays. So aggressiveness is not the name of the game right now.
Yeah.
He has to gain information. Velocity Gaming, on the other hand, have taken a lot of map control.
Exactly.
And look at this.
Yeah. that mid presence gives Velocity, gives Revenant a lot of flexibility now on the defense, which has aided them to stack this A side with manpower, but they need firepower to fight this fight. And Deathmaker with the Ghost just utter drive-by, and W1 is toasted. Although they do find the side vacant here, Velocity Gaming. Utility still divides Revenant and Velocity, and Paradox is on his ultimate. Again, this blue recon dart. Oh no, he's actually going for the big play, and he manages to find it. Oh! And Paradox going berserk.
One enemy remains.
It's all left on a one man. It's all left on a Deathmaker who's eventually gonna bite the dust. And Paradox can't stop making plays.
He's a player, isn't he? Quite the player indeed, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that. The way he just debated the entirety of Velocity Gaming was just beautiful.
Yeah.
Just look at the replay. How can I fall for that?
Damn, and I thought production baited you hard. This is
I know, right? And I thought production was the one baiting me.
This is just lovely from Revenant. The fact that they still pose this much of a fight, despite a disappointing loss in map 1, this is the Revenant that we all love. This is the Revenant that needs to be persevering in this first half if they need to make it to a map 3, if they need to keep that upper bracket dream alive.
Revenant Esports. Here. Paradox bringing that round back for them means a very, very big achievement for now in terms of that round advantage, right? Velocity Gaming, they've got 3 of their ultimates ready, OG. And this round, there you go. 2 of them have already been used, and this is going to be a quick play coming out from the side of Velocity Gaming. OG, what do you think? Is Loki going to go down? Yes, he will. He's going to be completely concussed, and Paradox takes control. What was the back of the side as well? Amaterasu comes in with 2.
He pushed the wall?
Wow.
Oh no. Revenant Esports, that's a fight that they had to win there, and they have the odds to do so. Velocity, they just steal this away like a thief in the night. And Revenant might just need to concede this. The weaponry is going to be far more useful on the rounds coming forth, but then they'd be in a position to do a little bit more damage to the economy.
Teleport's ready.
As it stands, VLT, they love that A site. They just up the pace quite a notch. And considering the fact that you have a Killjoy defending that site, it's weird to see it fall that easily. Killjoy is just usually used to, you know, having that utility setup.
Yeah.
There needs to be, I don't know, maybe a change in setup from Revenant.
Maybe.
Although putting that Killjoy towards the B side isn't really the most feasible, considering the long range avenue. Maybe a setup towards mid might be a little more apt, because right now, mid, it's being contested from certain occasions from VLT, although VLT, after those initial few rounds where Paradox just went ham, are now focusing towards the towards either side of the main. That story could still change though, and that's something that VLT have been absolutely beautiful with today. They know how to change the pace, they know how to deal with ultra-aggressive plays, and the way you do that is just bamboozle them, man. You make sure that they are the ones taking the wholeness, they are the ones going a little too out of bounds, and it's easy to punish in a game like this.
I completely agree to you on the fact that changing setups might just help the side of Revenant Esports. The Killjoy over towards that side isn't working at all.
Yeah.
The aggressive plays coming out from the side of Velocity Gaming is always crushing down Revenant and their defense.
Okay. This is a change in approach that I was expecting, and good for VLT to do so. They leave Revenant Esports always second guessing, and that puts Revenant Esports on the edge most of the time. They might fall off the ledge at any moment. You never know. They need to find an early frag here, Velocity Gaming, through that mid presence. They've not found any. Revenant Esports aren't interested to contest. They've focused their effort in towards A side. You can notice that they pushed A main all the way. I'm surprised that there's still no rotation committed either towards B or towards mid, because right now the hit seems pretty clear that VLT are eyeing this B side, and the utility going to be barraged in, the cover going to be there, Deathmaker going to find control of elbow. This is a Velocity lockout for all I'm concerned. Revenant Esports, they do not have key ultimates to fight this back.
But I feel as if Logi's setup over towards that side wasn't just enough. Could have had another player just backing him up a little bit, but Velocity Gaming, as you mentioned, impeccable execute over towards the side. Deathmaker getting himself a double. Blackhawk answering back with a kill of himself. Deathmaker on a triple.
Okay. The only rebuttal that we did get to witness in this prior round. And again, the front lines is just so clinical from VLT. They're uncontested, their timings are impeccable. You just saw an entire team getting caught off guard. And there was, in all honesty, no way the Killjoy could have fought that. That was purely reliant on having the right read by having mid control and then committing rotations, which Revenant really weren't in a position to do.
Yeah. As Euphoria did mention, right? Others did mention the post-map interview that Amaterasu got to read the entirety of Revenant Esports after the second half. After the first half, my bad. But yeah, Velocity Gaming. What is going to be the course of action for this round? Revenant Esports for now, though, playing it a little bit safe.
Playing off each other here.
Yeah, I mean,
this needs to be a crunch. There needs to be the timing window that works in their favor. Wimp uses a little bit of utility to force that fight. The cage perfectly set to disengage. MW1, though, quickly traded off by Deathmaker. Presence towards mid is a crucial part of Velocity's game plan here because it puts so much pressure on the defense. Look at the way they need to play aggressive. Look at the amount of utility they need to invest just to buy time, and there's still a minute left on the clock. VLT can decide to drop shop and head towards A yet again, although that's going to be a very big play from Paradox. Finds himself that frag, although on his way back meets his maker, Hellfighter, who's been an MVP for VLT so far, keeping them in contention in a very crucial round here in the first half, as it boils down yet again to a 2 versus 2. And Knight Rider on that Today Force. You do not want to mess with this man when he has a sniper.
Right Twace's angle is pretty impressive. I feel as if Knight Rider, not being too careful, might just get taken down. Yep, the timing is everything. I mean, we have been talking about this, right? Timing from the side of Velocity Gaming has been impeccable.
They're baiting off each other.
That's right.
This is really... never mind. Never mind.
The wide peak.
That's a Ferrari peak right there. Oh, goodness. Knight Rider got to be feeling a little gutted after losing a fight like that. Because when you have a Today Force, there's no excuse. The scope and speed is so quick. And timing is of the essence. Rolling Thunder. This could be a big play. No time. No play, Hellfighter. Beautiful. Wimp. You talked about Revenant being read like a book. That's finally some reading being done by Revenant. And it boils down to the last man. This is no consistent way of gaining success on this defense.
Well, that is definitely going to be the AMD clutch highlight for this round. Wimp playing it for the time.
Dude, at this point, it's not even a clutch highlight. This is 200 IQ outplay. Nice timing. He knew the timing window. He knew that the stick wasn't going to be there. And this is VLT's problem to some extent. When they take that mid control, they, to some extent, come down to an absolute halt. That is something that's a little hard to get out of if you're not offered those fights. Granted, Revenant did give them the fights, but that is going to be of slight concern. Revenant need to read into that fact and maybe reapproach the way they're playing mid. That might be the game-changing play for them on the defense.
We've been talking about timings being impeccable for the side of Velocity Gaming, right? Revenant, on the other hand, with Wimp making out that play, I just feel like they might just make us take our words back.
I mean, it's much more of a fight put by either side, right? It's not like map 1 where the defense is just an absolute whitewash.
Yeah.
So this leaves room for Revenant to fight on equal pegging, which is something that they really didn't get to do because neither side really has all that momentum crawling up their shoulders. They are fighting tooth for nail for every round. And VLT, they itch close. I mean, they are on the equalizer. They have the ultimate up on the KO. And that is a huge problem if Revenant opt to play post-plant.
Velocity Gaming, a very, very slow approach this round, OG.
They're barely moving.
Yeah, they're barely moving. I mean, Deathmaker is trying to go in for a little bit of that mid-peak, but not happening. There's no one from the side of Revenant peeking in over towards that part of the map.
Dude, this pixel angle, like, damn.
Slowly crunching in over towards the A site now, Velocity Gaming. Once again, might as well be that quick play.
Ooh, that pixel angle was a little sweaty. And again, that null command used to perfection. It is now utility. Oh! Blackhawk! Gunpowder's all he needs to turn this place to smoke. And Velocity Gaming, this slow-paced round really did not pan out for them. And I can understand what Velocity Gaming's
30
idea
seconds
was there,
left.
right? They were anticipating perhaps an aggressive Revenant, which was never offered to them. Again, Revenant Esports, the smart play, not to offer them a fight in situations like this. Surprisingly, they didn't have to take much mid-control here, Revenant Esports, for them to perform such an immaculate set piece on that defense. So good on Revenant Esports. Velocity
10
Gaming
seconds left.
need to go back to the drawing board as Revenant now take the lead in the first half of map 2.
Now that you pointed out, right, Revenant Esports, despite taking that mid-control, they were able to just, go ahead and make out that play against the side of Velocity Gaming. And it's also because of the fact that Velocity Gaming, this change of play, this change of pace, did not really work out for them.
Yeah, that play by
Very
Black
slow.
Hawk.
Very
It was
slow.
high risk, high reward as well what Black Hawk's going there for. Because if he's dead, nobody put the trade. That was just them making use of the chaos.
Yeah. But again, there might be information there, right? Amaterasu might just extract some information over there.
3 LTs on Revenant. They have the lockdown, they have Euro on Assault, and they have that orbital strike. These are key ultimates not only to help you get into the site, but also play the post plant here, which means Revenant Esports could very well get away with the 6th, and Hellfighter eager for the fight towards mid to cover his teammate, although he's just a second late to save MW1. He does save, however, a little bit of skin for Velocity Gaming as the man advantage is on their court. Still opting for the fight towards mid, and wham! Oh! He just duels Deathmaker like that? Alright. Not something that you see any player do.
Quite a bold and a confident move
grave.
indeed. Logi, as you mentioned, the grenade kill. Apart from the nanoswarms, what is also very, very interesting is the fact that Knight Rider was patiently holding on over towards the B side and then, slowly making his way back towards mid, trying to regain control.
Yeah, this is like one team trying to box the other. And, he spots a gun barrel, and yeah, that is gonna be unfortunate for Hellfire. We didn't see that coming whatsoever. Knight Rider with that operator. He has come to form a little later in the half than I expected to see him pull off such a play, although better late than never, right?
Absolutely. Revenant Esports. That was a quick round coming out from them, and I just feel like Velocity Gaming, they're just trying to extract more and more information as much as they can. Like, they've got 2 more rounds left in this half. Might be possible that Amaterasu, as you mentioned, higher Skyward, trying to extract information, and there you have it.
Towards B main, it's the operator on Knight Rider. He has that trademark, he has the rendezvous set right behind the pillar, so it's no information given away. He misses the shot, however, a crucial shot that he mightn't have needed to connect, because Hellfire has found himself a little bit of room, although this long of a distance you would not want to mess with Knight Rider and this big sniper. Oh, okay. That was unfortunate. That was something that Knight Rider himself didn't expect. My, how the mighty have fallen. The man advantage nullified, and VLT yet again come down to a grinding halt.
Again, just to highlight, 3 ults from the side of Revenant Esports. Important ones to just hold on over towards that B side without any issues whatsoever. And the Killjoy is going to be the one guarding the A side all by herself.
Astral Ball. Oh, Paradox finds that with the operator. He just made it through. Oh, unfortunate situation yet again. Strike Velocity Gaming at the worst possible time. They have the Nightfall. Is Amaterasu actually disposing of this? Oh, key ultimates yet again disposed by VLT, but they were in no vicinity to walk out of that with a W.
Velocity Gaming, what could have been a round for them. Turns out the Revenant Esports, they've just got their defense sorted out.
I just wish they saved that Nightfall, dude. I felt like that Nightfall could have been so useful for a set piece that they now might need to commit. Because Revenant, like map 1, are slowly running away with this first half, but they cannot feel any sense of comfort. VLT, they've done this before, and they should be ready to do it yet again.
Well, the statistics speak for themselves, right? Velocity Gaming have had a very good run on the map of Pearl, and Revenant Esports, Revenant Esports, well,
Let's crack them open.
maybe they're just trying to put up their own statistics as well.
Now last round of first half, and Revenant Esports now having that lockdown, things become completely completely different in their approach. VLT still opting for that set piece, which is weird because, again, with that lockdown, you'd much rather try pick and play. That's something that they're not interested in whatsoever. Oh! Paradox job baits Amaterasu. Beautiful play. Yet again from VLT towards this mid-round where it seems like they have so much control towards not only main, but towards mid as well. Look at Hellfighter. He's cheekily waiting on top of the box. I'm pretty sure that Wimp hasn't heard him. And a massive lurk now emerges, and a massive responsibility now on Hellfighter's shoulder, who's delivered on the first turn of asking. Gets Wimp, Deathmaker, another fight won by VLT, as it just feels like gunfights are more than enough for them to secure their fifth and their last round of the first half.
Oh, Paradox alone,
what
not going to be
was,
able to do much, but get a frag.
Was right away just like running like, bro, you shoot me, I don't care, but my teammates got me.
Yeah, he was just trying to, bring in that bait and switch as well. But apart from that, I feel as if the side of Revenant Esports,
One enemy remaining.
in that particular round, Velocity Gaming, it felt like that Revenant Esports were just feeding the side of Velocity Gaming one by one.
To some extent.
To some extent.
Although if they would have taken that initiative towards mid, you'd see that Hellfighter would have been denied and a lot of play from VLT would have been denied. Again, that's what's hindsight, right? We, as casters, as spectators, have the liberty of having the mini-map, knowing exactly where every player is on the map. That is something these players don't know. And if they overstep their bounds by, let's say, a step, you might just eat a bullet. Not a good thing for dinner.
True that. Wonder where that came from.
Well, I'm hungry to see Velocity fight back. I know that they had the opportunity and the ability to fight back. This pistol round, even if it's won by Revenant, they need to keep momentum on their side. Velocity, you can't even say that it's Hail Mary plays that's winning them these rounds and winning them these quote-unquote games, right? It's so reliant on the back of not only playing off each other's aggro, but also understanding what positioning towards that mid-round means. You try to anticipate weakness, and then you execute with ruthlessness.
Absolutely, OG. Every single time with the words of wisdom.
Well, wisdom, curse, call whatever you may. At this point, VLT, what do you think their plan should be? Because of course they don't have the chamber, they have the jet on Deathmaker, which means that the ability to play aggressive is a little more, a little less setup oriented and is a little more dynamic. So when it's a little more dynamic in that sense and you have the ability to choose when you want to back out of a fight, you also need to know when you're going to take that fight, which means activating that dash, waiting for the buffer, getting that frag, making sure you're not walking into a crossfire per se. So there's a lot of factors heading into what Deathmaker's play is going to be on this defense.
And it's also been quite some time, right? We have seen Deathmaker on that jet.
Yeah.
We've seen him constantly, trying to figure out newer stuff. Amaterasu trying to experiment newer strats for the team as well.
Yeah.
And this might just be that,
right here.
threshold feel for Deathmaker. To be in the boots of jet, back again alongside the amazing support coming out from Hellfighter and Amaterasu himself. Amaterasu himself is extracting so much information for them, which is helping the side of Deathmaker to easily make executes. But now that the roles have been swapped,
he knows. The Tailwind activated and he tries to opt out of that fight, although the Cloud Burst does draw away the aggro. And Paradox isn't wholly interested in pushing. That probably is going to push him back as well. And Deathmaker does not want to stop delivering the issue. On the other side, right to ace, how is he not punished? He gets that kill on Paradox and finds his way back to the site. That is criminal.
Indeed it is, a Paradox. I felt as if a different course of action would have been taken over there against right two ways, but right now Blackhawk is going to be the one to take him down. MW1 comes in with a little bit of a reply on the Frenzy win. Trying to take a little bit of map control right there. And I see three people from the attack side taking control of the entirety of the B side.
This is problematic for VLT and they don't have the time, they don't have the numbers. This is a very good position from Wimp and he needs to play off his teammates' fights here. He does have Knight Rider right beside him, so it's possible for him to even play a hypothetical bait. It's not something you want to do in a 2 versus 3 when you do not have full information. Deathmaker snuck his elbow! and Loki gives him the elbow. 8-5. This round won by Revenant gives them security entering the second half.
They badly needed it. They wanted this pistol round to go ahead and set
the tempo?
That tempo for the second half, right? And I feel as if the side of Velocity Gaming might as well come in with a little bit of a switch up in terms of their setup as well. Now that Right to Ace O2 is their B-side, not like they would just make that immediate change, but over the course of time, they might just come in with a little bit of a combo play over towards the B-side.
Yeah, true. This defense set by Right to Ace towards the B-side, something that I like to see. You know, I don't really see many players opt into the side for this map, but he's playing it really, really nice. He's playing it really well.
Yeah.
Set up towards mid yet again from Velocity as they want to go into the CQC, right? When you have these pistols, you need to compensate by taking a fight very close range. It allows you to burst your enemy down, and it allows you to have maybe that element of surprise under your play. Although Revenant Esports, this patient play rewards them to some extent. As they find that B-side vacant without having to take a single fight, they can get that spike planted. And now VLT on rotation. Barely anything they can do in this B-side because the range is just absurdly long.
I mean, MW1 is going to be stopped before he could make any shoddy plays work.
Look at this backstab from Logi. Now, you put Logi on a backstab like this and he nets himself like maybe 3 kills. He's so close to that lockdown that it becomes a eminent threat. Oh, doink, but he finds that kill in the repeat. Deathmaker trying to make amends with his utility. Oh, okay, VLT on the verge of fighting back. Where did this fight come from? How have Revenant Esports lost 3 members? This is economy out of the hands of Revenant Esports. And VLT now on the buy, they have the opportunity to punish, take away everything that Revenant Esports have fought wholeheartedly for.
Yeah, those 3 kills were very costly for the side of Revenant Esports. Should have, I mean, you know, should have avoided them, but...
I mean, they had classics and shorties.
Yeah.
So, no excuses there. And VLT now in prime position to deliver a fatal blow. Look at the economy from Revenant. It's virtually non-existent, but they're forced into the rifles, which is what I like. They do not want to give an extra round over to VLT, because they've seen in the past what that does. Oh, close range. That is a Grove Street drive-by if I've ever seen one. Deathmaker though, oh, that could have been maybe a more passive approach that he could have taken, although I understand why he'd want to play that aggressive, considering the hit that's happening towards his A side. Knight Rider, a very important play that he needed to make. He needed to pierce that backlines and find a fight, because there was none offered in the front. It was pure utility and information that VLT were trying to play out of. Right away, he managed to make his way back. This is unbelievable stuff. Right away, he might be, I think, the oldest player in the arena. He might be the most experienced player in the arena, but he's still very, very capable to play up against what we would consider younger and upcoming prospects.
Absolutely. Knight Rider has been that prodigy as well since when he started out in the first-person shooter category.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, Right to Ace, he's still got it. Always.
Yeah, he's always got a trick up his sleeve.
Yeah.
Look at this buy that Revenant has scraped together, man. This is not ideal situation whatsoever.
Ooh.
And VLT in a position to yet again punish. Paradox has found his way towards the back of the side. Oh, perfect setup, dude. This is salty. This is salty. I don't like this.
Paradox and his cheeky plays never end. Paradox once again is going to keep pushing in, and wow!
Oh, okay.
Once again, Right to Ace was about to fall for that.
Rolling Thunder, they want to play this aggressive here, Revenant, and they invested a big utility behind this play. This needs to be an... Oh no, Right to Ace! He was concussed, he was pushed back, but yet again, he fights back with brutality and fierce... I don't even know what to call this at this point. Bloodthirst? Blackhawk has found his way through the back lines. Oh, MW1! He should be toasted, although he still finds ground on that mid avenue. He finds his way back, and okay, that peek was a little unnecessary.
I like how Blackhawk is just, you know, absolutely running and gunning down the side of Velocity Gaming like it's a piece of cake. Pretty good round coming out from the side of Revenant Esports, and I feel as if Velocity Gaming with that ultimate coming out from their side as well, might be able to just, buy some time in terms of that defense.
Buying time, that's something BLT did a lot, right? And on the offense, that too. So, what is the apt counter?
Yeah, I mean, that Astra ult, I'm not really sure how exactly they can make use of that. Maybe in an after-plant situation.
Maybe?
Maybe.
It's an easy setup for you to get the plant play long range.
Yeah.
And Paradox did get control of Oh, he spots a player, and that's right place. This is the man that you don't want to mess with. Oh. With only a sheriff in hand, he tried his very best, but he doesn't succeed. Revenant Esports, they're on the verge of hitting 11, and Velocity are finding themselves yet again in a position to perform that upward climb.
Let's hope the Velocity Gaming find their true beast and that energy back.
Nice try there.
Maybe try and make a comeback, but at the same time, Revenant Esports is just looking good on the attack.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Universe would have felt very happy if that was a kill.
Oh yeah.
Success and BLT. If Amaterasu found that other kill, it would have been utterly feasible for them to go in for more damage. And Deathmaker left with nothing but a classic. He's just trying to maybe buy a little time, take a couple of players down with the spike. Not going to be the case, however. Blackhawk pins him to the wall, and 11 on the board. Revenant Esports find themselves in a similar position. They find themselves in the lead. A lot of teams have struggled playing from the back, when they have to make comebacks, when they have to go against the odds. But Revenant Esports, they seem well synergized for once on the second half. And being this close to victory, being this close to forcing a map 3, it's going to be all eyes on the operator, whipped out by Deathmaker.
Well, he's going to see where exactly he is going to go ahead and place that operator. Who was the B side? Not bad.
Yeah.
But unfortunately,
nobody knows the fight.
Yep.
They're taking mid. And look at the control. They're all the way. They're essentially pushing Amaterasu back to spawn.
Yeah. Taking control over towards the mid connect. We're going to be seeing Paradox making some smoke criminal base and another one. Ladies and gentlemen, Paradox is here.
Finally, the beast awakens, and Revenant Esports have a voice here in this best of 3. This map 2 looking certainly to be under their wings. And right to Ace, the hero, the playmaker for BLT, he's taken out. They split him up, and they eat him up like breakfast.
Right there. Spike planted.
Don't know about breakfast, but I'm definitely sure that Revenant Esports are hungry right now. It's dinner time, and they're just eating the entirety of Velocity Gaming alive.
Well, they have good reason to. Their appetite after a loss on Bind in that fashion. It's deserved that Revenant take this to a map 3. And in what fashion? We expected this to be a closer game in the first half when VLT were fighting back. But the VLT that fought back kind of disappeared with that first half. Right now, it feels like even though they might enter a fight with an advantage, Revenant Esports on the back of the plays that Paradox is able to make and the dive that he's able to perform just adds so much chaos, and VLT, they're not able to hold. A lot of their issues is they're committing to that side hold, and of course you would want to hold that side in an ideal situation, right? With the utility alongside the dive being so problematic, there is good concern for cause. There needs to be maybe a lurk setup is what I'm thinking.
Yeah, Velocity Gaming, I feel like map control is a problem. They definitely need more of it. Revenant Esports, on the other hand, with all of these cheeky plays Paradox is making, along with the Yoru TPs, it just feels like they have had an advantage over Velocity in terms of map in terms of
the ability to dive.
Yeah.
That's what I'd say.
Map
Because we've not been able
control,
to see Deathmaker do that at the same effect whatsoever.
True.
Like, sure, he got that ace sight like he's Lightning McQueen, but that half went like a chow.
True. Pulling off some Cars reference right there.
The crowd. I'm happy to see them alive here, because this map, it's been a map where VLT have been awfully silent. And all this indicates that we go to a map 3, that we go to a decider.
Happy smiles. Start off the map of Breeze when the map of Breeze actually was introduced into the game. LF used to play a lot of Cypher on that map as well, but Yeah, after that, things kind of switched out. Helaf started to play controller quite a lot. He picked up the Astra, and then you know the rest. But yeah, like Cypher from the side of right to Ace wasn't something that I was looking forward to.
Something that I was looking forward to as we enter this matchup is the versatility that Revenant have to offer, because their agent composition is somewhat deep. I think it was about 3 months ago, I'm not sure which tournament, but it was here at the home of Indian Esports, the Esports Club, where it was VLT versus Revenant as well. They were playing Breeze, and VLT were able to make an attack work without a single duelist. They went something crazy, like a double Sentinel, double Initiator, something whack, but it still worked.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, Velocity Gaming, I feel as they're moving over towards the map of Ascent. They can just get their head straight into that aggressive play. Things might just go into their favor. From the side of Revenant Esports, we might see some cheeky little plays once again coming out from the side of Paradox, but apart from that, I am not expecting big brain plays coming out from the side of Revenant Esports. It should be, I feel Revenant Esports is not going to brainstorm this. They're just going to keep it simple. They're going to do their basics, and again, the usual stuff that Paradox does.
So, again, you're talking about Paradox, right? So, this is key. The first half, we saw Paradox go for a lot of cheeky plays in that initial segment, right? And VLT eventually found a way to deal with it in the first half. Didn't feel like there was any rebuttal in the second whatsoever. In fact, it's like Paradox is just waltzing into the site, taking a frag. He's like, thank you for the site, thank you for the man advantage. Easy peasy lemon squeezy is how it goes.
True that. Well, with that, we are going to be seeing the side of Velocity Gaming and Revenant Esports make their way over towards the map of Ascent. I am so excited. What about you, OG? I mean, what are you expecting? What are you predicting out of this matchup?
I wish it was Haven, in all honesty, because I love Revenant Esports on Haven. In all honesty, Revenant
Even Velocity.
Esports so this is why I love Revenant Esports. So they were able to pull off a very contrasting draft in a period where Ascent was more or less one-dimensional. And during that phase, they were dominant. So I hope that we get to see a little more Haven, although Ascent's something that we got to witness earlier, and I think that's going to be a more recurring trend as this tournament does progress. I'm actually going to go and commit to what my earlier prediction was. I feel like Revenant are going to break ice on LAN.
All right, then. You think Revenant Esports is going to go ahead and take the map of Ascent?
I think, yeah. I honestly think, yeah, but we need to see the Revenant that's versatile. We need to see the Revenant with a deep agent pool, because I think without a curveball, this is more or less a death sentence that they're walking into.
True. I was also hoping to see, the side of Revenant Esports to go ahead and snatch away the victory. But at the same time, it's just, I feel, personally, Velocity's got this.
Really?
Yeah. I personally feel Velocity's got this. Velocity's got the map of Ascent.
Interesting.
This weird feeling, the back of your mind, it says, like your mind speaks. My mind is speaking Velocity.
I mean, see, I might sound crazy here because I'm going against everything that I've spoken so far, right? I talked about how map 3 isn't really the strong point for Revenant and their ability to come back and stuff. Let's also quickly revisit that scoreboard, because there was a lot of action that was spread all across the map, and we got to see multiple players from VLT step up on that first half. It did, however, come to a grueling stop, right? Once Deathmaker stopped going for such aggressive plays, it almost felt like VLT were a shell of what they were prior, and aggression, well, Paradox, I think that might be now his middle name.
Well, the side of Velocity Gaming. Helef, once again, as you mentioned, MVP from the side of Velocity Gaming, but
again, not in terms of frags whatsoever.
Yeah,
it's
not
about
in terms
the
of
plays,
frags.
it's about the
plays.
setup.
Exactly. Most valuable player from the side of Velocity Gaming has always been Hellfighter.
Yeah, and also let's head to the MVP of the map of Pearl. It has to be Paradox. It can't be anybody else. This man, he wears glasses so he can see you much more clear as you stare into death itself.
Yep. And also the Revenant colors just suit him.
Dude, look at his KDR.
I know, right?
Oh, 1.92. This is a statement. If this happened online, you'd be like, yeah, it happened online, give it to Paradox. But he did this on LAN when they were a map down against a VLT that took and snatched Bind away from them.
Look at that ACS.
Oh.
371.
And
Seven first bloods.
And a majority of those were on the attack, so you know it's high value first bloods
Yep.
that he had knitted for his team. And what a storyline that he's knit together. A chance for revenge, a chance to achieve greatness here in Bengaluru. Because this might just be it, ladies and gentlemen. This might be Revenant fighting back against all odds and might just be able to push this across the finish line. However, for that, you need to tune in because we are going back for a short break. So tune in about 5 minutes because you know that one of the most important match, one of the most important underdogs in this tournament is gonna take place. See you then.
legends of memory and storage. Crucial brings you the ultimate performance in gaming. Legendary products. Precision engineered. For speed and stability. Crucial ballistics.
Oh my god, we have such an amazing night ahead of us because this could be the storyline of the tournament. This is Revenant Esports' chance to finally break their curse against VLT.
Yep.
After a heartbreaking loss in Map 1, after a resilient comeback and a very good turnaround in form by Paradox, they give themselves a fighting chance and they have to duke it off here in Ascent to decide who gets to keep that upper bracket supremacy as they head deeper into this Challenger Series. And oh my goodness, VLT, I have to say, they might be a very experienced team, they might have a boatload of years under their belt, but this might just be it. And I'll tell you why. Revenant, with that kind of a turnaround, with Paradox having such a good awakening, I think this might enable Knight Rider to then carry that wholeness and then finally awaken as that operator demon that we know he is. Let's head to that map video because it's been a long night, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a night of a roller coaster of emotions, both for Revenant, for VLT, and for their respective fans. Like we mentioned, Bind, a heartbreaking loss where Revenant had an immense lead walking into that second half. They weren't able to translate that into a dub, and it did go the distance, except it didn't go overtime. So with that kind of loss, that performance that they had on Pearl, what, 13-5? I never expected this to be such a dominant play from Revenant. On VLT's map, which has been flawless so far, they've taken a jab at the King's Blade. We all know that they're mortal. This is when Revenant needs to strike, and they need to be lethal with their approach.
Absolutely. I mean, Velocity Gaming, they are the ones to be starting on the defense for the side of Ascent. So I feel as if the side of Velocity Gaming might just have that advantage a little bit more because we know for a fact that the attack has been quite iffy for both of these teams and the defense is where they are actually shining. At the same time, we are aware of the fact that Ascent, once again, the same situation as Bind, is a defense side of map. So hopefully, Velocity Gaming is going to be able to snatch away a lot of rounds, and the stand is tough, you know?
Yeah.
They're going to be able to snatch away a lot of rounds, maybe take the lead as well, unless Paradox drops in with some cheeky little plays.
And you mentioned, right, the defense has been immaculate from either side. I just want to point out, Pearl, it's an attacking-sided map. And the fact that, you know, they were able to hold so well in that first half, Revenant, the second half was barely a bother for them. They built so much of a buffer, and after that pistol victory that they were able to snag, it almost felt like they had their way into the series. They had that chance, they had the avenue to get back, and they did it. They made it all the way. Now they need to make it to the finish line. They need to make all their efforts in today's best-of-3 count. Otherwise, today's night might not be filled with good dreams.
Absolutely. I feel as if Velocity Gaming, as I did mention, right, when we were trying to predict who exactly is going to win map number 3, I said Velocity Gaming might just be the one to, you know, go ahead and take it away. And I'm still going to stand on that. I just feel that Velocity Gaming are going to be the one to go ahead and take it away.
Well, we have a split desk for once, and that means that one of us is going to have a happier night tonight. So I'm hoping that it's me. I'm hoping that it's Revenant, because in all honesty, with the kind of form that Revenant have been displaying over the past few months, with their resurgence after getting Paradox and getting this roster well-rounded, even in their appearance in the Community Cup, which if you are down in Bangalore, you had the opportunity to register for it. So yeah, they're dub taking the throne, although not in as dominant of a fashion in finals, which we could have had and which we did expect, they took the dub. It's been an upward climb that they've been on, and I feel like this is their true test. If they're able to beat Velocity in this best-of-3, they're hands down the dark horse that we want. And again, Orangutan, I favor them to win the tournament alongside EG, who are my second favorites. VLT, they are a good team, but I still feel like there are corners that need to be smoothened out. This is a very, very high-stakes situation. Revenant, are they able to deal with the pressure that comes with playing against South Asia's best?
Well, taking a look at the agents now, OG, going to be seeing the side of Velocity Gaming. Deathmaker.
Double initiator.
That's right, double initiator once again. Something that we have been seeing from the side of Velocity Gaming.
But not a Sova. So, I mean, that alternative option between having a Fade and a Sova. The bigger difference is Fade is more of a medium range recon agent, whereas Sova, there's just so many things you can do out of the bag, but there are things that Fade simply does better. You know, the setup alongside the Prowler, if you have a raise, the utility dump could be so brutal if you have information, that is. And VLT, they've opted in for this double initiator draft, and that's something that we're going to get on the side of Revenant as well. The only difference that we're going to get to witness is in the form of a controller. Hellfire has opted in for that Astra, which is a very viable in a map like Ascent. And on the other side, you have Paradox, who might take that Omen.
I don't trust Paradox. He's going to debate us, just like the production lead in the morning.
Wait, okay, so if Paradox does end up taking that Omen, I still feel like it's a noteworthy thing, because the setup that Omen offers on Ascent, you know, on either side, you have the B main fast execute, where the Paranoia not only blinds the close angle towards main, but also blinds the cubby and anybody playing towards the stairs of market. On the other side, towards the A side, towards main, you can blind towards Gen, and you can have that dive potential in towards the side. So there's viable options on either end. And with the Astra, again, when you're going to play aggressively, there's so much that you can do in terms of disruption with her utility that it might disrupt a crossfire. It might disrupt a two-man peak. Those are the things that we need to witness from Hellfighter, who's already been on a stellar spree so far in today's night's matchup.
Absolutely. He's been the MVP in almost every single game in terms of, as we did call it out, ability usage and that support that he provides to the team as well. And we are aware of the fact that Deathmaker and Hellf have got this synergy, this combo plays that they usually come out with. With Hellfire on the Astra, I just feel like Deathmaker can just make use of each and every utility.
True.
Just moving over towards the side, take the side, and just, you know, make it easy on the attack side at least. I mean, on the defense, it's just probably gonna be Velocity Gaming to start off slow, I feel. They're just gonna try to start off slow and then eventually build their pace according to the momentum of the game.
For sure, and I think that with the way that Pearl did transpire, the fast plays from VLT really did work when Deathmaker was the one diving in on the attack. So it's something that is, I think, a little unique to Pearl. I feel like with the context of this matchup, for Ascent specifically, we need to sort of undervalue what they did there, because what you can do on Pearl, you can't do on Ascent. You can't walk up towards avenues expecting nobody to look at you without you making a very cheeky play and having the timing on your side. So there's a lot of factors that go hand in hand when this is a map that's been the staple for any team here in South Asia. It's going to be an utter duke to that finish line, and I just can't wait.
Absolutely. We all right here at the TEC Arena can't wait to see who exactly is going to be moving forward over towards the upper bracket semi-finals and who exactly is going to be moving down over towards the lower brackets as well. But speaking of the upper bracket run as well, right? I feel as if Revenant Esports moving over towards the upper brackets, it's going to be Velocity Gaming down towards the lower brackets.
Yeah.
And they're going to be facing off against Enigma Gaming.
Yes, sir.
So again, interesting story brewing up there.
Yeah.
And once again, the same factor of them doubting their decision making, doubting their strategy, all of that just comes into play, and then we're going to be seeing yet another incredible lower bracket run coming out from both of these teams. I mean, Enigma Gaming themselves, they were on a roll in the morning against Orangutan, but things eventually panned out against the side of Orangutan as well. But the same can't be said about the matchup between Enigma Gaming and Velocity Gaming. We have known this rivalry to be there since like forever.
Yeah.
And both of these teams, in the past couple of tournaments, when they have gone up against each other, Velocity were the ones to take the victory there.
Okay.
So, yeah. I feel as if this time, though, things are going to be a lot different at the Challenger Series.
In all honesty, even though we might have Revenant in that upper bracket, dude, having the top two teams in South, I mean, at least top two or two teams of the top three bow out so early in that lower bracket, it's going to be sort of a heartbreak because I had a lot of expectations, but you have so many good names in this top four that any team who goes out, it'll feel like a kick in the gut. For now though, map 3, where it all counts for Velocity Gaming and Revenant. Pre-game, before map 1 we mentioned, I mean, Mama mentioned to you about the curse. Well, let's hope that that curse doesn't shape into effect this early into the tournament.
Well, we've got right to ace alongside the Fade as well, coming out from the side of Velocity Gaming. Ooh, never mind. The one's gonna get taken down, and Revenant are starting off with a bang here on the map of Ascent. Ladies and gentlemen, Logi gets one. A straight up drive-by on towards it with Rasu, making it a 2 versus 5. Velocity Gaming, they just got absolutely annihilated.
Dude, the ferocious rush. Velocity weren't anticipating the space whatsoever. And like you said, it caught them completely off guard. Who picks market at that timing? That is just absurd stuff from Revenant to open this crucial map in the best of 3. BLT obviously will try and attempt this retake, although things are looking dire.
They definitely are. In a 2 versus 4, I'm not really sure what Deathmaker can do right now. Again, that dynamic duo that we were talking about, right? Deathmaker and Helef, but oh, unfortunately, Deathmaker's gonna be going down. It's gonna be down to Helef. To close this one out, gets a double, looking for the third. He knows it's a there.
No, almost! Just an inch away. Blackhawk was on 16 HP. And Revenant, they might have had a 4 versus 2 post plant, but they just about lost that. Ay, ay, ay. They have a smile though. They're happy about it. They're just shrugging it off. Exactly what they need to do. This is where the weightage of a long series has its wear and tear. And Revenant, they are determined to not let that shape in.
Could have been the third ace of the day, you know. He had a quad. Helef had a quad. Could have been the third ace of the day.
Well, he's making you wait for it, baby.
Yeah, he just wants us to wait for it, you know. Well, who's not gonna wait is Knight Rider. Just gonna go straight up over towards the A-shot position. Gonna try and take that hit on towards Deathmaker. Deathmaker with that ghost. Trying to make something happen.
Yeah, these pistols have been quite a menace today.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie. MW1 close range. You see that classic at that range kind of give you a bad trip down memory lane. Although Deathmaker has been lethal and precise with that ghost. He might grab himself a Spectre towards the server side of mid. So VLT, they have the opportunity maybe to do a little more damage here. Although as the spike plants and as the crossfire is set into play, that is no longer a prospect.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, right to ace. Not really going to be able to do much though. Might as well get a frag. Yes, he does. It's going to be the classic coming in play. As always, the Prime Classic does the work for you, you know?
Yeah, true. 2-0. Revenant, they only lose 2 members in that affair, so they should be more than pretty walking into this round. And this is where you need to change your approach. This is where Revenant have been playing ultra aggressive for the first 2 rounds, right? I feel like this is where when you change that approach and maybe calculate your aggression and burst towards that mid round, it might have more of an effect. They have a lot of utility that helps them close the range here, Revenant. They have the smokes offered by Paradox. You have a lot of setup utility on both Blackhawk and Wimp. So it enables you to get up close and personal. If you get that supportive utility, that fight's almost yours.
True. Well, I'm going to be seeing a little bit of a tech pause being taken. Not really sure what side it is though. Is it Revenant? Is it Velocity?
Well, more importantly, I think it's a breather for all 10 players on the stage. It's been a long day, Assassin. It's been a long day. The first series lasted for a good amount of time.
Wow,
the second
Paradox,
series,
you know, like he actually turned into the Omen.
I mean, for once, you didn't get baited in there.
Yeah, I did
Although
not.
you still were hesitant.
Paradox. I actually thought that he's going to debate all of us by trying to go in for that Omen pick. But then he actually went forward with it.
Yeah, he did.
I was expecting more of like an Astra play or something like that coming in from
Hey, I mean,
Blackhawk.
I'm not sure if you've seen any Flex Ninja videos, my man.
I have.
He can still be flashy.
Used
although
to be
it
an
might be
used to be an
the
Omen main, you know?
darkness. But the darkness that is Paradox will show VLT the light at the end of the tunnel. And he needs to be the same brutal force that he was on Pearl. VLT, they have the buy here. Deathmaker, his utility kit's only 1 Cloudburst and a Vandal, so he might just choose to use that dash aggressively and maybe find that early pick, although that 0 point was done to perfection. Knight Rider finding his way on top of the server, but I think his teammates' paranoia blinded him, and now VLT have the opportunity to perform on the hold. This is a nightmare. That was a brutal
Spike
patch
down
that Paradox just put on his teammate. That's not the way Revenant expected this round to go.
Revenant actually expected an easy execute over towards the A side. Well, they did not get one. Amatrasu was the one to finish things off for this particular round. Velocity with their first on the board, but yeah, like we were talking about it, right? Velocity, they were expecting Revenant Esports to be playing a little bit more slow, considering the fact that, you know...
They have a buy and all.
Exactly. Yeah. But Revenant Esports, on the other hand, they thought that it's going to be an easy one.
I mean, you kind of do need to catch them off guard in a position like this when you have inferior weaponry. You need to make do with either a superior strategy, or you need to find your Ls, put them together, make them a W. And the way you do that, again, close the range, use utility.
Yeah.
Utility, however, worked against Revenant.
You're still
there.
with the 2 Ls, right? You're still with those 2 L jokes.
I mean, bro, it's
words
about
words of wisdom.
It's PME, all right? Positive mental health. Valorant's a game where you can die in ways that you never dreamed or imagined of. So, yeah, for all Paradox is concerned, small whoopsie with that team flash shouldn't be a problem in the bigger picture of things, because Revenant are going to crawl back with the buy yet again. And they'll have the ability to not only contest what VLT have done in the round prior, but also in a very different manner. Now they can attempt mid-control, now they can go for long-range fights, and they also might be interested in playing a little more passive. A lot of things are still yet to be drawn into the picture, Assassin, as this map 3 is still very young. A small timeout taken, and you do see Amaterasu cheering his comrades, giving them the call that this is the game plan. I'm really interested to know what he's talking to his teammates. If this is an aggressive play, I feel like this is going to come out of nowhere and might catch Revenant off guard.
Expecting some combo play coming out from MW1 and Hellfighter. That devilishly handsome smile Hellfighter just gave away. Just looks like that, you know, something's brewing up.
Damn, you've been paying a lot of attention to these players, haven't you?
I mean, yeah, they're on our amazing cam, so.
You can see Revenant as well coming in clutch with this timeout, right? So either side having the ability to refocus and reassess what the battlefield is looking like. That crossfire towards the A side as well, you know, they technically walked into a 3-man hold towards that A side. If maybe they show a little presence towards mid and then poke and prod towards the main position, they might just be able to get a cheeky frag. So, yeah, it's on the onus of VLT now to see what kind of a play they make on the defense. So we have seen them make plays on the defense, haven't we? All the way from map 1, all the way from bind. You can't expect any less, especially when at this point you know that your opponents have a read on you, especially with the way Pearl went. It looks like Revenant have been very thorough with their approach and their homework.
That's right. Revenant Esports, they definitely have done their homework, especially for the map of Pearl and Ascent. So I'm looking forward to seeing what exactly they have got in store for us for the future rounds. I feel as if the side of Velocity Gaming, something brewing up as well. Them going ahead and picking up that first round for themselves. They're looking quite good.
Yeah, they've been able to deal with the pace.
Definitely going to be a close one, right? I mean, we speculated this. Ascent is not going to be a one-sided game. It's going to be...
Not at all.
Not at all. I mean, it's going to be a brawl. It's going to be, you know, both the teams fighting tooth and nail.
Yeah.
To just grab that W we've been talking about.
You know, I have been making a joke that we might be here till midnight. Might just come true.
Oh, actually, yeah. We might just bleed in towards 13th of August.
Yeah, that is more reason for you to not only come down to the TEC Arena if you are in Bangalore, but also hit that subscribe and that bell to catch all the latest esports action, because there's more to esports than just Valorant, right?
Absolutely. It's a whole gaming festival right down here at the Manfo Convention Center in Bengaluru. I was just visiting all of these booths, right? And the Valor community booth looks sick.
Really?
Yeah. I actually wanted to just, you know, grab one of those PCs and, you know, make a team.
Yeah, I mean, we were getting ready for that cosplay, but we were getting ready while the cosplay was happening, right? But I got to witness a couple of those costumes too. There was one guy with a Mandalorian. I was like, bro, that's sick.
Yeah.
And if I'm not mistaken, there was another guy with some night robes or something. So a lot of people being creative. And if I'm not mistaken, on the 14th, that's when we have the Valorant cosplay. So are we going to see you on maybe a race?
No.
Oh.
Nah, not happening. Me and Valorant cosplays. I mean, me and cosplays.
Well, there's a start to everything in there.
True
And
that.
there could be a start for Revenant where they break velocity and finally take that curse away.
Yeah. Just walking over that Valorant community booth as well, I was just wondering about all the times I used to play before. Used to be fun times.
Talk about play. That's what we're going to get.
There you go.
Both the teams ready to lock horns yet again. VLT, they get that first round under their belt, but Revenant have a bye to oppose what could be the Rat. Nice swarm to deny the trade of the bot, and a little bit of utility expelled. This B side with that Killjoy, I feel like there needs to be early aggression towards B to bait utility. If they don't bait utility, options towards the mid and late game are going to be fairly limited.
Yeah. That I agree with, because mid is again a region that the side of Revenant Esports have been not taking control of quite often. We have been missing out action over towards the middle area. Revenant have been focusing a lot over towards A again and again and again.
And it just, again, it allows this quick rotation from A short, and it becomes a three-man hold all of a sudden. That's problems for Revenant Esports. They do, however, have that lockdown on Revenant Esports, which could be an absolute gem they find amongst the dirt. Hellfighter forced to play a little conservative because of that 0 point, and Knight Rider finds perfect timing and angle. Nice flash from MW1. They're just sitting and flying ducks at this point. Knight Rider runs out of bullets, and Deathmaker living up to his name as he wants nothing but a glory of blood and bodies stacked on top of each other. And VLT, they stack around on top of each other as well. They get momentum, 2 rounds back to back. And like you said, that mid control might be a very big problem, because when you exploit mid, you draw defense away from the sites. You have people invested looking at mid and trying to deny mid control. That then gives your lurk, gives your Jet, who's trying to make an individual play, more of an opening, more of a chance to take an even fight.
Yeah, that is something that I've been scratching my mind with as well, right? I mean, Revenant Esports, they're not trying to go in for these split approaches. These split executes are a thing, and it becomes very, very difficult.
Oh, they just attempted to take Deathmaker.
Oh, Deathmaker, stop it already. Right, the waste comes in as well over towards the B mains. Drag on his owner, Deathmaker!
Okay.
My goodness.
Yeah, they're just...
I haven't seen the guy with an operator in quite some time now.
So you're getting your delight, you're getting
We're getting there.
Share
We're
of,
getting there.
Yeah, you know, in all honesty, I love this Carnage. I love the brawl fight that we're getting to see. But so far, the Carnage has been favoring VLT. There's been no rebuttal from Revenant so far after the initial 2 rounds that they did manage to back on the back of impeccable aggression. Just non-stop W. Where is the rebuttal? They try to take mid-control with the plates. No support whatsoever. And an aggressive play towards main this time, towards the B side. So they have good information towards B, and they're just channeling them towards Deathmaker. Deathmaker is having more than just a good game. And this is his opportunity to bag himself a myriad of kills.
Wow, this split approach that could have been Esports, and Deathmaker is gonna get taken down. Hellfighter right around the corner for the smoke. What the hell? Hellfighter just gets himself a double right to waste with a frag on towards Wimp, and it's all down to Paradox.
He needs to make the TP play.
That's
he doesn't have the spike, however,
He
so
needs
it's
to do
going to
this.
be more problematic. This is 60 seconds on the clock, but it's valuable 60 seconds for Paradox as he chooses his next move with caution. 0 point, denying any kind of shenanigans from Paradox. He needs to... Oh my God! He slaughters them! Welcome to the Butcher's house!
You've got to be kidding me! Paradox, what in God's name was that?
And we thought Hellfighter put on a show. He's like, hold my beer.
This is absolutely incredible. Paradox.
Fear from Shadow, he's Fear the Shadow, my man. Whew. Everybody just turning into silhouettes there for VLT. And Revenant find an unlikely equalizer. Who else but Paradox to pull off such a hero play? He's been the savior for Revenant tonight.
Once again, we're going to be seeing the same stuff coming out from side of Revenant Esports again. An explosive approach over towards the B side. This time, though, Nitron is going to be the one to get that entry. Logi gets taken down. Knight Rider comes in with two more. Interesting frags coming left, right, and center. Knight Rider.
Look at positioning though. Timing is important because they won't expect this. Paradox yet again finds the frag, finds the play, and knits this round together for Revenant as it was on the verge of falling apart. It's all left on a Deathmaker on the operator. I mean, you loved the display that he had to show, but now he just needs to turn tail and run for the hills, run for his life.
Yeah, I mean, he has an operator. Might as well maybe try and get a frag or two.
Nah, you don't risk that stuff, bro. You don't risk that.
Yeah, but I guess he's gonna try and maybe take a peek.
I mean, he's putting himself in position to disengage right after he gets a frag, although he's gonna be confronted with an up-close and personal Paradox who is not taking no for an answer. This is a very, very good round that they were able to build off a heroic performance, and this was a necessary round because if they didn't build upon what Paradox made, that just go to waste.
True. Knowing Deathmaker, I kind of expected him to go in for that peak as well, but yeah, interesting stuff coming out from the side of Velocity Gaming. That round though.
You're still shaking, eh?
Yeah, it's still shaking.
That's not the Bangalore weather, my friend. Oh, fast play towards the beat. Oh no, Deathmaker! That Prowler just, I think, blocked his vision at the worst possible time. Blackhawk perfectly peaks in unison to take down MW1. That mid-aggression fell flat so quick, and now VLT, they're stuck in such a precarious position. Did they save? Did they try going for frags? What did they even do?
Paradox also pushed it over towards the A main position, I guess. Got himself a frag. And yeah, I'm gonna be seeing Velocity Gaming left round 2 versus 5. Both of these players have to
that would be too much for one night, bro.
I mean, yeah, this would be a straight up save coming out from both of these players.
Yeah.
There's no other options.
None.
And
they have two ultimates though, and that's something that they can use in the rounds coming forward. If they're not playing this aggressive, both the Astral Wall and the Nightfall are very key utility in the retake. Look, just take into account that, oh, never mind, wait, let's get into this action first, because Loki, he wants to take vengeance. He wants to deal an absolute and a flawless victory for Revenant as they take a 2-round lead here in the final map of this best of 3. And like I was saying, if they don't play aggressively, if they try to play off like a short control and try playing more towards sights, the retake possibilities now are endless for VLT. They have the Nightfall, which enables you to play fast, and really denying a lot of audio information disrupts teamwork, disrupts crossfires, disrupts the back-to-back play that you expect from VLT, from Revenant. You have the lockdown now available, which enables them to just force their whim. There's nothing that they have to break the lockdown. Another prime problem that they need to deal with. Something that a Sova might be able to deal with well, but again, everything comes with its own perks and downfalls. You just need to choose your fights well and take the advantage where you find it. And so far, it's been miraculous plays and solo gunfights that have won these teams the rounds so far. So I'm yet to see the display of utility being set up.
But I just feel like, Velocity Gaming has been making use of their utility in a very, very interesting way. As in gaining information, of course, Amaterasu has been using the Prowlers in a way where he's also setting up his team for that aggressive push. So that is very resourceful coming out from the side of Velocity Gaming, but at the same time, we are not seeing stuff like that from the side of Revenant, right? That is something that they've been missing out on. Maybe they might show us on the defense side, but at least for attack, this is concentrating on the frags and frags alone.
Right here. Hey, down 50 HP because that's what we made, and Revenant just waltz with this MTB side. They know that the money on Velocity is going to be abysmally low. Despite that they're scraped together, I think they'd be lucky if they just do damage. And for safety, they've also used that lockdown. So Revenant, realizing the significance of this round in this first half, which enables them to not only get 6 on the board, but then contest for a lead, contest for even more. Because that second half when VLT is going to be on the attack might be a very unpredictable one. They're still going for the retake, however, VLT, and this is a lot of time boiled due to that lockdown. Fast plays are eagerly awaiting VLT, and they don't find success. The backstab from Paradox, the absolute perfection. And yet again, Revenant playing on the back of teamwork.
Paradox and these lurk plays.
Yeah.
Something you can't avoid, you know.
And again, the team play, we've been seeing that from since Pearl. And it's good that it transitioned over to the map that truly matters, to a dub that they've been waiting for so many times.
It's actually surprising to see, you know, Velocity Gaming, despite having all of this information in the world, they are really not able to take these gunfights.
Again, time is of the essence. They used the lockdown right as they punched the digits. So,
true.
In all honesty, VLT were on a timer there.
Here.
Yeah, Revenant Esports, they have been setting up their executes in quite a way. Velocity Gaming, LMW1, we all left.
Nice fragment. It delays this push. That's exactly what he needed to do. Buy time. And Revenant now need to hit that timing window. There is so much individual play that could happen because everybody's set up in a rat corner. Knight Rider, I'm pretty sure that this move towards Jen is expected, but they don't account for Paradox, who's already wide swung from Jen. No, that's a problem. The sight's fallen, but they've successfully negated the backstab in the form of Logan. It boils us to a 3 versus 3. Fear from Shadows. Paradox all the way back to Defender Spawn. Yet again he wants to make the lurk. Yet again he wants to make the big play. But how many times can you do this on rinse and repeat?
They should see this coming. Amaterasu already has a hand. He's going to go in for the white peak. Paradox knows this. Trying going for some TP plays here. Amaterasu on the other hand, trying to get information. Trying to go in for this retake.
They've broken the door. No, he was just sitting duck at that point.
Oh my god!
He initiates death when required, and Revenant closed this round out. What?
Take a bow, Wim! Holy!
Just when you thought you saw everything tonight.
Exactly. Just when we thought that
there's
we
a
saw
lot
everything.
more, man.
I mean, Wim popping off like that just feels like Revenant Esports, they've got themselves back on that groove.
Yeah, they have not lost a single round in the past 5. They've kept momentum, and more importantly, it's enabled them to have somewhat of an economy, right? They can sustainably lose these 2 rounds and still have a feasible buy. So there's...
Oh my god, no!
Check the back lines though, and that's Amaterasu with the charge! Oh, he could have gone for that triple as well. He's well denied though. 3 versus 3. Mind you, VLT not having a good buy whatsoever. So for them to make this a 3 versus 3 in and of itself is a big deal. If they only had a lurk, they could have picked up weaponry and they could have made more out of what the situation has boiled down to, which is a post-plan 3 versus 3 when you have Paradox still up and kicking.
Yeah, Paradox is still just going to be holding on over towards the mains, whereas the side of Velocity Gaming are going to try and go in for this retake right about now. MW1 just waiting for the utilities to pop off. There's a flash coming in. The pop flash is in. He's going to try and jump into this side. Knight Rider picks him right off in the sky, and that is the side of Revenant Esports absolutely crushing that retake attempt coming out from the side of Velocity Gaming.
Just think that we're on the cusp of seeing a team on the verge of a breakthrough. This is the test. This is everything that they work towards. Every time they duke it off against Velocity, if they're lucky, they scrape together a map, even in a best of 5. They have certainly proven their mettle today. As we head into that last round of the first half, this is a buy that VLT have put together after a little time. So they are going to be hoping for a W. Instantly, the null command. That utility is for nada. And this is going to be Deathmaker's option now. He wants to take those fights. We've seen him feel comfort amongst chaos. And that's exactly where he wants to place himself. Although, they put to a momentary stop here. There's no way that Revenant could push through that smoke without being put into a meat grinder of a crossfire. With them having to compensate for that pace, they're not compensated for the play. They're still committed and hell-bent to head towards this B side. And Deathmaker is going to be playing off the bait that Rightways has to provide. Are they going to clear him? He's going to be on the aggressive peak. Gets the first. Oh, the thing! And he finds himself the connection! How? How does Deathmaker do this?
Well, it's called Deathmaker for a reason. There you have it, Paradox once again lurking in over towards the markets area, trying to get off some frags and oh! 1 HP clutch. Right to waste or right to clutch?
Oh god, that could have gone nasty because, sure, Deathmaker did a lot of heavy lifting there, but we've seen Revenant's turnarounds like you wouldn't expect. So, good on VLT, and Deathmaker, an absolutely berserk play that he went for there. It was a high risk, high reward situation, and he knew what he was heading into. Whew. A decent result for that last round. It gives VLT more of a fighting chance. Feasibly, if you look at this, they win the pistol, they get to 1 round close to the equalizer if they play their cards right.
Velocity Gaming trying to brainstorm absolutely everything they can. Thinking about what could possibly be the next course of action now.
You look at that draft now, Hellfighter has that Astra, so I think that the setup that VLT have on the attack is somewhat better than what Revenant have to offer. We might be able to witness aggression, but I don't think it's going to be Revenant-esque. You know, it's not going to be hold W, rush market, and we'll take B. It's not going to be that fashion. It's more of a set piece that I think that we should expect, with Deathmaker being the one to take point.
Yeah, I mean, Velocity usually has been the pinnacle of beautiful executes, haven't they? So I feel like on the attack, Velocity should be showing us some pretty interesting split executes coming out from them.
For sure.
Unlike Revenant, of course.
I mean, except for
but
the
it
pistol
works for
round.
them, you know?
Except for the pistol round.
Except for the pistol round. I mean, it works for them. And Paradox every single time just lurking on with the backstabs and, you know, trying to get... the man is already at 16 frags.
And the half is still... The second half is still open with opportunities.
Yeah.
Mind you, we expect a rebuttal from VLT. So I'm expecting this to be a longer game, unlike some in the audience. Let's see though what VLT have to offer. Because Revenant Esports, they've gotten good control of B main that allows them to focus their efforts not only towards mid, but crucially towards A. And that's exactly where VLT are headed. I've seen the same strategy from Revenant turn into a disaster. And VLT confident that their approach is going to be significantly better. Blackhawk dodging that flash because he's playing behind the recall box, and Deathmaker needs to make his way towards the side. He takes that fight, but he has support in the form of Hellfighter. They've still not gotten full control of the side though, and Hellfighter continues his rampage. With Amaterasu watching the push through switch, Revenant were doomed as soon as they take a fight like that. Paradox. He's been a beast, but he sets up Wimp for the clutch.
Down A.
1 versus 1 against the most experienced player that we have in South Asia. And right to ace. Oh, timing yet again. How many of these are we going to get in Bangalore? Oh, lurk on lurk action. Wimp now in the back lines, and right to ace has no idea. Wimp, as soon as he hears a footstep, he's going to play aggressive. He has the ghost. This would be a superior weapon here, but as soon as right to ace disengages, he has control over the clock. That swarm grenade is going to give him ample room to take that spike and make a play of his life. What's the plan? He's playing in that off angle, which not many people clear, but the thing alongside the kill! Right days! Finds a very important clutch to keep Velocity in a prime position to deny double digits.
Last player.
Well, that particular 1 versus 1 was played absolutely beautiful from the side of right to ace.
I mean, either, because neither had information, and Wimp, you know, all credit to him. There was nothing else that would have been the right play there. It was just circumstance that to some extent worked against him.
Yeah, I mean, right to ace knew what exactly he was supposed to do, and that is just pure experience coming out from the Chad Clutchmeister from the side of Velocity Gaming.
Yeah. Now it's put Revenant in a position where they have pistols. Now that's not anything new, is it? That's the shorty play. Yeah, I was like, as soon as they hit that switch, that is Blackhawk's turn to shine. Shine he did, my friend. An advantage on Revenant Esports, although weaponry advantage significantly stacked on the side of VLT. Smoke, and that was a dance of death that Blackhawk was performing to its tree. He's watching the backlines diligently. This is very, very good stuff for VLT. They secured this round, and they're trying to do it in as clinical of a fashion as possible. This is what we need from a comeback, right? You don't need heroic plays. You need methodical plays to help you grind your way through an uncertainty. And Knight Rider, an absolute sitter of a shot, and that was a tag. So there is a lot of possibility for Logi to maybe even get a kill, and they work on the back of each other. The dash to force the aggro. Shorty up close and personal. The alarm bot's not gonna do much. No bullets on the Marshall. Knight Rider is gonna go down. It's all on a Logi who can't make much of the situation he was put under. VLT. I said that they did it clinically, but they still ended up having, you know, a lot of casualties. It was only Hellfighter who survived. So, yeah, not the best situation. Although VLT, they still will have that momentum. I hope that this is a round where they might fancy an investment. Like Deathmaker could feasibly go half armor and maybe something like a Vandal if he compromises on utility, but doesn't seem like that's going to be the route. Rather, it's going to be the Sheriffs in play.
Placing swamp grenade.
Well, right to ace once again. A little bit more aggressive.
He was saved there, because if he walked any further, he would have been a dead man.
Yeah.
There was a double peek waiting for that exact play, which was denied. And VLT, they understand that aggression towards B main means there's at least a two-man stack there. So they're opening up another window of opportunity towards A. With having such aggressive A-shot control, a crunch from main at this moment would be absolutely brutal, with the spike sitting all the way in attacker spawn.
Revenant Esports, if they just play this one right, there comes the flash, which forces MW1 to take a different route.
Look at this play that MW1's making. He's put himself in a position I doubt anybody, regardless how much experience you have, you cannot see this coming. And he's gonna gift BLT this A side and its opening. They find that frag, but little do they know the double setup in towards main. And that's what Blackhawk is relying on. The element of surprise, my friend, is one powerful tool, and Blackhawk's not able to make use. It's Paradox yet again who needs to come up with a heroic play, and he finds himself the double. That's all you can ask from a man in that position. Whip! He have caught that cross, but that off angle worked against him, and MW1. The lurk, the timing, and the finesse that they had in that execution. Because, yeah, MW1 got that lurk, he got that kill, cool. But there was still a double setup towards main, which got cracked open like a walnut.
Yeah, I mean, Blackhawk had to come big for the team. He had those shots connected, but, well, fortunately, it's not going to be the case, and going to be seeing the side of Velocity Gaming. Go ahead and take that round. MW1, sneaky little place. That flash was that one thing that forced MW1 to take that route, otherwise he was just going to walk straight into the crosshairs of either Blackhawk or Paradox.
Well, maybe in another universe, but in
Maybe.
this universe, he was the hero there. Sadly, it was a situation where Revenant weren't able to cope with the pressure. That double setup towards main, it's usually set up where Paradox is not expected, right? But
yeah,
that was reliant on Paradox not only getting 2 kills, but staying alive and buying a little bit more time. I feel like that could have been somewhat of a difference maker, because Wimp was all the way in the long rotation. He made it to 3 as they were getting that spike down.
So well, with that, Velocity Gaming, they're once again going to put another round on the board, and I feel Revenant Esports, they're going to be feeling the pressure right now.
Surely. This is a curse that's been forsaken them for quite a while, and for it to happen in this fashion, in map 3 when they fought so hard.
To get that lead, right?
To get the hope.
Here.
Well, that too.
Okay, deal. It's gonna be set up, but Right to Ace is playing very passive. He knows the aggression that's gonna be ahead of him. If they don't account for this, okay, that is, he's just playing off his turret like how normal people play off their teammates.
Nogi trying to go in for that peek. Deathmaker, no surprises there, gets a clean shot to the face. Paradox all by himself over towards the A side, and Blackhawk towards B. I feel as if Revenant Esports moving over towards the next round as the scoreboard is going to be neutralized, right?
Yeah.
Revenant Esports might just try and be a little bit more aggressive towards mid.
I mean, they need to change something here. Mid-aggression for sure.
Mid-aggression is something that might work out in favor of Revenant Esports, because Velocity Gaming have been trying to take mid from quite some time.
Exactly, and that's been the case not only in Velocity's offense, but also their defense.
Yeah.
And that's something that also plays Revenant Esports. They don't care much about mid, which comes back to haunt them in quite the...
True.
30 seconds left.
Quite the way that you wouldn't want. So, spike down. It should be the equalizer on the board for VLT, and off the bat of this round's victory, VLT are now going to face off against a Revenant who have themselves a bye. Mind you, Revenant, they do not have any ultimates except for Blackhawks, who will get it after he goes down. So, yeah, the utility play from Velocity is now going to be on prime display. They have the Nightfall, they have that Astral Wall. If I'm not mistaken, they also have the lockdown on right to Ace. This is key ultimates to secure key round. If Velocity manage to use and sync their ultimates in a round like this, it helped them to get to double digits. They'll be the one dictating the pace, and then it's Revenant Esports who needs to play from behind.
Got an operator out on the defense side. That's going to be Knight Rider.
So they take the time out here, VLT, to recompose themselves. They understand the significance of this round, like I've mentioned. They know that they have key ultimates and they should sink it.
Oh.
Wait, whose birthday is it?
It looks like that it's Ace's birthday today.
Alright. I mean, a comeback dub wouldn't really be a bad birthday present, would it?
Interesting. Did not know about that. Ace. Wish you many, many happy returns of the day, buddy.
Beautiful stuff. Well,
there you go.
The perks of having a game past midnight, I guess.
True that.
So, this is a timeout that VLT did call, right? So, it not only allows VLT to compose themselves, but also crucially Revenant Esports. Because right now it feels like in the second half, they're all over the place. Why did they not contest mid? That's been a very big problem for them on this map. You know, if VLT managed to even boil the time down and play it a little slower, they'd still be able to take the W on the back of these ultimates because they can deny so many of these fights that Revenant Esports want to go for. And with Knight Rider on the operator, this is the surge that Revenant Esports have been waiting for. This man needs to be large and in charge.
Right about now, we're going to be seeing Deathmaker. Might as well get that frag on towards the middle position. Wimp waiting, but there is a backup on the way in the form of Logi. Revenant Esports. They're also aggressive over towards the A mains with Paradox playing right there.
Yeah,
so
they're just waiting for aggression. Huh?
they're just waiting for that push to come
And either
in.
side is playing that cheeky, aggressive off-angle, right? You look at Deathmaker with this angle, off-angle near Pizza. They have control towards A-short as well. Nobody can sneak through top mid. This is a very, very calculated deal.
Oh, wow.
Nice ultimate. It puts a decent bit of question marks because they're heading back towards this B side, mind you. And that is something that Revenant might not expect because this Astral Wall is more equipped towards an A plant. And it's Knight Rider who needs to fend for himself with that operator before rotations make its way all the way towards side entrance. And that's something with the market control can be easily denied. Blackhawk, perfect timing, perfect peak. And this could be on the back of teamwork. Deathmaker, we've seen him come magnifique before. And it's his turn to shine yet again, baby. This play from Mark, the flash is perfect. Blackhawk has been an absolute deal breaker for BLT as they head in towards this B side. They get struck with nothing but L's.
Hellfire left out on 1 versus 2 situation, ladies and gentlemen. Spike is being
planted,
but well, unfortunately, it's going to be Blackhawk to go ahead and get that frag as well. Hellfire is not going to be able to clutch it.
That was so well played by Blackhawk. If he was not there in the nick of time towards that market position, this round could have been an entirely different story.
The timing was perfect for the side of Velocity Gaming. And then Blackhawk appears.
Dude, Blackhawk coming alive, Knight Rider having that operator. A lot of things are favoring Revenant at the moment. And VLT, another that faced the operator. This could be the change. If you up the pace up against an operator where you know he's positioned and you have utility to supplement it, that kind of overloads that individual, right? Is that the game plan here?
Oh, Knight Rider, not really a good decision to go in that heavy, but he still makes it work. Amatrasu goes down, so that's a lot of information out from the side of Velocity Gaming. But they still have MW1, mind you, so...
Let's not rule it out just yet, right?
Yeah, let's not rule it out.
They
MW1.
are eager to contest this B-mid position, and yeah, they had to pay the price for it.
The birthday boy.
Yeah, he gets himself a freebie, a gift of a frag. Knight Rider rotating towards market with the operator. He can dash out and he can make the play. No, he's not able to land the connection. At least he dodges that lockdown and he's still in it to win it. Although they've boiled down that man advantage to a neutralizer and they should be on their way to getting the spike down here, Velocity Gaming. It's all going to be based on how strong the hold is. Oh, Blackhawk, perfect timing. Now utility is going to be nada for Velocity Gaming and they are essentially boxed in towards the side. Paradox, perfect timing yet again on the back lines, and this VLT defense is crumbling towards this B side. It's all on Deathmaker. Big player, big plays, not enough to secure this side as it's just flooded by Revenant day in, day out. double digits on the board. Have Revenant finally overcome their kryptonite?
Well, an explosive start for the round. Knight Rider getting inside that frag just completely changed the pace for the side of Velocity Gaming. And I mean, Revenant Esports, kudos to Blackhawk and his utility usage. He has been on point.
Yeah.
With the KO, every single utility that he has used till now has been just perfect.
Yeah, in all honesty, that's why I feel like next to Sky, KO is the saltiest agent alive.
Yeah.
So, nice job on Revenant Esports so far. BLT. They're, oh, Knight Rider, was that through the smoke?
I don't think so.
Well, I hope for Deathmaker's sake it's not, because that would have been a very hard fight to explain. Wimp does have that reveal, so he can work on the back of the information. He does receive that Phantom. It's really good to set up double, and that's exactly how they crumble. 10-8, bound to be 11, and Revenant Esports doing what many of us here in Bangalore thought was the impossible. It's all on hell left, but how much can you ask this man to do? He's been doing it for 2.5 hours, for God's sake. Oh! Whew.
Well, he's still gonna try. He's not gonna give up, so.
Damn! That is a clip-worthy shot. Although, this needs to be a clip-worthy clutch. VLT.
Wimp might just get taken down. There you go! Dude, fighter.
This Astra has a brain bigger than the map. And at this point, Hellfighter, he needs to make his way all the way back to attacker's spawn to find the spike. That limits his opportunities, because look at the timer. It's ticking, and it's ticking against him. He needs to make a varsity play towards the B side, and that's looking very unlikely considering the rotation made by Paradox. The MVPs for each individual team now requiring to step up at a moment of darkness, at a moment of doubt. The Astral Wall committed. Hellfighter, this might be an expensive investment. This clutch would mean a whole lot to him. And to play through this wall, Paradox has no shred of fear left within him, as he is the one who knocks.
Absolute outplay coming out from the side of Paradox. Revenant Esports, not even gonna lie, the way they went ahead and got that round for themselves, right? Fighter. Again, kudos to him for trying out that 1 versus 3, but unfortunately Paradox, well, it was just a step ahead.
Yeah. I mean, you lose every fight that you don't take, so that's my philosophy on it. Hellfighter took everything that he needed to do. And now, Revenant on the verge of map and match point, ladies and gentlemen, to knock VLT down to the lower bracket. The place that they've had a lot of nightmares, a lot of bumps along the journey, and it started this early. Oh, what a peak! Deathmaker, he was pixel perfect there, and Knight Rider held in position because of that Astral Well, but he is in prime position to maybe deny Deathmaker, who just again white swings him like there's no tomorrow. Paradox shut down. VLT finally able to fight back, and they fight back in form. This is the VLT that we need to see, Assassin. This might be the start of VLT's comeback, but I don't want to jinx that. Oh!
Okay.
Yeah, my bad.
Hold that thought for a second, OG. Hold that thought for a second. We still
40
got
HP though, it's still going to be
Yeah,
very hard.
If Ace can do it with 1, Logan can do it with 40.
I mean, I like your thinking there, but Deathmaker, he's heads up. More heads up than you, maybe.
Yeah.
Hellfighter alongside him to take that frag with security. 11-9. Revenant Esports, again in an all too familiar position. It's the story, right? I think it can be capped with one phrase. No cigar. This time, that needs to change.
Well, definitely will.
Inferior weaponry, I mean, a position where Revenant have consistently been able to do decent damage, right? Apart from Deathmaker, I feel like, apart from Deathmaker on BO3, Revenant as a squad are able to do more damage with those pistols, but that really doesn't count for much. Oh, Knight Rider. 70 HP, no armor. Now, this is a dilemma. Okay, he pops us out. He's asking us to watch this as now he wants to put on a show to bring his team map and match point. VLT A slow and methodical play towards the B side. Wimp now needs to go berserk. He's trying to make his way back, but there's the peek from main that's going to be eminent. And Knight Rider needs to make a hero play through the smoke. He makes his way back towards the side. Oh, and the right click failed.
The Prowler, right? Or did he use it at the start of the round?
I think he might have, but he did get 0 pointed there. So fairly anything could have done.
He did get 0 pointed, right?
Yeah,
so he was
did.
suppressed.
No utility, no saving grace. VLT, a flawless victory. This battle, we made it abundantly clear that map 3 is gonna be a fight to the finish, and that's exactly what we're getting.
Well, let's just hope that it doesn't turn out to how it was in Bind. I'm scared of that.
I mean, at this point, I think that Revenant have shrugged out that fear.
Yeah.
So it's more about what fears the player. And at this point, with either side coming with heroics plays, both of them know that there's no disparity right now. It's all going to be tooth for nail as it stands at the wire. Quickly disposing of that Killjoy utility towards mid, and that enables this quick split towards market. Logi needed to dispose of the ult there, and the Nightfall. Logi needs to guard his ultimate, and whip alongside him! A shutdown! BLT sent packing back to spawn, back to next round, while Revenant Esports reap the rewards. Amaterasu, he is under lockdown and he is locked out of the round. Yet again, it's Hellfighter who is the sole survivor of the Revenant Carnage. He does take down Blackhawk though, but he's still down to 40 HP in a 1 versus 4, which is nearly undoable. Revenant Esports, this can't go any longer. They need to end this right here, right now. If they give an opportunity for VLT to take the round coming forth, because it's been a back and forth affair, right? There's a realistic chance that VLT might win the next round, even if they do take this L. That's what Revenant need to deny. Deny hope, deny any sense of joy or happiness, because right now you can sense the despair after the commitment was in such fashion. They knew that there was a lockdown up against them, yet they decided to go fast, yet they decided to play against information. As soon as that alarm bot broke, everybody knew what was about to happen.
Absolutely love the way Wimp used his ultimate as well, right? At the right time. Timing was everything for Revenant Esports, and Wimp made it work. He made it happen.
Yeah. He
For
took
his
that
team.
fight perfectly alongside his comrade, and now Knight Rider, the dash already activated, so he's looking for the aggressive play here, but he's been firmly denied by that turret, and alongside that Prowler, right away, find on the peak! Oh! No, that's the spike! That's the Sentinel, and that is the hope of Velocity Gaming fleeting here in what could be the last round in their run in this upper bracket. MW1 denied. It's Amaterasu who's finally trying to fight back alongside MW1. But now he has only one other teammate, that being Deathmaker, as they yet again rush this B-side down. The backstab from Paradox yet again in the nick of time, and a very, very crispy shot. This could be the nail atop the coffin. It boils down to this, a 2 versus 1. Amaterasu, he has himself the spike, and the rotation that Revenant committed essentially makes them play this a 2v1, although that individual fight, Knight Rider really shouldn't have forced his luck there. Blackhawk has a world of utility to dispose, and Amaterasu might be interested in disposing of that Nightfall. Again, in a 1 versus 1, the Nightfall sets you up perfectly, because no footsteps, no audio, you cannot predict what's gonna hit you if you play your cards right.
Blackhawk. For a second, we might just think that he's going to be able to clutch it out, but...
I mean, you'd hope. He has the 0 point, so he'd be able to kind of lock in on the position, at least confirm that one position clear and one position is not. Well, Fragment buys a little bit of aggro towards locks in the round by taking the head of Blackhawk off his shoulders. 12-11. Velocity wanting to deny Revenant the sweet pleasure of revenge and vengeance. And mind you, Revenant, this round as well, a well thought out round. It still boiled down to that 1 versus 1. So it's VLT who need to replicate brilliance yet again, and they have 5 ultimates to do so.
5 ultimates, ladies and gentlemen. The final round. If VLT win this, which they should, considering the amount of ultimates,
Wow.
And the push coming out from Deathmaker.
Okay.
They're going to be going into overtime.
Play through the wall though, and this is what's the setup. Loki, if he only got another frag to maybe add on to the tally, this could have been a doable. Beautiful shot from Deathmaker as we are looking to get our second overtime of the day, ladies and gentlemen. We had it in the first series where Orangutan, they took it the distance, and now it's Revenant Esports who put a win into a position of doubt. A position of doubt where VLT has struck with ruthlessness. The score is even, and either team requiring consecutive rounds to take the dub and to keep their upper bracket dream alive. I mean, what's the rush, man? The entire tournament's like 3 days. Oh, a nice timeout for everybody to enjoy, right?
That's right.
For anybody who hasn't been following the Challenger series, after every half you do get a timeout of 1 minute to discuss what your game plan is, and that applies for overtime as well. So now either side getting a chance to discuss and recompose. What's been the bane for Revenant is the fast plays that VLT have come in with for the past 2 rounds. And how do you dispose of this? I'm thinking maybe changing the Killjoy setup might be a little helpful. What do you think, Assassin? What might be the plan for Revenant as they fend off their dream to turning into a nightmare?
They definitely need to go ahead and figure out these pushes that they've been making, right? With sending out Paradox aggressively over towards the mains, sometimes just making Knight Rider pushing over towards the B mains as well. They need to do it on top of someone supporting the player as well. They can't be making these hero plays all by themselves.
Yeah.
They lose individual gunfights.
Like right to Ace in the round before,
Exactly.
where that aggression towards main didn't pan out, but they still were able to brawl it out, right? I think that's around 2 rounds before this, so.
Yeah. They need to figure out their defense setup.
Yeah, but finally, now it's gonna be a mid-take from Revenant Esports. That's something that you've been eagerly waiting for, my friend.
Oh, yeah.
You're rewarded, and it's an overtime after all.
Yep. Always happy to see a good old mid-take coming out from the side of Revenant Esports. And whoa, Knight Rider going in all solo. I'm not really sure how exactly
This is
things
a
are going to pan out
crossfire
for him.
that's really good setup by Amaterasu and Right to Ace. They're going to be playing off the back of each other's distraction. The flash, they don't clear him. Right to Ace, he lets Knight Rider through. A disaster! Right to Ace stuck in no man's land as he split and conquered. Yes, he is. Logi puts him to his eventual demise. A small misplay, and it might cost Velocity their upper bracket run. It's all on Deathmaker. He has been a spectacle to watch, but this clutch would be far too much to ask. Oh! He gets himself another Paradox right around the corner to seal this shot. Revenant, map and match point yet again on their court.
It is an absolute dogfight right here, OG. Boiled down to a 1 versus 1 every single round. Deathmaker almost about to clutch it out and put the 13th on the board, and there comes Paradox knocking him right down.
Look at this shot though.
Oh!
The pixel he got that frag, he dashed out, dude. Lightning reflexes on this man, but it doesn't save him the round, it doesn't save his team.
Well, you love to see it, but you hate it when it comes out.
What I do love to see though is Knight Rider on the operator, and that's something that he's
yeah.
invested back into.
But
It's
again,
not something that you expect in overtime, really, because when you go into overtime, you start off with 5,000 credits, and the operator is worth 4,700 credits.
Exactly, very
and
costly.
that leaves you with very little room for you to buy utility, and yeah, armor is like a thing of dreams at that point.
has to be on top of a support player. Otherwise, it's going to be very, very difficult for Knight Rider to escape out of a situation.
Dude, this is a very, very tight affair, but VLT still not out of this. We've seen them pull off big comebacks before, and this needs to be another play for another overtime if you're a Velocity fan. And for all you're concerned, that's like half the venue at this point. So a lot of hopes and dreams lay on Velocity in this round. Knight Rider with that operator might be the perfect deterrent from turning that dream into a reality. And
once again,
Velocity are visibly shook to some extent. They're still taking mid control, but they're backing off from a lot of these fights, Assassin.
I feel as if the side of Revenant Esports, we can just figure out that aim in control. Half of their problems are going to be solved, and I guess Knight Rider has got that done as well. I mean, he's going to get that frag over
through the woodwork.
Through the woodwork is going to be the one to go ahead and get that
Nice
frag.
shot
And
from
Logi.
Yeah,
Nice
perfect
shutdown.
aggro. He falls back as well, not giving away the man advantage that he fought so hard to accumulate. It's still, however, going to be played towards B and the wall. No, the smoke dissipates right in the nick of time. That Nebula could have been the game changer if Loki just had a wide enough swing, because they almost lined up. Blackhawk, he's rotation through market. Nobody in the back lines gets Amaterasu. Oh no! It was crucial for this defense that he stays alive, and now it's all out of the hands of Hellfighter and Deathmaker within the side. Hellfighter, he's in low HP, but still finds a frag, and they work on the back of each other. A 2 versus 2, and they're making a quick play to draw the aggro. Oh, the Deathmaker, yet another headshot, as this man just simply doesn't stop. The big play from Knight Rider required, not gonna be the answer.
13 to 13.
Yeah, and the power
are not going anywhere.
The power of friendship strives in that 2 versus 4. Hellfighter and Deathmaker, a duo made in heaven from since God knows when, and they pull it back at the moment where everything looked bleak. We go to yet another overtime, ladies and gentlemen.
Especially that communication between both of them, right?
The understanding. You don't need to speak for there to be a play made.
True that. Well, the duo made in heaven, as you stated it. Deathmaker, oh, look at this, aggressively coming out from him.
Okay, the quick play through mid yet again. This is something that Revenant have been a very big fan of doing, and they've not managed to close the door. Hellfighter is in no man's land, but a quick adjustment alongside support from right to ace. That does the job real well. VLT able to hold the line here in the B side. It's rinse and repeat for Revenant, which has caused them problems in the past, and it might cause them problems yet again, but Wimp, a playthrough spawn makes the round more doable, and Revenant Esports are just off a man deficit here. Nothing undoable. We've seen miracles before. We might see miracles yet again. He's just dancing the dance of death, and he's just able to make his way vertical on the side of the box. What is the right to ace even doing there? How does he find himself these kills? It's madness.
Dancing back and forth behind the boxes, and these guys are just absolutely fantastic. Both Revenant Esports and Velocity Gaming. The gunfights, it's unimaginable. And the way Velocity Gaming, especially right to ace, handle all of these frags, it's impeccable. The solo hold over towards the B side.
And in that position, you know, you're really hoping that your read is right, because you have 2 angles essentially. You're going to get crunched within no time. So if you have an upfront read as to where the peak's going to come first, it makes your world all more easier. Look at Wimp, a hero play. They're not going to check it on around like this, are they? They line up for him yet again. He gets the double. The advantage quickly snatched away by Deathmaker and co. as they find themselves in the entrance of this side. Logi, his position well discovered. That swamp grenade ain't going to buy him any space whatsoever, but it's Hellfighter who's actually bit the bullet. 2 versus 2. This comes down to the numbers every single time. Paradox, he needs to be set up with a flash here, and I think there's still a flash on a Blackhawk.
Cover going out.
Okay, nice smoke. It blocks off one side of the back side, so it essentially forces the right side swing. If you are VLT, a lot of damage being done by Blackhawk, and he has a 0 point as well. VLT, is this how it unfolds? So hard have they fought for this to go down the drain, for this to go down a lower bracket. Run! An insane play to win this game. Finally putting Revenant to bed, and the dream of beating VLT is something that they need to fight through the lower brackets for. Revenant, today's night's not going to be filled with sleep. It's going to be filled with despair and discussion as to what tomorrow is going to look like.
Amaterasu with the black flame strikes once again. And the side of Revenant Esports are down in ashes. Or shall I say the lower brackets?
Oh God. Every single player on the server delivered today. Every single player made his impact heard. You could not have asked for the series to be more nail-biting. Maybe a closer game on Pearl, but the narrative that Revenant Esports were able to derive from such a dominant showing. Oh, again, the same old saying, Assassin.
Yep.
No cigar.
No cigar indeed. I mean, hey, the side of Velocity Gaming, they have been ruthless.
Ooh,
like, Revenant Esports, we have talked about this, right?
Yeah.
When it comes down to these intense overtimes, multiple overtimes, all the way over towards the third map, they have a situation. And that situation still hasn't been dealt with.
Dude, at this point, I think all of us need a breather. Because VLT might have won your hearts with such a performance.
The birthday boy.
But all respects to Revenant Esports. They put on an incredible fight. Not only in Bind, where it was a sore loss that they had to swallow, but also on map 3. This was a marathon. This was a brawl till the very end. And Revenant fought it out. I'm so happy that we got to see this, because when Revenant Esports come through that lower bracket, this result and the way they've delivered it makes a world of difference. And of course, a perfect present for Right to Ace, ain't it? It turns out to be his birthday, and bam, he gets himself into that upper bracket where tomorrow he is going to be enjoying himself.
Absolutely.
I mean, today, hypothetically,
Yeah.
it's been a long day.
Yes, we have bled straight into 13th of August, and it is the birthday of Right to Ace.
Yeah.
As you said, amazing present for himself and the team. Beautiful victory against the side of Revenant Esports, but can't deny the fact that Revenant Esports, they fought tooth and nail.
Yeah, and let's
Every
also
single
quickly
round.
look at the scoreboard,
Yeah,
because there
let's
was
do
a
that.
lot of plays made by a lot of players. So the frags, in all honesty, you look at these numbers, right? You look at these statistics. Deathmaker 29 kills, Knight Rider 27 kills. But don't let these two individuals overshadow every other player in this graphic. Hellfighter, amazing performance. Amaterasu came in clutch when his team required it. Right to Ace, the way he was able to play that defense on that B side changed the way that Revenant had to approach it, because that was their strategy on rinse and repeat, right? That was the time it was put to a stop, and that was the moment of asking. And of course, MW1, he might have 11 kills. Somebody would be like, hey bro, it's just 11 kills. What did MW1 do? No, it's not a priority to get kills. Once you set up your teammates, once you play on the back of each other, even if you die being a bait, that's well worth it. Like what we saw Wimp do in the round prior towards B main. And you look at the other side of the aisle, right? We wanted a resurgence from Knight Rider. We got what we asked for. We wanted Paradox to continue his form. We got what we asked for. Revenant Esports, they fought with their heart. And I think everybody here, not only in Bangalore, but also online, should appreciate that fact. Don't take anything away from Revenant Esports, ladies and gentlemen. They might not be the most favored team to win this tournament, but they sure as hell pack a punch or two.
I'm going to completely agree to you on that. Nothing to take away from the side of Revenant Esports, because like they have shown us something that we were not ready for.
And I'll tell you one more thing we're not ready for, especially our production, choosing the match MVP.
Oh yeah.
That's going to be a problem yet again.
Choosing the match MVP.
Good luck, production,
So you guys
for the
ready?
match MVP.
Oh yeah, we are.
It's Deathmaker. It's something that I think everybody can maybe put their name in, especially from VLT, right? We saw a lot of heroic plays from a lot of heroic individuals.
Yeah.
Although Deathmaker, the more consistent of the pair, and the one willing to be the sacrificial lamb, the one willing to be the point, and maybe to even eat the bullet, you know? He doesn't mind, as long as his team gets the win.
The highest ACS out of this entire best of 3 would be Paradox 371.
And Deathmaker has
And then
just,
Deathmaker 301.
Yeah.
I mean, Paradox has been impeccable, no doubt. And the entirety of the Revenant squad as well, but this is Velocity's day.
This has been Velocity's day. This has been Revenant's reckoning. And we've talked about the match MVP. It's been a long series, Assassin. Let's also head over to the series MVP to see who is going to be the man on top. Oh, it's going to be Paradox. And a very, very well-deserved candidate for this MVP, single-handedly being the reason why Revenant Esports were able to be so competitive in today's best of 3 matchup.
That's right. 70 kills. Can you imagine? Like,
I wish.
70 kills out of the entire best of 3. The KD of 1.52. 11,000 first bloods.
All right, I mean, it's over 9,000.
It's over 9,000, so.
Yeah, you know where he's going.
Yeah.
He's gone Super Saiyan mode in the boot camp for, in the stage for Revenant Esports. It's no longer online. Man's going down to LAN. Man's proven his mettle. And at this point, this lower bracket suddenly seems a little more heated, right? With VLT's vulnerability shown, they have that upper bracket security, but when we do get to see EG and Revenant duke it out to stay in Bangaluru's TEC's Arena to stay in the Challenger Series, I feel like that's going to be an even sweatier series, and that's something that all of you at home need to be able to enjoy, and the way you enjoy it is simple. You either scan that QR code like we told a lot of times online and made your way down here at LAN, or you hit that subscribe and bell to make sure you are aware of everything relevant Valorant or esports in India.
True.
And we've had a long day, Assassin. I think VLT are going to have a long night of partying alongside Racket
That's
Ace.
right.
Although the show's not over yet, right? Our pretty boy Mamba has got another interview lined up for you. So take it away, Mamba.
Thank you so much, folks. Of course, I have the birthday boy with me who's sweating bullets right now because of how close the match was. Paradox, I'll come to you as well. But here you go, Ace. This is your mic.
Thank you.
First of all, I wish you a very happy birthday. We sang a song as well, but of course you can hear it.
Thank you everyone for wishing me. I'm so happy right now. That's it. Like, I'm happy.
But it was closer than you might have wanted it to be, or closer than you would have expected it to be.
Yeah, so we started bind quite slow, but we knew our defense is, sometimes it's hit or miss. Today it was a hit. So everyone stepped up in the defense and we got a good comeback. Going on Pearl, I think we shouldn't talk about it. We should talk about Ascent because that was the third map which we won. When we were having a team discussion about the third map, I was like, I want to win this because I know it is almost 11 o'clock. And if it might go to the overtime, it's my birthday. So I can't just lose on my birthday. And I think everyone in the team stepped up when it needed, like 2-on-4 clutches, 1-on-1 clutches. And that was like the best birthday gift you can ever ask for, and I'm happy.
You know, the last clutch especially, was very special because 2-1, it was almost lost.
Yeah.
But walk me through this. Do you think you made more mistakes or was it Revenant actually stepping up?
You're talking about the last specific round or in general?
No, last round and in general as well.
So the last round, I think it was a 1-on-2 versus Anuj and Paradox and Blackhawk, like I think KO and Omen. They were split up, but then they decided to double peek him. That was a right decision, but on Ascent, we call it lane, right? That area is very small. You have to wide peek, so the other guy can also peek. The other guy can also peek with him and trade whenever possible. But they couldn't do it, and Anuj got 2 1v1 duels, and like they made them.
the rest
they
of the
made the
matches?
mistakes, and Anuj punished them for their mistakes.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. But Para, I'll come to you. But happy birthday once again, and congratulations to you. Para, here you go. Unfortunate loss, of course. It's visible on your face because usually you're very jolly, you're very happy. Yes. The team's a little, I would say, shaken. But you guys take the losses in stride, right? But you wanted to close this out. What does this mean for you? What does this loss mean for you?
Actually, every loss is just like a learning step for us because both of the maps, like take it as Bind or Ascent, we both were on the lead, but we didn't close it out. And to be honest, there were a lot of mistakes made by me as well on Ascent. So like, we can fix this thing, fix these things to like whenever we face any other team on some other day, like we might be able to close those things out. It was very, very close. Like for example, if I'm not wrong, it was a 12-10 round where Amaterasu clutch 1v3.
Yeah.
And there was a small mistake by me, like I peeked out of the smoke and he killed me through hurt and he went on to clutch 1v3. Even on the last round, as Ace stated, like regarding the double peek and everything, I was just on reload and then I crouched. I don't know why. So these small mistakes like cost us the whole match, you know. So we are going to take it as a learning.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. But you did mention that you were the X Factor, but you have to give it to them. They fought until the end.
Yes, like we started, I think it took 4 hours to finish this BO3. So, you know, it was a tough match. Everyone fought till the end and Bind wasn't overtime, but yeah, Ascent went to overtime and it was like a crazy comeback by both the teams. Like they were outplaying each other basically at the end. So it was a good match, good series.
Is there going to be a birthday party at the hotel right now because you started off with a victory on your birthday?
Nah, birthday party is after the event. We have to focus on the next match. I think we are playing Orangutan tomorrow. I don't know what time though. So yeah, we are going to prepare for Orangutan and then, you know, just have dinner first, take a chill pill, talk about Orangutan tomorrow morning. That's it. No party.
But nonetheless, congratulations to you and unfortunate loss. But nonetheless, I wish you good luck because they're still loser bracket. But nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a wonderful show for all the audience members present over here. Thank you so much. You guys came in, you guys cheered. Of course, we could feel the energy for all of you folks watching at home as well. Thank you so much. But it's not over yet. This was just day one. Remember, you're watching the AMD Ryzen and Windows 11 presents the Esports Club Challenger Series powered by Lenovo. and crucial memory. But ladies and gentlemen, we'll see you at the same place at the same time tomorrow. But tonight, it's good night and goodbye.